Hello, hello. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Hello, hello, McFly. Hello, McFly. How you doing, guys? Shane here from Shane's Craft Beer Review with another. God, choppy on my end. Jeepers, what the hell's going on there? With another Friday Night Live, and may I also add my last Friday Night Live on this channel. I'll talk a little bit more about that as more people come in, because we just got one sitting there right now. I'm sure that everybody will pop in here in just a couple minutes, and then we'll talk about what the heck we're going to do with these new live things that I've got going on. That's for sure. Link for the live is in the description. Is this ever lagging? Is it lagging for you guys? You guys know if it's lagging for you, because for me it's lagging on my end. I gotta get myself a new laptop for Christmas. Let's get in. Drew, beer for breakfast, facts for snacks. How are you, sir?
Deja vu.
You changed your what?
No, I said deja vu.
Oh, deja vu. Yeah, it seems like I haven't seen you in such a while. Holy moly!
Were you just here?
I don't want to let this guy in. He's. I was just at your house. Yeah, I was. I'm going to let you know. I'm going to let you know right now, Drew, that we are terribly, terribly underdressed. We are terribly.
I don't have my collar down.
What? What is going on?
Wow.
All right.
I didn't realize that it was supposed to be a formal. Formal thing.
I'm just here to announce
should I go get something on?
I was watching TMZ and they said Brian the Beer Snob had been erased from existence. So I'm here to let you know I'm back.
Shane, I got something for you.
I was just there. Why didn't you give it to me when I was there?
No, I'm going to show you. You want to see it?
It's not like your pecker again, is it?
Wow, you did enjoy that, didn't you?
It was okay. I'm not gonna lie. It was a little bit smaller than I thought. So yeah, go ahead. Show it to me. Show me what you got.
All right. Okay.
Look at this guy, Brian. Check this guy out. Look what he's doing. Look what this man is doing right now.
You can teach an old dog new tricks. It's amazing.
Right? It took me 2.5 years. Well, not actually. I haven't even been doing it that long. But it took me like 1.5 years to get him to do that. And now he does it all the time. It's the weirdest thing.
Not all the time. Not all the time. I do it special occasions. You know me, but not all the time, though.
That's true.
Right? Am I correct? I still do it, though.
That is true. And we appreciate it.
Well,
so I'm going to do it once in a while, but not all the time, because
I go by the statement that I'm not always right, but I'm never wrong. That's why I hardcore them every beer, every time.
That's right. Cheers to you, Brian. What are you drinking there, by the way, Brian?
Well, I just finished. I've had a busy month. I haven't put out a video in over a month. With Cub Scout campouts every weekend, my one weekend off, I had the man cold, so I was like on life support. Had to get helicoptered to all the biggest hospitals around. Man cold is a very serious thing.
It is.
This finally Thanksgiving weekend, I'm off. I just filmed my first review in forever, and it was a beer that was sent to me by a buddy in Minnesota. Just happened to be, I think, the best tasting IPA I've ever had. So that video is going to come out on Monday. But I'm just drinking a beer flavored beer right now. This is a Champagne Velvet.
Oh, the Champagne Velvet, yes.
This is an old brand.
I heard about that.
From like the 1950s that Upland Brewing in Illinois purchased the recipe and the rights to the name. And they started brewing it. And I'm thankful that they did, because it's a fantastic beer flavored beer. It looks pretty light and pale in the glass, but I'll tell you what, it's heaven in the mouth.
You reviewed that not too long ago, I think.
I love it.
Well, over a month ago, apparently.
Fan-damn-tastic.
Shane, did you watch my video?
No, when have I had
No.
time? I was literally at your house like an hour and a half
You
ago.
did?
Well, okay, maybe it was a little bit longer than that.
Did
Yeah, I will get to it. I will get
Okay.
to it. Hey,
not
look who's
name
in
him
town.
Mark?
Vanessa.
Oh,
that
all
one, yeah,
time.
I'll
Hi,
get to that one
Vanessa.
too. So Vanessa's in the house. Hi, Vanessa. Don't forget here. Can I grab this really quick here? Boom, boom. I better grab this now before I forget.
Yeah, I thought she was going to come on
I don't,
one of these times.
we'll get Vanessa on here one of these days. One of these days. Now, I don't know, Vanessa, if you've been keeping up to date on my stuff. I don't expect everybody to. This is actually the last live Friday on this channel. I just threw up the link here in the description. Please go and subscribe to that. I will have a live almost every Friday at the exact. Well, I was running a little bit late today because traffic was bad coming back from Drew's. I was actually in London to see my dad. Stopped by Drew's really quickly, did a quick video with him, and zip back home.
Man, you must have been on the Concorde or something to get from London back to Canada so fast.
Well, if it
Wow,
wasn't
no.
for the damn traffic,
Crazy.
I would have been
The
back
jet.
faster.
It was a jet.
That's it.
What time did you get back in your house?
Geez, crap, I can't even remember. The traffic was terrible. I didn't even get in here till
Again?
maybe 20 to 7 or so.
Just like last time.
Yeah.
Wow,
like
just like last time.
Well, it's a bad time to travel on that highway too, right? And Vanessa's
Yeah,
already subscribed. Yay, Vanessa! Thanks. I will see you next week, and you had better be there. You know why? So
All right, so we have the world's largest highway.
yeah, we do. Trans Canada Highway.
Yeah, we do. That's right. Yeah, no. We have the world's, widest highway. Not largest, widest. 2. So there's 2 for 2 right there.
Well, let
Yeah,
me
it's,
ask you Canadians what might seem like a silly question, but I'm actually, this just popped into my head and I'm quite perplexed. I got to know the answer. So Canada, obviously, under the, or one time it was underneath the British, whatever, the British flag, whatever. Why do you guys drive on the right side of the road when they drive on the wrong side?
Because we realized what their mistake was.
You got to ask the Queen that. Ask the Queen.
I've been to a few countries where they drive on the wrong side of the road, and my wife's always like, let's just rent a car this time. And I'm like, I can't do it because that is such a hardwired thing in my brain that I don't think just for a weekend or whatever, I could switch it around. I said, I will pull out on the wrong side of the road and I will kill somebody or they will kill us. And I said, it's not worth it. I'll hire a taxi because it's so ingrained in me. I can't, some people can do it. They can just flip flop back and forth. I can't do it.
No,
right.
Okay, for two reasons. You have seen National Lampoon's European Vacation.
Yes.
Of course, he hit a bicycle and stuff. Yeah, right. Yeah, Chevy Chase didn't know how to do it, so why would you, right? Am I correct? Yeah. I was a garbage man, so I used to pick up garbage driving on the passenger side to get out to throw the garbage in. So I bet you I would be a professional over in that, in that country, or whatever, in Scotland, England, whatever. But yeah, it's nuts.
Is that my connection that's slowing you down? It might be. But hey, anyway, Chris from Off the 10th is in the house. What's up, Chris? Long time no see, buddy.
Are you guys there?
Soon. Yep, we're here. Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, from my point of view, Shane, you started out choppy, but now you're silky smooth, Shane. You're doing fine. I think it was Drew that started lagging just then.
It could have been. So yeah, so we'll definitely do beers soon, Chris. It's been a while since we've done that.
I had
Let
to
me
take
back up
my
here.
monocle off because I couldn't really see through it. So I got my regular blind man glasses on.
Yeah, just put the glasses on. Vanessa says, I'm late here because I was studying some yeah. You know what, Vanessa, it's okay. I actually started late tonight. I didn't even come on until 7:30 because I was down in London, like I said, and I was down visiting Drew, and I came home late because traffic was bad. So don't worry. But I will see you next week at 7 o'clock on the new channel.
Yeah, how far are
There's
you
our
from?
there's our. What's that, Brian? Sorry.
How far are you from Drew?
About door to door, about an hour and 15 minutes. Give or take, depending on traffic. Damn it! Oh no, I didn't skip out. So there's Doc Jerky, our new celebrity from way over. My state has the deepest highway. Is that because it's underwater? I know you're from over there somewhere, and I can't remember where the hell exactly it is. I'm an idiot. I don't remember. If I don't see, I didn't write that down. I always have. No, he's over in Europe somewhere.
Oh,
And I can't remember. Germany, maybe. I can't
Wait.
remember. I'm sorry, Doc. I feel like such an idiot. If I don't write it down on this piece
no.
of paper, I never remember anything. Why is everybody leaving me? What the hell's going on? Brian left. I don't know where the hell he went. Let's bring Drew back in.
Hey,
Vanessa's
sorry
saying, I'm hoping to
about
send
that.
off for my brass leather. No, you're good. Most logo stamps next month. Yeah, like I said, you want to do any leather work and send it up to me, get a hold of me. I'll send you my address. If you want to send me up a sample, I'd be more than happy to show it off. Absolutely.
So I think I was on my
Millie-
slow internet, not the fast one. That's what happened, maybe. So I had to switch
What
it
do you got,
over.
a faster, slow internet switch? What the hell?
No, I have like my main, and then I have the fast lane. But my phone will
Oh, okay.
switch out to the main one if I'm further away. See, the slow one gives me bigger distance. The fast lane is
Okay.
right there, right? You know what I mean? You get the
Fair
5
enough.
and the 4 and the 2.4. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure exactly
Yeah.
what the
So
speeds
I
are.
was running a 2.4, and I don't think it was fast enough for all the people in this house. So I had to go on the fast
Here, I'm
lane.
gonna pop.
So it could have been me.
Could have been. So Vanessa says, military taught me you can most likely drive anywhere in pretty much anything. Yeah, I mean, if you got to do it, you just
I was
do it,
garbage man.
right? You
Garbage
just
man.
do
I had
it.
to do it all the time.
Vanessa's saying hi to Doc. She was here last time Doc was on, I believe. She's also saying hi to Chris from Off the 10th. Off the 10th
Yeah.
says, hello, Vanessa.
Yo, Chris. Come on, Chris. Come on
Clear
here.
some leggy, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. Somebody was saying last week, I can't remember who the hell it was, that StreamYard was having like some issues. I didn't have any issues last week. This week it looks like I may have a few. Yeah, Brian's popped right out. He's not even in the backstage anymore. Hopefully he can get back in. Up to after New Year for sure. Yeah, let me know, buddy. Like I said, I got a pretty busy December coming up. I was talking to Drew about this earlier today when I was at his house. I'm doing the beer advent calendar this year. I've never done one. I figured I'd try it
I
at
can't
least
wait
this
to
year.
watch it.
And 24 days, 24 videos. Like, people are gonna be sick of looking at this ugly mug.
It's all about me, man. It's all everyone's gonna be like, that's Drew.
Yeah, why is Drew Jr. doing all these videos? We got Paul from PA Brew News in the house. What's up, Paul? Good to see you, my man. Chris is saying hi to Paul. What's Vanessa got here? I will up my internet speed next spring. I'm buying a new router cable modem to handle the speeds up to 10 gigabytes per second. Perfect. And then we can get you on a live stream. I'm going to get you on a live stream, girl, one of these days. Oh, there's Brian. Let's put him back in here. Chris says, miss you, Paul.
My laptop battery went dead, and I looked down. My cord wasn't plugged in.
Oh, you've got a laptop like mine. If it's not plugged in, it dies in like 5 minutes.
Well, it doesn't give you enough warning. Like the window popped up and said, it said battery low, and then boom, my screen went black. So it didn't even give me time to grab the cord to plug it in.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so there you go. Doc is from German. German Fornia, he says.
What is that?
German Fornia. It's like Germany and California.
Oh,
Everybody
okay.
Saying hi to Vanessa. What else we got? A little bit of a lag, bud. Seems okay. Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's like I said, every once in a while, StreamYard will just, like I said, last week apparently it was quite choppy. Somebody had said.
All right, it could be a little bug, right?
Yeah. So Chris has got some big stouts to review in December, which is really good because this character over here, who's
He's
not on the
back
screen right
on.
now, he's walking away. Drew
Yeah,
can
that's
actually
what
get
I'm-
into stouts for the first time ever, and Chris does some really good stouts. Like I'm talking quality imperial, like Russian barrel aged stuff. He's really into that. He loves those. So if that's your thing, go check out Off the 10th right here on YouTube.
Here's one thing. I'm so happy because Chris is back. He was gone for like a whole year, and I hated that.
Well,
So,
he did
come
say
on,
he was
Chris.
going to be off for a year, and I honestly didn't think he was ever going to come back because when somebody says I'll be back in a
Yeah.
year, they usually don't come back. And Chris did. Mind you, he's been doing like
I'm glad.
seltzers and stuff like that lately. I don't.
Oh, what's wrong with
Yeah.
seltzers? I know it's girly drinks, but
Don't even get me started on seltzers.
come on, man.
Left-handed
I know
brewing,
deep
like
down, you love a seltzer.
California. Why did I think you were in Germany then, Doc? I don't. You know what? I think that night you were on, I think I had one or two people from Germany on the live stream that I've never talked to before, and that was kind of cool. What's Wolfie doing
no,
to you there,
we-
Brian? What is
Didn't
Wolfie
we
doing?
have last week? We had someone from Australia on.
Yes, we did. We had somebody from Australia too last week. It was pretty cool. Look at the size of that dog. I miss that dog.
My God, that dog is massive. I saw your picture today, Brian.
We could have used. What's that?
I saw your picture on Facebook with Whoopi beside you.
Well, I had him. He was in my latest review, the one that I just shot, but he looked short in it because he was behind the bar with me. And I said, "Why do you look so short?" Because I know when he stands with his feet on my shoulder, he's like looking me eye to eye. And then I looked down at the ground; his feet were like way back. So he was like had his feet on the bar, but his back feet were way back. It made him look a lot shorter than he actually is. But he's a big beast, and he tortures me with his handsomeness. I always got to spank him for being too handsome.
Yeah, he must eat a lot of food.
Well, that's a discussion for another day. I tell you, he eats better than I do. My wife, ever since we got him, he was just a little 9-week-old puppy when we got him, but she's only fed him natural food. So like there's a place in Atlanta that makes, they take raw chicken and salmon and all that stuff, and they grind it up into these patties, and I swear this dog eats $300 worth of food a week, and I eat like ramen noodles because I can't afford to eat anything else.
Well, because you got to feed the dog, right?
Wow.
I mean, she loves him more than me, I guess. I don't know.
Dog. Yeah, your dog's a sweetheart. I love that dog. He's a good boy. He is a good boy.
Well, I have to have Tiger for my guard cat because Wolfie's not a guard dog. I mean, he will bark if somebody it comes in the yard. He can, or they ring the doorbell. He'll bark, but that's all he'll do. If you get in, he'll just jump on you and start slobbering all over you, kissing you. I mean, he's not a guard dog. But Tiger, see, I got some new wounds here inflicted by Tiger because he has to keep his fighting skills up to par. So he spars with me. And
I tell you, cats can kill us.
Right. Oh, what's Vanessa got here? Dragon's Milk is my current favorite. Yeah, I know that. Dragon's Milk is good. It's one of the few good stouts like that I can actually get up here on a regular basis.
I'll be back in 1 minute. I have something to get. I'll be back. But
okay. I'll mute you then. It's okay. You're muted. You're good. Yellow, no, I can't hear you now. I muted you already. God.
Stop.
Hang on. Stop. Go ahead. No. Okay, now go.
Take it off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you.
These are going to be in my ears. I'm not taking a pee. I'm just grabbing a beer.
That's okay. I'm going to mute you anyway, just in case you fart or something,
So, Dragon's Milk. With the whole Brian the Beer Snob thing, it hasn't been this way my whole life. I've only been snobby for the last 3 years since I started this channel.
Right.
But I did not like, in the beginning, beers that didn't taste like beer, I did not like. I did not like IPAs. I did not like stouts. I did not like anything that didn't taste like beer.
Right.
But I was so
Exactly.
misguided. I thought what I thought beer tasted like was not what beer tastes like. That's what light beer tastes like. And there's a difference between what a light beer tastes like and what is my tie doing? Everything's backwards in the camera. I don't know. I look like a
It's all
slob.
crooked.
Anyway, but Dragon's Milk was the first bourbon barrel stout that I actually liked because I don't like hard liquor, and all the other ones I tried kind of just were too potent. And I'm not saying
Right.
Dragon Milk is not potent. It was just the first one that I tried that I actually liked. And I've tried a lot of the different variants that Dragon's Milk has, and I've loved every one of them. I even had one that was their white oak, and by the time I got around to reviewing it, I must have bought it from the store, and it was like old. I mean, it was way past its expiration date, but it was still good.
Right.
Dragon's Milk for me, it's a top-notch bourbon barrel beer, no matter which variety of it you get.
It's Doc saying, I may have been drunk enough to sound German. Again, I apologize. If I don't write stuff down, I forget.
When he said his state, I was like, I don't know of any other countries that call their little.
He's from he's from California. I think he's
state,
German for some reason. From now on, Doc, you're German. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Germans are some good people.
I'm gonna pour a beer. Is that okay?
You go right ahead. So, Brian, this question is for you.
What are you doing?
Are you going to hard pour it?
Just
Well,
did.
You want to see what it is?
What is it? Show us what it is. What do you got? What do you got?
Clifford.
Oh, the Clifford Porter.
The big blue dog. Or is it
Red
the big
dog.
red dog?
Yeah, Clifford was a red dog.
Okay.
So Vanessa wants to
There you
know what breed of dog Wolfie is. I actually don't. I don't even know what kind of dog he is.
Wolfie is a Bernedoodle. He's a mix between a Bernese mountain dog and a poodle, and he is huge. And he has a life-saving. He's hardwired to be a lifesaver. So my kids, when they swim in the pool, if I have Wolfie outside, Wolfie will jump in the pool, grab. My kids have pretty long hair. We'll grab them by the hair and pull them up the stairs, and they're just trying to swim. They're not drowning, but in his mind, they're in the water, they're drowning. He has to jump in and save them every time. So I let him do it a couple times because that's a good thing that he wants to save people that are drowning in the water. But after like the third time he yanks them out of the pool by their hair, I gotta put him in the basement because if he can see them or hear them, he will just bark incessantly because he knows they're in trouble and he wants to save them. So
right. So I'm going to go back to Chris here really quick. Off the beer currently because I had said about the seltzers. Off the beer currently to lose a bit of weight and clear the palate from all the IPAs and stuff. You know what, Chris? You don't need to lose weight, dude. If I was half as sexy as you are, I'd have it made. I'm just going to say that.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to add my frowny face.
I got to throw this out one more.
My wife has put me on a diet now.
There you go. I got to throw this out really quick. I got this link that's down the bottom here, guys. That's going to be my new live channel starting next week. Please click on that, subscribe, because I will not be doing lives on this channel anymore. You'll have to check me out on the other channel every single Friday. Well, I keep saying every single Friday. I know I'm going to miss one or two.
I got a question. Like, hey, teacher over here.
Yeah. Go ahead. You go ahead. Off you go.
Don't you want like the time and stuff on this channel?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because when you get this is gonna be fucking hilarious. When you get up to my level of expertise in the YouTube world, where basically everybody is below you because your channel is so elite, I can have a second channel. I can't even say that with a straight face. No, it's more of an experiment to try something different, and
okay.
the lives can totally be different. It's gonna be a different vibe.
Wow.
So I'll never make money off of what I do.
Well, Shane,
let's put that in.
You will. So. You will. I promise you, you will.
Shane, let me tell you this. So I had company over yesterday for Thanksgiving.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, sorry.
I had company over yesterday for Thanksgiving here, and my cousin, so she's a female, so she's kind of stayed upstairs with my wife, and they have 3 boys that are about the same age as my 3 boys. So the boys were, off playing, and me and my cousin's husband were down here in the Hardport pub, and I was talking about, you know, the video. He like, oh, when he came down, he saw my setup and he said, "Are you a YouTuber?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "What do you do?" And so I told him, and I pulled up some videos, and I explained about the You're Alone series. And he says, "I want to see that." So I showed him your season 1, which I said, this is not really a season. It's just, this is Shane. Right. He did a one-off spoof video. And when I saw it, when I watched it, I had to text him. I said, "Hey, Shane, man, this is a good idea to do a actual show, and you can get other YouTubers involved." And I said, I realized from an editing standpoint, this had to be a nightmare for you, because you had to watch countless footage, figure out how to put it in there and make it all work. But it did. It all worked. And so we watched the season 2. We watched your season 1. Then we watched season 2. And he couldn't get enough of the squirrel balls in Drew's mouth.
Right?
But you know, it was phenomenal. And I told him, I said, you know, I said, if I was a good looking woman and I had a channel that was about absolutely nothing, I could throw out 3 videos and get 100,000 subscribers like that, because I'm a good looking woman. But I'm not. I'm just a dude that drinks beer. And I said, I understand, you know, the market for people doing video searches is kind of slim, which is why, you know, I'm gonna start. You know, I'm ramping back up. I got my idea for my next TV show that never was, but should have been. Those are the ones that really make me happy, because as much as I love doing the beer reviews, I'm going to drink the beer anyway. And it's kind of lost its excitement value for me. But when I do the TV shows that never were, but should have been, I love it because it's not just me. I love to include other channels and see their creative take on my idea, because it's never what I think it's going to be. It's always way better, because when I think I have a great idea and then I ask people to send me clips, what they send me is far better than what I was expecting. So it's like, I realize my ideas aren't that great. They're just okay ideas that the other YouTubers I include make great. And I understand it is an editing process and it takes a long time. So probably my videos are going to slow down, but they're going to be better, because guys, be on the lookout. I'm going to be sending out the messages to tell you the show I'm working on, because I'd like you guys to be in it. If you have time, do it.
You want anyone to have squirrel balls in their mouth? I'm the guy. Have you ever had squirrel balls in your mouth, Brian?
You know, I would never send you guys. I would never send you guys a script and say, this is what I need you to say. I would just send you the idea for the show, and then you guys can think about what it is you want to say in your particular scene. I'll be the one that has to make it all work. I have to take Shane's role of watching all the clips and then piecing it all together to make it make sense. So,
and that's the tough part about doing those collaborations, like you said, Brian, because you got to try and make. You got, you know, like I couldn't even tell you how many videos I probably had 50 videos, and I had to clip them down and make them all make sense. But like you said, just give the people the idea of what you want and let them run wild with it, because the stuff that they come up with is better than what you or I would think of, like, hey, instead of doing the script. And I love that. Like I said, and that's why my all by myself videos turned out really good. I mean, it wasn't because of me. That's not me doing all that stuff. That's, you know, you and Drew and, you know, Wayne and Dave and all these guys that contributed to that video. And that's what made the video great, was everybody else, not me. I mean, the editing was pretty good, but I mean, as a whole.
Well, the thing about that whole thing was when I filmed my part, I'm going to be selfish. When I filmed my part, I thought nobody's going to film anything as good as what I just filmed. Nobody. And then I watched the video and I'm like, I was not up to par. I was everybody else. I was totally blown out of the water by what everybody else did. And I'm like, I kind of feel like I let the viewers down with what I did, because it was so basic compared to the things that other people thought of. And that's what I love is, you know, I don't ever want my idea to be the greatest idea. Like the old saying, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. I don't want to be the smartest one in the room. And a lot of times I thought I was, But then when the other people show me what they were thinking, I'm like, that is genius. I never thought of it. I'm glad that I just said that, you know, just a basic idea. This is what I'm thinking about. And everybody else has their own individual take. And I guarantee it's always better than what I thought. And they make me look good, because when I come up with the idea for the video, trust me, in my mind, what I thought of is never as good as what I end up getting from the other people. So thank you guys for doing what you do for my harebrained videos, because in my mind they were not that good, but you guys made them good. So
no. And that's the best part about like our beer tuber community that we have, especially the 12 or 15 guys that we're really close with, is you just have to ask them. Like if I said, hey Drew, I need a video for this, or if I said, hey Brian, can you do something like this, you guys will do it, and we all do it for each other just to help each other out. And like you said, the finished product that people come up with is awesome. Now, having said that, nobody made their own axe on All By Myself except for you. And you did have the most elaborate structure ever seen on All By Myself.
It was just a basic shelter that kept me dry in the rain and warm in the cold. I mean, it wasn't anything fancy, but it was what I could do with what I had to work with.
Right. I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm sure you did. Rod J's in the house. Didn't use the L word. Just throwing that out there, Rod. I did not use the L word. Rod J's in the house.
Well, we all know what you mean by the L word, though. I mean, because
I know.
Of course. Of course. I try not to do it.
Person out there.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Hey, you know what?
I know it's not good. I always try to buy beers that I haven't had. Yeah, what's better than buying beers you haven't had? Come on, Rod. Of course,
that's 99% of the beers I buy. I just buy one beer, and the one I reviewed tonight, it'll come out on Monday. But it was a buddy of mine. I got 2 beer mails in one day, and I got a beer package from my Marine buddy in Minnesota, and I got a package from One Flight Down, Alan over there in Canada. And when I drank, it was an IPA today. And when I drank it, I've had some pretty good IPAs. When I drank this one, I was like, man, this is quite possibly the best IPA I've ever tasted. So I texted my buddy. I said, hey, I know you sent me this beer, but have you tried it? And he said, no, I haven't tried it. I said, man, that's a phenomenal, but it's from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I said, I don't know how far they distribute, probably not far at all, but it was like, it had I think it had like 69 IBUs. I was expecting some bitterness. It had just a slight little bitterness, but a nice little, not too sweet finish. I don't know how you guys drink IPAs, and I've had some session IPAs that, like Founders has an all day IPA. But honestly, when it comes to an IPA, maybe I can drink 2 at the most, and then I have to drink a beer flavored beer to kind of bust up that flavor and have another one. This one, man, I could drink this all day long, but he only sent me one. So,
yeah, see, I get like that with IPAs sometimes too. Like, I mean, not necessarily having 2 or 3 in a night, but just like, if during the week I'm doing, 3 or 4 videos and they're all IPAs, and then, okay, maybe I'm not doing a video and I'm drinking another IPA, and it's like, God, these just, they kind of get to you after a while. Just, it's like, these are the same. And then occasionally you will come across
an IPA. Well, it's like, nice when you can get an IPA that's a little bit different. And this one was a little bit different. It was a little darker in the glass, and just the flavor was not. It was not an obnoxious flavor. It wasn't like overly hoppy. It was above mild, but it was not obnoxious. But it was delicious.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, because a lot of them are the same. And Blue Ice gets really annoyed at IPAs all tasting the same too. Me and Blue Ice have basically the same palate.
That I just had.
Sure. Vanessa's saying, I have a second channel because YouTube banned this one from certain chats 2 Halloweens ago. What did you say, Vanessa? You're such a sweetie. I can't believe you said anything that would get you banned. I'm just saying. Rod J, looking good. You're looking good, bud. Keep it up. Yeah. Rod always looks good. Well, I mean, he's got to. I mean, I'm not even going to get into it. Anyway. Waiting to hear on apple dumplings I made for relatives on Monday. Again, Vanessa, all you got to do, if you want to make any food, I don't care if it's a soup or some squirrel or something. No, I'm gonna drive
Squirrel.
down there and just
Squirrel.
pick it up at her front door.
Squirrel. Hold on, guys.
That's
Squirrel.
right.
Squirrel.
Rod J has 4 channels.
I'm back.
Only 2 remonetized. Hard to keep up. The 3rd and 4th are just for fun here and there. And then you also do some streaming on Twitch and stuff too, right, Rod? For video games and stuff like that. I think he does. I think it's Rod J. We talked about this last week. One of those things I didn't write down, so I can't remember it. Drop it in. I know Chris.
Before. Not over
Chris from Off the
Pecan
10th does, or he used to do some Twitch stuff too. So throw your stuff on there. Maybe you can get Chris to play with you. Smoking curls over. She's smoking it over wood. I'm not going to say that word because that'll just start a whole fight on how to pronounce it properly. So we'll skip over that. You can make it with a beer channel, but you have to be passionate about it or anything that you choose to do. Just put the work in, and that's it. You just got to put the work in. And I think I said you talked about this earlier, Brian. I think I said about maybe 6 months ago or 7 or 8 months ago. It was a while ago. I said I was going to slow down my channel, do less videos, and do higher quality with like doing different angles to them so that they're a little bit more entertaining. Yeah. And then I got overloaded with beers in my fridge, and I'm like, I got to review these beers. So I pounded through, and I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably shouldn't have.
Well, I've still got plenty of beers to review, but I'm thinking about incorporating those into my TV shows.
Perfect. Like I said, if you need help, we're here for you. We'll help you out. No problem.
Yeah, and I've decided, one of the big worries that I had about doing like a collaboration with people who aren't physically here is the background. So, like, look at my background, for instance. And let's say I'm filming a thing, and I for the show, I want it to appear like we are together in the same room. But if you look at both of your backgrounds, they're completely different than my background. But you know what? This is what I've decided. I'm not curing cancer. I'm just making videos that hopefully people find funny. So if my camera view shows this background and your camera view shows your background and it doesn't match up, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No.
It's Hollywood,
That's
so
right.
It's okay. It's okay. Nothing matter. So like this new project I'm working on is going to involve some vehicle shots. So I will need like little clips of you inside of a vehicle. And the only thing I will tell you is where you need to be seated in the vehicle so that it makes sense. If I'm doing a scene and we're both behind the steering wheel, that's not going to work.
Right.
Not going to work. So I will only tell you where I need you to be in a vehicle. And if you can shoot the video, that's fine. And it doesn't matter if your interior of your door is red and mine is blue. It doesn't matter. Because like I say, I'm not curing cancer. It's just a funny video. It's just our conversation, let's just say. That's what's going to make the video is the conversation. And it'll be funny if it doesn't match up. It's like, what kind of car are these guys in? They got a blue door. They got a red door.
I see you, Chris. Don't worry.
All
right, so we got Sam in the house again. Good to see you, Sam. Good to see you. I have to bring up this comment before I bring in one more guest here because there it is, hunting down maple stouts on my.
God, I love maple stouts. Go Canada! I just love maple syrup. And finally, let me tell you guys the breaking news. Because my wife had only given my kids the fake maple syrup for their whole lives, right? My kid came to me today and he said, Dad, we got maple syrup. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, it's the real maple syrup. It's not the fake stuff. And I'm like 100% maple syrup because that's all I eat. But my wife convinced me my kids didn't like it. And I said, well, then they don't really know what they're talking about because what they're eating is not maple syrup. It's just you can't just throw a bunch of ingredients together and call it something. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Maple syrup in the name alone, it's maple syrup. If it doesn't have maple in it, it's not maple syrup. If it has just high fructose corn syrup and who knows whatever stuff to make it taste similar, it's not really maple syrup. So my kids are on to the real life maple syrup. So I'm happy about that.
For sure. Hey, we got Chris from Off the 10th in the house right here. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, you, what's going on? Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you great.
Just fine.
Everyone's good.
God, what kind of a mic you're using? That sounds fantastic, actually.
I'm using the cheapest thing I could find on Amazon. This guy right here. This little guy.
That actually
How
sounds
much was
pretty
that?
damn good, man.
This was maybe what, $30 maybe.
I need a mic, man. I need a mic.
Wow.
Shit,
It's
that sounds
actually, this isn't bad. It's going through my Yamaha right now to the processor, but it's good. I like the present behind you, Drew. I like the cupboard all dressed up like a present back there. Is pretty funny.
Yeah, it is right there, Red. Right there. Everybody over there. Yep, right there.
That's awesome. That's
all
awesome.
his cupboards
Yeah,
are like that. I was there today. All his cupboards are like that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's Friday night drink night. So I decided.
Yes, there you go. I
to,
don't have time to stream as much on Twitch. That's it.
Yeah, so it's Friday night drink time, and I'm not drinking beers right now. So I'm drinking something from Sandbagger. This is a hard seltzer. It's gin based. It's boysenberry flavored, and it's actually not bad.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So what are you looking at? 4% on that?
No, these guys are all up around 5 or 6%. So
Wow,
pretty good.
that's not bad at
good
all.
old Yingling. Yeah, I like Yingling.
England.
I'm excited. I'm going into the States.
I love it.
Well,
It's
I go to
okay.
I go to the
It's
States
my favorite
on the
thing to drink.
regular. I go to the States on the regular, pick up food and stuff like that. I haven't bought really beers right now because I'm not really buying beers, but I am going to Atlantic City at the end of January for my birthday weekend. Because long story short, a few years back, last time I went to Atlantic City with my brother, it was a big karate tournament or whatever down there in Atlantic City. So I don't do karate, my brother does, and all that stuff. So I just tagged along, and we ended up meeting a whole bunch of like WWE wrestlers. We met some MMA fighters. We met I don't know if you guys are all as old as I am. I don't know if you guys remember Cynthia Rothrock, who played. She was in she was in a lot of martial arts movies back in the 80s, and she was freaking dynamite back then, and she's still dynamite now. So it's pretty cool. So I'm going back again. Can't wait to go. So long story short,
Great.
when I come back, I'll be picking up some beers. I can't wait. So yeah,
You'll be
thanks for having me,
walking
Shane.
I'm
By
just
the way,
saying, if you happen to be down there picking up beers, I know a guy that lives not very far from you that would be okay with
I
just
know
one.
you're like 2 towns over. You're too far. You're too far from me.
I'm not greedy. Just one. I'll come to your door and pick them up.
Oh, wow, too far.
2 towns over.
Well, let
sounds
me ask
all-
you this. Are you planning on attending the beer reviewer get together that's going to be in Canada?
I know
next year?
Shane's hosting it. I don't know if I can get that time off. We'll find out. I'll when it gets closer to it, Shane, I'll let you know for sure.
You have like 7 months. Or is it 8 months? 7 months. 7 months.
All right, I'll start planning.
Just come, dude. It's gonna be a great time.
I know it's
It's
gonna-
on July
I'll
12th. July
be
12th.
there. I'll probably be
Okay.
there, but I just got to make sure that that I can get the time off because that's not a one-nighter thing. That's going to be like
Oh yeah.
It's a
We're going to
weekend.
be hammered. We're going to be hammered.
It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday night.
Yeah,
No, I'm not gonna
hammered.
get hammered. Nobody. I don't think. It's very rare that anybody gets hammered as per se. I mean, we all drink and have a great time, but I don't think anybody's ever really.
I've only got hammered
per se.
2 times in my life, and one was with Shane.
Shane, and the other time was with Shane.
Probably.
I'm a bad influence. I'm a bad influence on Julie. Apparently.
Hey,
Yeah.
who's had this?
Oh, Haze Mama. It's a great
Haze
fucking
Mama.
beer. It's a great
Oh.
beer.
He's mama. Yep.
That is one of the better ones from Great Lakes for sure.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I don't know if you guys had this year's pumpkin ale from Great Lakes. It was actually really
Oh,
good this
yes,
year.
of course.
It was the best one.
I had a
I
taste
love
when
it.
I was there. I went to Great Lakes when I
I've
was
still got one in the
visiting
fridge.
Greg. Nice.
That's what it looks like.
Great Lakes is tiny in Mississauga. It's like a little tiny shack, and it was good. We were on the patio. And
Yeah, but
all the
is it
lights.
Great Lakes? Great Lakes is
Great Lakes, Canada, Brian, not Great Lakes in the States.
it small? Great Lakes is small,
Yeah, well, there's two locations. The one in Mississauga is pretty small.
and there's one in Etobicoke, right? And that one is
No, I think there's one
Yeah.
in. It's either is it in Etobicoke? I don't remember now. I think the one I went to was the small.
Etobicoke.
It's in Etobicoke.
Yeah, Etobicoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Etobicoke.
It was a good time. We had a blast at Greg's.
Okay, give me one quick second, guys. I want to catch up on the comments here really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we continue further. Rod J saying I'm starting to mess with whiskeys now, but not wanting another channel try and make it for the non-gaming one. Yeah, I don't know where you would have got the whiskey idea from. I'm just saying. I know where you got it from, but that's okay. Then we'll pop down here to Vanessa. Green screens will let you all be in the space if you like. Yeah, Brian and I. Do you know how we work the green screen sometimes?
Wait, what?
So we're good
What are you
with that.
talking about?
Apple dumplings sound good, Vanessa. Yeah, see, Vanessa. Oh, when we were talking about how we have different backgrounds for like the shows, and Vanessa was just saying if we have green screen, you can just it's easier to edit with the green screen. You can just pop everybody in.
Oh yeah,
Like I said, you and I are pretty proficient at green screen stuff.
me too. Yeah,
Not that I
green
do a
screens
whole
are
lot.
one of the
Oh,
best
Green
things.
fanatic.
Green screens are one of the best things to fool around with. They're so fun,
Hey,
especially if you're editing.
I got one.
Oh, for
It's,
sure.
it's my cedar trees behind
what
me
is
in the
duck-
backyard.
Oh, there you go.
What's Raj's
Duck
comment there?
eggnog pouring now.
Oh my!
Is that duck eggnog done, Vanessa?
Oh, my.
I don't know what
Try
duck
that.
eggnog is, but I love eggnog.
Duck. Hang on, let me pop it up before I actually start to read it. There it is. Duck eggnog currently empty. More next Friday. Okay, party at Vanessa's next Friday. Let's get down there. Oh yes, party at. I'm not going to say anything until next week. I'm just saying, party at Vanessa's. We won't spoil the surprise. Fake maple syrup. Dang, my friend shut down their maple shack. I need to go volunteer at a new place now. Yeah. I mean,
That's
you can never
gone.
go. You guys know I'm a huge maple fan. I get really excited when somebody says the word maple. Duck egg pasta lasagna sheets next weekend to make lasagna. Yeah, definitely go party at friggin' Vanessa's house for sure. Need to get that Von Trapp Stowe style maple rod. Yeah, I'm probably planning a trip down there sometime next year, Rod. So if I'll remember that, I will remember. I will grab you one or two, and I'll just ship them down to you because I need to get back
I
there and
think
get
this
some more
monkey
heavy
doodle is
toppers,
bigger than
some
Brian.
bangers.
He's way bigger than me.
It is. Wolfie's huge. Wolfie is huge, dude.
Wow! Wow!
Wolfie is huge.
That's gorgeous.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Great seeing you
what
on
I'm
cam,
saying.
Chris.
Roger,
it-
come join us. I'm not going to be here on very long, but come on, Rod.
Oh, Rod usually pops on. He usually
I
pops
know.
on.
Yeah,
Usually
Rod-
we get
Rod
him-
knows.
He'll show up
around with
late.
his
I know.
computers and stuff like that. Yeah, he always does.
Oh, I see.
Fun crap,
I
not
watch
far-
your. I
see,
watch your shows.
One more. Yeah,
I see him coming late.
it's
Don't
one
worry.
more reason to go down and visit Vanessa. She's not far from Van Trapp, which is not far from the Alchemist. I'm just saying. Just saying. Oops, sorry. Let me back up here. AC, nice, Chris.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's
Let's
gonna be-
say AC not isn't what it used to be.
No, and
I've never
especially
been.
in January.
I've been to
It's
Vegas. I've never been to Atlantic City though.
January in sorry, not Las Vegas, but in Atlantic City is dead. It's a dead zone, and it's freaking awesome. There's nobody bugging you. The boardwalks are dead. You could walk and not see somebody for like a mile on the boardwalk, and it's a great photo opportunity. That's for sure.
Oh, for sure.
It's
That'd
just
be
cool
great,
that
yeah.
you're walking around on the Monopoly board. That's the
Yep.
coolest thing about Atlantic City to me.
I know, it's awesome. 7-time grower. He's a good guy. Makes my Caesar.
7-time grower in the house. Started doing some beer reviews lately. That's pretty
What?
cool.
Yep.
We need to get you on the camera,
Yep,
dude.
yep.
Don't be afraid
Yep.
of the camera. Just get on the
I
camera.
know.
You'll get used to it.
I
The first
saw-
one will be awkward, and then you'll be okay.
I used to be
talked
really
to
nervous.
Shane about. I talked to Shane about you today, so yeah, you gotta get on the camera, man.
Yeah, we were talking about him.
Come on.
Hey, let's get on it. It'll get
I was
easier the more you do it.
nervous. Yeah, I was nervous when I first started on camera. Like if I
Oh,
go back
big
to my
time.
first few reviews, I was like, "Oh my god!" But now I just don't care. I just talk to the
Yeah,
camera, pretend
same
it's my
thing. I
friend.
don't care. You know what?
For
I
sure.
could probably run for prime minister because I don't care anymore. That's how much I.
Let's
But
not
2
get
years ago,
political.
I was so nervous. You can ask me a
Yeah.
question. I'd be like, whatever, just send that over to my secretary or whatever, right? Because I don't know the answer. But yeah, but I could still probably run for prime minister. Just saying.
I'd vote for you.
When he says secretary,
You
he
know,
means
and-
me.
Well, that's a great thing. You talk about how bad your first videos were. I mean, literally, the first time I did a couple of videos, I had to kick my wife out of the basement. I couldn't film a video with her in the room with me because I was
Weird, eh?
uncomfortable and embarrassed. But you know what?
That's-
When we had the beer reviewer get together, here in Atlanta 2 years ago, and we went out to these breweries, and I mean, somebody would just say, let's film something here. And I mean, boom, 2 people would go just in the middle of the crowd, just start filming. And you know what? I was able to do that too. And it's like I'm trying to teach my kids because, you know, I have a kid that's in Scout and he has to earn this badge. He's got to do a flag presentation and all this stuff. And he doesn't want to do it in front of people. And I said, buddy, the only way you're going to get comfortable doing it is you just got to do it. And it's going to be uncomfortable the first couple times, but the more you do it, the more comfortable you're going to get. And that's how it is. So I'm kind of thankful for the YouTube because, I mean, I'm not a public speaker. I'm not. But just doing these videos has really opened up the confidence to where you could be in a crowded room and somebody says, hey, I want to film something. Will you be in it with me? Absolutely. And I'm not embarrassed, and I don't care because I don't know those people.
Yeah, exactly. You know what, Brian? And filming in a crowded room right now is kind of the norm with social media because you look at all these TikToks, people are filming in Walmarts and down in the middle of the public streets and stuff like that. They don't care. And you know what? People see that happening now from a distance. They just don't care. So you can have a lot more confidence now. Back in the day, you're kind of like, oh, I'm kind of embarrassed. I'm in a brewery or whatever, and there's like 3 people in the bar at the same time, and they're all watching, like giggling or whatever in the corner. Now they'll just be like, "Can we join? Are you a YouTuber? Are you a social media, guru or influencer?"
See, and that's my favorite question. Is if I'm like at a brewery or I'm out and about doing some on location video. I love it when somebody comes up and asks if you're a brew tuber. Because I don't know if you do this, Brian, because you can. When they come out and say, are you a YouTuber? I'm like, yes. I said, I am a 2-time award-winning YouTuber.
Hey, I'm winning one next year.
I'm not lying.
Unfortunately, I'm just a 1-time winner. I'm not a 2-time.
But you can get my trophies because I don't think anybody's going to vote for me next year because I won 2 last year. So
nope,
I'm winning 4.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh no, we're not voting for that guy.
Nope. I'm winning 4.
Yeah, see, Chris isn't even going to vote for me.
God, I wasn't even nominated. Whatever, I'm mad at you.
Yes, you were.
It's still proudly on display front and center in the hard part.
So
I'm pretty sure you were nominated for something, Chris. I can't remember what
I watched it. I was not.
You're not? I thought you were.
I was looking for my name, but no. Best intro. Best intro. No.
No. Hold on. No.
That's why I quit for a year.
These 2 start here. These 2, wherever you guys are, okay? You guys are still like nominated as the best 40 beer tubers in North America.
Yeah, we're still on the list. I seen it.
Yeah. Shane and I aren't. So yeah. Don't even go there.
Yeah, but you know what? You can easily get on that list. All you got to do is email them. So I got it.
I don't know how to do it.
They reviewed it.
Really? Is it that easy?
And saw the channel and they put it on.
Yeah. Email? That easy. Shane, you better email for me. I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm going to have to.
Yeah. No, you're going to have to email for me too.
If it's that easy.
Email for me. Email for me because I don't know what I'm doing.
Insider secret, Shane.
Hey, you've got more subscribers than I do. I need to get myself on the list and get the subscribers. Then
I don't have more. You have more subs than I do.
Yeah,
everyone has more subs than me.
No, yeah. I have the most here. Hello.
Yeah. You win.
Well, what's the email address?
Just go to the site. You'll see it. There's a link there. It says somewhere on that page, if you think you should be on this list or something like that to that effect, then you can email them and send them a message.
God,
what you do is you submit your channel is basically what you do, and then they look at it and they say okay or no.
Right.
And then when they put me on that list, I was like, oh, I got on the list, and then I used that as leverage to get 3 subs. It's awesome.
3 subs is better than no sub.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is what it is, right?
Wow.
Right. It was fun. It was fun when I actually saw it. It's funny because when I actually saw that go up, I was like, holy fuck. I'm actually on this list. What the hell? How'd that even happen? And I was like, oh, they must not be getting a lot of submissions because they're just like, whatever, we got to change it up because that list never changed for the longest time.
That's what I
Forever.
heard.
Like I have that bookmarked on my phone somewhere, and I was like, oh, that list hasn't really changed in a long time. And then I was like, you know what? I'll submit it. I'll submit my channel, see what they do.
Might as well.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Sorry, I need
So
to grab
what,
my
Shane? What are you
refill
drinking right now?
here. I just finished off one of my home brews. It's now empty. So I am going to grab the Coastal Wave IPA from Lost Craft. You've probably had this one, Chris.
Nice.
Nice. The
I
Lost
think Drew's-
Craft.
I think Drew's had this one.
Which one is
Yeah.
that one?
Good. Sorry, Peter.
That's the
Coastal Wave.
Coastal Wave.
The Coastal Wave. I remember when
Coastal Wave
Lost
is a
Craft.
hybrid IPA combining the haze and juiciness of the East Coast with the West Coast.
That's a good
when
one.
I worked in the casino, I had the owner of Lost Craft and one of his either co-workers or secretary or whatever. They showed up at the Infinity Bar when I was working. Well, back then it was Breeze Bar,
Right.
and they're like talking whatever. He goes, "What craft beers do you have?" No, actually, it started off with, "Who do I talk to? Who do I ask about getting craft beer put on your taps?" And I said, "Well, I can take your card." I go, "I'll make a phone call." So I called our soup and I said, "I got a representative from a craft brewery who wants to know how to get the beers on the tap." And they said, "Well, we'll be up in a moment or whatever. But in the meantime, if they have a card or anything like that, get it from them." I said, "Okay." So I got off the phone and I asked him. I said, "Do you have?" The manager's kind of busy right now. So do you have any paperwork or a card or anything like that? I could pass it on to him. He goes, "Yeah, here you go." And he's from, I can't remember his name. The card's downstairs. From Lost Craft Brewing. And I said, "Oh, Lost Craft. I'm a big fan of your stuff." Whatever. And I was like, whatever. So just having a conversation. I go, "Yeah, I review beers on YouTube." And he goes, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah." I go, "Here's my channel and all that stuff." And he goes, "Okay." And then next thing you know, I got a fucking package in the mail. And they sent me beers. And they sent me 2 beers that were never released yet. And they were about to be released. And I reviewed them on my channel. And one of the beers, I actually nailed it to a T of what it was. And they got back to me after saying, he goes, "You nailed it," right on the top. And I can't remember the name of the beer now. It was a while ago. I was like, "Hey, I fucking named the beer." And I was actually really enjoying that beer. It was one of the hazies that they started bringing out a few years back. And it was kind of neat
Right.
when that happened. I was like, "Hey," and he was like, "Oh," and then they subbed to my channel and all that stuff. And just like every other brewery, I don't know if you guys would go through this or not, but I'm going to do a little bit of a rant right now.
Mhm.
And
I know where you're going. With it. Go
I-
ahead, because I love this rant.
I mentioned this before I stopped the channel for a year, is that when you post shit on Instagram, for example, okay, and you say, "I'm drinking this beer from this brewery," and you show a picture of the beer and you give it a kind of a verbal or written review, kind of like, "I like this beer, you guys are doing a great job," whatever, and they don't reciprocate. They don't like it. They don't put it in a story. There's a couple breweries that still do it, but one brewery in particular I won't mention, but in Niagara Falls, I stopped mentioning their beers for the longest time because I never got it. It's like we're content creators trying to promote their stuff. The least they can do is like and or comment or maybe put it in their daily stories or whatever, a review, and or even mention something like that. And they don't do that. They don't scratch your back. So I stopped scratching theirs, kind of. And that was one of the reasons why I stopped doing the channel in the first place. Not only just to lose weight and clean the palate and all that stuff, but I did it because I was pissed off. I was mad at the fact that I'm doing these reviews. I've always given an honest review no matter what. And that's the way we have to do it as beer tubers or whatever. You give an honest review. I don't do it I do it for fun. Obviously we all do this for fun, but as content creators, we try to, build an audience or whatever. People try to get monetized, try to get a little bit further in their careers. Because fuck, nobody wants to work in their current jobs. I'd rather be a beer tuber for the rest of my life, but that's not going to happen.
Oh yeah.
There's no money in beer tube, but
Right.
regardless, and you give a review, you enjoy their beers, or you say, everyone here when you don't like a beer from a brewery, whatever, you don't say this is terrible. A fucking what the fuck have you guys done? This is the gross, whatever. Nobody ever says that. We just say, you know, it's not. I'm not a big
I do.
fan. Well, I get that, but because yeah, I know because you're super honest, which is great. But for me, it was never like this is terrible. You guys suck. You should be making beers or anything like that. No, you say, you know, my opinion. It's not my cup of tea. It's not really what I enjoy. Whatever. Here's my review,
Right.
my score, or whatever. We do this to promote them. The least they could do is maybe send a comment, a like, or something
Yes.
on either platform that we're doing it on.
Anything.
Yeah.
And that
Anything,
really
you're right.
bothered me. And that's why I stopped following a lot of Instagram accounts for a lot of breweries, because you promote their stuff and they can't fucking scratch your back. You know what I mean? They can't say thank you or we
Right.
appreciate it or whatever. There's a couple that still do. Blackburn still does. Cayman Kettle does for sure.
Right.
Ridgeway and their
You know,
and
I 100%. I 100% totally agree with you. And let me kick it back just a couple of notches.
Mhm.
Me and my wife, we took a trip in the spring, I think. We went down to Sydney, Australia, and while I was there, I happened to come across an Instagram channel of a musician who was very close to where we were staying. So we went and we saw this musician. Didn't have a whole lot of followers, you know, maybe 700. But we went there and I posed, you know, she was playing the guitar. She was singing a song out in the middle of an area, and because she had her little guitar case open, she was taking, you know, like donations or whatnot. So I went up, I threw a donation in the guitar case, and then I pulled out my phone and I took a selfie with her singing, and I tagged her in it, you know, because I'm from the United States, and I thought this would be good for her because now she's got, like, you know, somebody internationally is taking notice of her. And I followed her, or I tagged her. She never commented on it. She never did anything. And I said, "Girl, you're not that famous. You're just you're like me. You're trying to make
You're
your
trying.
way. But when somebody promotes you, you got to show some reciprocation. You got to at least say, hey, thanks for coming to my show, whatever, something like that, something simple." And I'm like, you know, that really turned me off, because I'm like, okay, she's good, but she's, you know, whatever. If she's already got that hoity-toity attitude and she's not that famous, you know, you got to be thankful. Everybody who follows you or comments on your videos, or you know the people who always, you know, watch your videos and comment on them. You got to have a conversation with these people. You got to answer what they say to you. You got to say, hey, thanks for watching, thanks for commenting, you know, whatever. You got to make them feel important to you, because if they're taking time out of their day to watch what you're doing, then you're kind of important to them. You need to reciprocate. And the people that don't, I just I don't understand
bye-bye.
it. You know,
Bye-bye.
it's
Yeah,
not like she
exactly.
had 3.4 million subscribers and she can't subscribe. She can't comment to everybody. You know, she had less than I had, but you know, I was like, hey, she's a small timer. I'm a small timer. But how do big timers get to be big timers? You don't just start a channel and become a big timer. You gotta climb the ladder.
Unless you're Rod J.
And this is how we do it. You know, it's how we
And
do it.
Rajay
We
has 3,000 or whatever subs on him, and I understand what he's saying here with the comment. He does it to share his passion or whatever. And
Right.
in the States, he does get the recognition even when he's not looking for it. And sometimes, yeah, and you know what? It happens with us too. Like sometimes I'll get recognition from people that don't follow the channel and they enjoy it and whatever. And you could be out and about, Rod, and sometimes that happens with any one of us. We could be out and about. And it happens more now that I've come back to the channel, where people come up and go, "Holy fuck, are you Chris from Off the Tent?" Yeah, I mean, I'm like, "Are you subscribed? Please tell me you are. I only have 302 subs. Please subscribe if you're not."
If you know where I am, you better be subscribed. That's all I'm
you
saying.
better be.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
I walked in.
Like
I
you
walked
guys were
in.
saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like you guys are saying, like you have to have that conversation with people when they comment, especially if it's a new subscriber,
Mhm.
right? Like if Drew comments on my video and he just says, "Hey, that sounds great." Sometimes I just go, "Hey, cheers," because I know Drew. I know, I talk to him all
And
the
Drew's
time.
always going to follow you. I mean, exactly.
Yeah, and he always will. But yeah, new subscriber, you need to have that interaction. Like, hey man, thanks for checking out the channel. Appreciate, even if it's just something like that. Thanks for checking out my channel. I appreciate it. Cheers. Right. But and I mean, unless you have the time to maybe go a little bit in depth more into conversation with them. But like Rod was saying, I found it different in the States than up here. Like I know every once in a while, if I check in my beer on Untapped, occasionally, depending on what brewery it is, they will, like it and comment and say, "Hey, thanks for checking out our beer." Like you said, Chris, there's a couple ones that you can probably always count on. They'll always, I'm sure they've got a guy, and that's his job, is just to like and go, "Thank you," like "Thank you." I mean,
or even if it's automatic.
Yeah.
Even if it's an automatic response, that's good enough for me.
But,
you know what I mean? Because that helps me
but
out
to us,
on our channels.
Right. And that's big for us. Like, it's just, hey, they noticed. Even if it's, like you said, even if it's automated, it's like that, hey, somebody noticed that I was doing something.
And it's not even,
right?
Even if it's automated, even if it's an automated response, people who see that after don't know it technically that it's an automated response. So they'll be like, oh, the brewery likes this stuff. You know what I mean? Kind of, and it's always been a game. It's been a game from day one. I mean, social media has always been, a big game when it comes to recognition and stuff like that. But you know what? It just bothered me, and it pisses me off still to this day that if you do the brewery a favor by mentioning their beer, taking a photo of their beer, giving their beer review, say something back. Acknowledge it, or at least, even if you don't even put a comment, put a like, because we can see all the likes on obviously not all the likes on YouTube, but we can see all the likes on the other platforms. You can see who liked it or whatever. Then that makes us good, and other people can see who has liked those as well.
Right.
So it's basically like a comment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the best person one of the best person out there, beer tubers out there that respond to channels in depth, is Joe from the Beer Patrol. Joe will respond with not even just a like and a heart. He will respond with a comment on every single person that leaves a comment. And that's big dedication. I mean, Joe's up now in his subs, and if he can do that and keep up with it, then all the power to him. And Rod does the same thing.
Well, like Rod just hang on, I'm going to pop this one up. This is his next comment here. He might always be late, but he always responds to the comments.
Yeah,
which is what you should be doing. Like I said, I try and interact with the audience, because I mean, they're watching me because they're interested in my product, or they like me as a person, or think I'm funny, which nobody does. But
oh no, you're funny.
Rod says you have to answer all your comments. Thanks, buddy. That's what I meant. Rod saying you have to answer all your comments. It's a social media, so being social is pretty much built into it. You're 100% right. And now that I'm going to put this up, Rod, what channel are you going live on? Vanessa wants to know. And then we all want to know, because after I wrap this up, I might go check it out for a little bit. I'm just saying.
Rod's going to go live on his beer channel for sure, on Beer Ventures, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of which, really, Chris, I know you came in a little bit late. Did you subscribe to my new live channel, by the way?
Not yet. I will. I saw it in the comments. I will.
Okay.
I'll take a look at it. Send me a message.
I'll be doing
send me a message on Messenger for that channel, and I'll sub on it.
Okay, sure.
I'll jump on it.
Yeah, so I'll be doing that'll be like every Friday night at 7 till 10. And I would like to have you on as a special guest one night too. So we'll we'll arrange that.
Yeah. If we're doing beers, then it'll have to be after the New Year, but that's fine. Or unless if it's a weekend in November, in December, we're good, because I'm going back to the beers in December on the weekends to start, because I have a ton
Friday's a weekend.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll be able to do that. That's fine. I got a ton of Imperial Stouts and big beers to do on the weekends for now in December. Perfect. I call them Christmas beers. That's what it's all about.
Nice.
Oh, they're big beers too.
Yeah. Like I said, it's going to be a different format. Sorry, go ahead, Chris. Yeah. Sorry, finish up.
No, I was going to say, I just got confirmation that I got a 4-pack of Double Tempest coming, and I can't wait to get it from Amsterdam.
That'll be awesome.
Oh, I can't wait. I missed last year's, but I've had it every year. It's so good. And what were you saying?
Nice.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's going to be a different, the live on the other channel is going to be a different format than this, Like over here, I've been leaving it kind of pretty open. Like anybody who wants to come in and talk, come in and talk.
Yeah.
The other one's
You have
gonna
the
be
power to
different.
bring him
But
in or not anyway, right?
Yeah, but I'll talk to you about, and it's really quick. I'll just give you the quick little rundown, and it's gonna be whatever. So that's it there.
I'm still waiting for Rod
I'm
to
gonna throw
send me
this up
my
super,
invite for
super
his
quick.
channel. I'm still waiting
Right?
for Rod to send me that invite.
First new live is on December 1st. My birthday. Yes, I know it's your birthday, Vanessa. That's the thing that I wasn't going to tell anybody. It was your birthday because look, I don't know if you can read that. It says right there, Vanessa's birthday in 3 weeks, December 1st. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget.
I'm sure that my invitation to the birthday party is still in the mail. It will be coming forthwith, and I will be there.
Well, I said, we're going to go down to Vanessa's place next weekend. She's making up a whole bunch of stuff. We're just going to go and like, hey, we're here for the party. I mean, invited or not, we're gonna show up. Anybody know where she lives, by the way? I'll have to get her address.
I just know
it's
that
like
I
when
like
you're
the
doing live
profile
streams.
picture.
I've never even seen her profile picture. I do not know what she looks like outside the fact that she's
It's
6'17".
Pistol.
Yeah, Vanessa's like 6'17" or something. I think not quite as tall as Blue Eyes at 6'100", but she's like 6'17" or something like that.
Yeah, he's definitely 7'12".
Who's that? Blue? Blue
Yeah.
is tall. Well, I mean, to me,
That's a
everybody's
big
tall.
dude.
Everybody's tall.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
you're
6'6",
pretty- you're
when I
pretty
stand
short.
next to him, I feel like a little kindergarten.
Right.
I've
What's
never
Rod
met
saying
Drew
here?
yet.
It's like when you're doing. You're not missing nothing. Oh, you got your earphones still in? Drew? Sorry, man.
I'm missing nothing. Yeah.
No. So Rod's saying it's like when you do live streams, I see some people who don't always interact, and that is a disservice in my opinion. That's the reason to be live. Yeah, and that's why, like I said, I try and when we get into talking in a conversation, and sometimes, especially when the comments get, I know you do this too, Rod. Your comments get backed up, and you're like, "Hey guys, just give me a quick second. I want to get to these comments." Because I want to make, because they're not physically on the live, like with the four of us, I want to make sure that everybody gets a little, if they have a question or anything like that, make sure they get in. Rod's going to be part of the panel for Daddy Porter's channel, but it should be running simultaneously through my channel as well. If anybody wants to check that out, what time does that start at, Rod? I'm not familiar with his channel, but I'll go check that out for sure. Try my best in chats and add to the conversation. Yeah, you're always around, Vanessa. You're awesome. I mean,
she's 6'3", barefoot, and then Rajay says, "But those stilettos." Oh my God! So if she's got 6-inch stilettos and she's 6'3", so
Right.
she's 6'9", and she's packing a pistol. That's just like,
yeah. Vanessa's awesome with her stuff.
Well, you know how us crazy
like I
Americans
said,
are.
just,
We love
I'm
our
so
guns.
I'm so interested in her food. Well, it's because you guys are allowed to have them. We just throw, maple glazed donuts at each other up here. 357 mag pistol. Oh, so she's got some friggin' serious firepower. 6'3" barefoot. That's what I said. 6'17". Oh, the nurses have trouble trying to read my height. Well, because they're probably all my height. That's the problem. And there it is. But those stiletto, yeah, for sure. And that's something I've never understood. Maybe you can explain this to me, Vanessa. I think. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I because we're gun nuts here in this country, and I used to carry a Smith & Wesson revolver that was a 44 Magnum, and it was a beast. It was a dirty, hairy pistol. It was a novelty. It was too big to carry, and it was too expensive to shoot. But now my daily carry is a 45, but it's a Springfield XDS. It's a very small frame pistol, but it's a 45. My wife carries the same pistol, but hers is the 9mm version. So hers
is your polymer or is it metal?
Holds more rounds than mine, but I'm like, yeah, but mine's a 45, so I don't need as many. What's that?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Is yours a plastic or polymer, or is it metal? Your 45. Is it lightweight?
Mine's metal.
Yeah,
mine's metal.
Oh, that's heavy. It's got weight.
It's very light and it's very small. And I actually appendix carry it because I can't reach around anymore because I'm just old and stiff. I appendix carry it, and everybody says, "Hey, you're going to shoot your dick off," and I'm like, well.
You're actually allowed to carry a gun.
What? You can't reach around anymore.
Absolutely.
Open.
And I always carry one in the chamber. I'm not one of those who says, "Hold on, bad guy, let me get around." And no, it's in the chamber all the time.
Let me pull the mag out of my other pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking yeah.
Yeah, I'm not one of those
Do you
guys.
want to see my gun?
There's one thing I learned in the Marine Corps is
No, we
if
do
you
not
think
wanna see
the
your
enemy
gun,
sees you, he already does, and he's already squeezed off around and you're dead. So I don't give him that opportunity.
I got a good gun. I got a good gun. Just saying.
Well, let me tell you this, though, because Canada is well known for their snipers. If I'm not mistaken, the longest confirmed kill was in the United States military, but it was a Canadian citizen who joined the United States military, got the longest confirmed kill.
Chris
You guys
something,
can
right?
freaking shoot.
Chris, oh, you remember that?
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's a movie
Well, we got
about him.
nothing else to do up here.
Well, you create
That's
the
true.
world's greatest comics because the greatest comedians come out of Canada. And the only reason I can think of for that is it's so cold, nobody wants to go outside. They just sit inside and they make fun of each other. They become comedians and then they become superstars.
Hey, Brian, remember our Heineken video?
I do.
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome.
I know, but Amber doesn't think so because she really wanted to kick my ass for spilling that beer on your carpet. And I do apologize. I'm so freaking sincerely do apologize.
Oh, 10% IPA. Oh, triple IPA from Rod.
Oh,
Nice.
we have a
Triple
couple with
IPA.
Yeah.
Collective Arts
Yeah,
has
let me
one
put
out
that on there. Yeah.
now.
Yeah, it's the sunshine. It's terrible.
So this started
No,
out
no,
as a
no,
Mad
no.
Elf
The new
pen,
one.
like the beer Mad Elf. Because the Mad Elf, I did that review come out today or tomorrow? Because I just did a Mad Elf review from Wayne. My Smith & Wesson revolvers are 629s with 8 3/8 barrels. All the same as my handgun. My issue handgun was a yeah. See, this girl's got it all. She's got guns. She's got squirrel meat. She knows how to cook. She knows how to smoke stuff.
There's just
Shoulder
something
holsters are your
about women
friend,
and
yeah.
guns that
Way
like those
easier.
are two like things that like really get me going. You know.
There you go, Brian. That should be right up your alley. My company logo has Proto Semper on it.
Well, I know what Semper means because that's part of the Marine Corps logo, Semper Fidelis, which means always faithful. So I don't know what the other Latin word was, but it's
Right.
always
Porto?
something.
First fire and purchase.
629. I think
Alaska, fall
my
of 82.
44
Right.
was a 626, if I'm not mistaken. That's been 30, 40 years ago. So I'm not really 100% sure, but I think I had the 626 44 Magnum revolver. And so the thing about, and I don't know, maybe you guys in Canada, you're sounding like you're not too familiar with guns, but the difference between a revolver and a
I
semi-automatic
am. Drew's not.
is in the recoil. So if you shoot a revolver, 100% of the recoil goes into your body when you pull the trigger. But if you have a semi-automatic, part of the recoil goes into the slide, goes back, it ejects around, and then it loads the new round. So the recoil is completely different in a semi-automatic pistol versus a revolver. And like I say, when I was young and ballsy, that revolver, I loved feeling the recoil when I pulled the trigger on a 44 Magnum. It was just so much power coming into your body. I mean, it was insane. But now that I'm old, the semi-automatic is what I choose. It's a different recoil.
Well, why wouldn't you?
It's a little bit less, but when you're shooting a 45 caliber and the pistol frame is very, very small, you still feel it. And if you have to shoot at a bad guy, he's going to know whether you hit him or not. He's going to know. He's going to know he made a mistake.
Right. So there you go, Brian. That's the translation for it. It's carry always, Proto Semper. So that's what that is.
Okay.
And yes, Mad Elf beer. I can't remember if I did that review today or
I
if
always
it's coming
do.
out tomorrow. That was a tasty beer. I'll give you that.
No, I saw it
The Elf
today.
one?
It came out today because
Mad
I
Elf
watched
was
it.
out today at 6:30.
Oh, did it come out today?
It came out
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm trying to
It
get
came
all
out
of
today.
Wayne's. I'm trying to get all of Wayne's beers out of the way,
Yeah.
and then get onto my Advent calendar starting December.
Hey,
1st.
remember today when we did
God,
one? That was
we
good.
did do one today. That'll be
was
coming
that
out
like
next couple.
Yeah.
Vanessa.
That's my second stout today.
You did what? Sorry.
Vanessa, we got some similarities.
do
My
today?
lower back is all titanium.
See, there you go. Friday Saturday was the best day ever. So there you
All
go.
right,
As
Drew,
long as you can get everything all repaired.
Guys, I'm out of here. I gotta take off.
Okay, bye. Hey.
Okay, Chris. Hey,
Thanks for
great to
having-
see you,
Shane,
buddy.
Thanks
Love
for
you,
having
buddy.
me. Appreciate it. Good seeing you
Love
guys.
No
you.
worries, buddy.
Have a
Anytime.
good one.
See you in Niagara Falls in July next year.
There you go, for sure.
Now,
All right,
come
guys.
on, Open.
You'll be
You're
there.
right there.
I will be. All right.
You got to
Peace out,
come
guys.
because
Thanks.
Rod's
Thanks.
coming up here.
Yeah. Oh, if Rod's coming, I'm definitely coming for sure.
Rod's
right.
coming.
Thanks.
Well,
Oh,
I think he's
Only
like
Rod.
90% positive he's coming.
All
Only
right,
Rod,
I'm going.
eh?
I'm leaving. Bye. See you.
All right, have
All
a good
right,
one,
take care,
Chris.
Chris.
Peace out, guys.
See you, buddy. Great to
Sure.
see you, man.
Because, quite frankly,
That was Chris
Shane,
from Off the 10th. If anybody's not familiar with him, go check him out.
Yeah,
quite
subscribe.
frankly, Shane, the way that I was
Everyone needs to
starstruck,
subscribe.
the way that I was starstruck picking you guys up at the airport 2 years ago at the get together.
Right.
I know you guys now, so it's not such starstruckness. But if Rod J comes next year, you're gonna see a
Oh, I-
goofball. I'm like, oh my
Oh, I-
God, it's Rod J. Oh,
Right? I
I'll
already
be
told
embarrassed
Rod if
to
he
ask him
act-
if he'll be in a video with me because
See,
he's like,
see,
he's
I don't
famous to
understand.
me. Who am I?
I-
I'm nobody.
Wait, you're not going to do that to me there, Brian?
Well, I will. Hey, let me tell you this.
Oh, no.
Drew, I was
Why?
I was in the basement. I was watching videos, and guess what video popped up? The
Which one?
video that I did a couple years ago at the lake where I mentioned your
Oh.
channel, and I didn't really get the name right because I'm like, I
Oh,
watched
yeah,
your
you would.
channel.
Yeah.
It's like beer. I just said beer for breakfast. I forgot the fact.
Yeah, I think that's what
I
you said.
watched this guy, and this truly is a breakfast beer that I'm drinking. That's how I
Yeah,
first
I
interacted.
remember
with
that.
you. It was.
I remember
think
that.
It was a blue moon. It was a blue
Was
moon.
this the Blue Moon one?
Some kind of. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was the horchata or something. I don't remember.
I remember that, and then you messaged me, and then we interacted through email because of that, and then that's how it all started to get to this Heineken video. That actually, I'll do this. I'll do this right now. Sorry, my hand. It was sort of.
It was right
Right
there.
here. Right
I
here.
was standing right there.
Right here. You're right here, right? Remember
Yeah.
that? Yeah. There it is. Realistically, it all started with Brian, and then Shane, when did it come with you and I? Because I know I was talking to Brian before you and I. And I can't figure out when it started with you and I, Shane.
I can't even remember now.
Maybe 2 days ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to type here at the same time and listen and talk. I can only do like one thing at a time apparently because I'm a man. Right, Vanessa? I'm a man. I can only do one thing at a time. If I got to multitask, I'm just messed up.
In our defense, when we do one thing, it's very good though.
It's just one thing, but it works out.
Exactly. Yeah, if you get a chance, Vanessa, pick up some Mad Elves because she's saying to try some. It's made with 5 different varieties of cherries. It is
Oh.
actually really, really decent. I'm so glad Wayne picked that up. And she's also saying she used to visit Montreal each year a while back for the Jazz Festival.
Nice.
Yeah, they got a big actually they got a big comedy festival in Montreal too every year.
Wow.
Just for
listen,
laughs.
if Vanessa wants to
That's
come
right.
to
So-
the beer
so
review
the other
together
country-
next year, she should come.
So she.
I think I already told her if she wants to come up, she can come up. We're more than happy to. I know she's not technically a beer reviewer, but she's more than welcome to come up, hang out with all the
She's a
crazy guys.
YouTuber,
for the
though.
weekend.
That's
True. She can come up and hang out with us and see all the craziness that we do and visit some great.
And then she'll
breweries
become a
up
beer
here.
YouTuber.
She might. Because if she's here watching all of us do videos, she might be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to get in on this video and then we'll get her in a couple of hours and then we'll get her going on her own. Okay, it looks like Rod J is heading out. All right, fellas, got to jump. Fun as always. Always great to see you, Rod. It's going to be even better to see you in July in person.
Absolutely.
trying to give
Please
you that
come,
little nudge.
Rob.
July 12th.
Please
July
come.
12th.
See, you got Drew begging you to come up. You got Brian begging you to come up. You got to come up. You got to come up. It's
I'll
gonna be
buy
an
your
awesome
first
time.
Tim Hortons. So if you come up there, I'll buy that.
There you go.
You're going to buy his first Timbit.
Tim Horton, yeah, Tim Hortons coffee and a Timbit. You can't forget the Timbit. Gotta
You
get a
gotta get Timbit.
You got to get it. When you're in Canada, you got to get it because you're not going to get it down here.
No, exactly.
Oh,
Actually,
in
he's
Buffalo, you will.
yeah, but he's in Rod J's in Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I don't know if they have. I don't know if they have Tim Hortons down that far. I know they don't have any in
Never seen a Tim
Atlanta.
Hortons here in the United States. Of course, last time I was in Baltimore was 15 years ago.
Right. But mind you, you do have Waffle Houses in Atlanta.
We
and
do.
a lot of them.
Yeah,
You have
we got
a
nothing
lot.
up here.
And I was craving them today. We did our little tradition day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. I don't know what it's like in Canada, but here in the United States, it's a madhouse. Do not go to any stores, shops, because there's a million people in there fighting for those deals. All we do on Black Friday is we go get a Christmas tree. So we went and got that today, set it up. My wife had to work second shift, so we're going to decorate it tomorrow when she wakes up. And
Perfect.
that's it.
So
Wait,
Rod
there was
says
Tim
that
Hortons in Ohio. But he's saying Ohio, so I guess they don't have it in Baltimore. So
in Baltimore, yeah. Like I said, down like right on the like a lot of the border kind of states, like if you go to like Buffalo, New York, and places like that, they all have them. What's below New York?
New Jersey.
I did see New Jersey. I think they have one in New Jersey too. I kind of slapped past it. Yeah, Rod. Cheers, buddy. We will see you again pretty soon. Vanessa's saying Waffle Houses are fun. Now, being from Canada, Vanessa, when I was down in Atlanta at the beer gathering down at Brian's house last year, I've heard of Waffle House. I've never seen one. We don't have them up here. And like literally in Atlanta, like you can't go 2 blocks without seeing another Waffle House.
You don't have to cross the street. I mean, if you see one on the other side of the street, just drive the next block up. There'll be one on the other side of the street, so you don't have to cross the street. You can just.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, we did go there because me and Mallory were craving some Waffle House, and I'd never been to one, so it was kind of a novelty thing for me. It's it's just it's a Waffle House, small little place. It's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. I didn't realize how small it was, and it was good. The food was fantastic. It was really, really good. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, Vermont, borders New York. Yeah, any of those. There's probably a Tim Hortons in every one of those states, except I was in Stowe, Vermont, and they didn't have a Tim Hortons there, but they did have a Dunkin' Donuts, which is the worst coffee I've ever had in my entire life. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't know about the coffee, but when it comes to the donuts, in this country, there's 2 very well-known chain donuts. That's Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme. And I can tell you, we have Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme here in Atlanta, and Krispy Kreme knocks them out of the park every single time. For sure. We do have Krispy Kreme up here, but I think the closest one to us is in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken.
Mississauga.
Toronto for anybody. Mississauga, Toronto. It's like they're all slammed up against each other.
Well, the thing about Canada is all your provinces are the size of the state of Texas. They're huge. So you got to drive 12 hours just to get out of your province into the next province.
Oh, yeah. No.
That's true.
No. If you leave here, I believe it's about 20 hours before we could get into Manitoba.
Yeah. I said that on a live stream maybe a couple of weeks ago. I said, if you're in Europe and you drive for like 6 hours, you can visit like 7 countries in 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
In Canada, if you're in Ontario, you start driving, and 19 hours later, you're still in Ontario.
Yeah, I mean Kenora, a party in Kenora.
Yep.
Right, it's ridiculous. Like my dad lives in Stanley Lake. Okay, my dad lives in. Okay, so my dad lives in Stanley Lake. It's 6 hours from here, but they got black bears Go figure. You know?
Yeah, you go 6 hours up north. There's lots of bears up there.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
but
you got to remember to us. I mean, we live in like cities, right? But even just 6 hours north, I mean, that's now you're out into like the wilderness pretty much. I mean, there's still cities up there, but lots
no,
of.
we live in the most intense area of Canada right here. There's probably from Barrie all the way to Ottawa and down. We probably have 7-8 million people out of the 40 million in Canada right here from that area down.
Yeah, there's a ton of people like south, especially southern Ontario, right? There's a
Yeah,
ton of people. New York City at 103rd and First Ave, exactly 120 miles southeast. South, just say southeast.
No,
I know
southeast is
it's
different.
the military. It's the military thing. I get because southeast is more south
Yeah,
than southeast. I get it.
right.
I see. I understand some stuff. I'm not totally stupid as a Canadian. I'm just saying. I got hit in February '91 at that intersection and had my truck.
I gotta go, guys.
From there.
I gotta go. Right. So, see you next week.
Okay. Yeah. On the other channel.
On the new channel.
Yeah, other channel. I'll see you next week. Okay.
All right, buddy. We'll see you then. 7 p.m.
All right.
Be
Have a
there.
good one, guys.
Be square.
Cheers.
All right. See you,
Oh.
Drew. Cheers.
Square. That's square like that or rectangle. Yeah, one of those. Woo! Okay.
There we go.
Have a
There
good
it
night,
is.
guys.
There it
Cheers.
looks like a circle. Cheers, buddy. See ya. Connecticut has, yeah. I think Drew's mistaken on that, on the number on that. Like, cause I mean, even just in Toronto, which isn't too far from me, I think they're at like 2 million just in that one city. Toronto is a huge city. It might even be 3 million. It's a huge city. Such a big city. Southeast, east, south, east or south, southeast, closer to east or south, respectively. What? I got to read this again. Southeast, southeast, east, southeast, or south, southeast. Closer. Yeah. Yes, that is correct. I had to read that again. It makes sense, though. It absolutely makes sense. Compass is those items many never use. Oh, compass, yeah. I don't know. You probably know Vanessa because you've been on a couple lives with me. I'm sure I've talked about my camping up north. Always have a compass with me, always, because you just never know. And sometimes you need to make that straight line and beeline it, and that's what the compass is for, right? Make sure you stay on a straight line. Set your azimuth, and if you need to go back, set your reverse.
You know
azimuth.
the word azimuth. I'm impressed.
Well, yeah, of course. Why would I not?
I don't know many civilians that ever had to shoot an azimuth, but apparently you have.
In all fairness, when I was in my my early to mid teens, I think I talked about this at a live too. I was in Air Cadets because I wanted to be a pilot. That's what I wanted to do when I grew up. I wanted to be an Air Force pilot. So I got to, you learn like simple stuff like the 24-hour clock, and then some military stuff. And I did actually, because we were talking about shooting earlier. I actually when I was I want to say I was about 15, maybe 16 years old at most. I got to shoot a FNC1, which is a assault rifle, basically 7.62 millimeter bullets in it. And well, you've met me in person, Brian. I'm not a big guy, and just imagine how big I was at 16. Like that is a big freaking gun for 16-year-old me. Sorry, it's a big rifle. I shouldn't say it's a gun. It's a rifle.
This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for shooting. This is for fun.
That's right. That's why I corrected myself. But yeah, that thing was a beast. Like, oh my God, you want to talk about? I started here, and when I was done shooting, I was back here, in the prone position. I just kept getting knocked back. It was such a good little kick off that. But lots of fun.
Yeah, I got to fire the Mark 19, which is basically a machine gun grenade launcher. And so, as a Marine, not all Marines carry an M16 that has an M203 grenade launcher attached to it, but some do. And I got to fire that as well. So, but the difference between the grenades, it's like like maybe when a civilian hears the term grenade, they think that the thing that you pull the pin and you throw, and that is a grenade. But there are other
Right.
types of grenades, and the one that's fired off of a rifle, which has, if you've ever seen a military movie where there's like the rifle barrel and then there's a big fat barrel underneath it, that's
Right.
the M203 grenade launcher, and it looks more like a bullet would, but it's just stupid huge. It's really huge. It's like a
Right.
40 millimeter grenade. But when you shoot it, it doesn't have much trajectory, if that's the right word. I mean, if you're using your M203 grenade launcher, you're pretty much in hand-to-hand combat situation, but it's going to go, 100 yards, which if you think about it, the enemy is 100 yards from you and they're coming. They're pretty darn close. You better fix bayonets because you're going to be hand-to-hand fighting pretty soon.
Exactly.
The thing about the Mark 19 is it's like a machine gun, how like civilians would think of a machine gun, but it shoots a grenade and it can go 1,000 yards. Like when I fired it, it was like you shoot four rounds. It's like thunk, 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 and then you just wait and you wait.
Right.
And you wait. And then 1,000 yards downrange, you see these explosions that it's like ungodly explosions going on. Do, 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 do. It's a whole lot of ass kickery.
Right.
But you'd rather have the enemy be 1,000 yards away from you than 100 yards away from you. So I always said, keep them away from me with a Mark 19. But if they get close and you're using the 203, you're going to be doing hand-to-hand combat pretty soon because they're right on you,
Yeah, for sure. Vanessa saying, orienteering, I gave military issue compasses to my niece and nephews when they were young. You know what? It's not a bad idea to teach kids how to use a compass and just have them, have one in their back pocket at all times.
I feel embarrassed to tell Vanessa this because she obviously knows, but when it comes to the like the land nav, like when they were training you, like how to use the compass, how to find your way through when you're in the middle of nowhere and you don't know where I failed miserably. I was providing rear security to my squad one time, and that means I'm kind of walking backwards because I'm making sure nobody's coming up from the rear. And next thing I know, I don't see anybody, and I have no idea where they went, and I have no land nav skills. I can't find out where I'm supposed to go. That's not a good situation to be in.
No,
but hey.
No, not at all. What she's saying, the Marines used to invite me out to the range in Alaska on their weekends. That was fun. Yeah, it's always good to get a chance to go and shoot, right? I mean, I don't do it anymore.
And it's good that she was in the Air Force and she got to be with Marines, because the only time I got to associate with Air Force people in my 5 years as a Marine was in Japan, and that was only because I want to say that. So there's an Air Force base, a U.S. Air Force base in Japan, and I want to say it was Yokosuka or something like that. And they were actually resurfacing the runway, so they kind of closed that base and sent those Air Force personnel to the base where I was at, which was Iwakuni, Japan.
Right.
And two things I noted about that was the women in the Air Force are way hotter than the women in the Marine Corps. And two, the men in the Marine Corps are not fighters. They're not fighters.
Really? I figured they would be.
Not at all. We would find them in the club and take their women like that.
No.
They wouldn't even argue. It was just how it was.
See, no, I always thought that the Marines were kind of like the top tier for military. Yeah. So why? You got your Army, your Navy, your Air Force, blah blah, and then you got the Marines way up here. And of course, you got
everybody called us stupid because we went through so much for so little. But
right.
It for me, 100% the best decision ever.
Oh, I'm sure it was. It's probably fantastic and good life lessons in the military as well.
I meet, and I work with people who are in other branches, and you would never guess it. By looking at them, talking to them, you wouldn't know. But the thing about Marines is, it is such a special thing that a Marine. If you met a guy, if he's a Marine, he doesn't have to tell you. You're going to know. Obviously, I only did 5 years. I've been out for freaking 35 years.
Right.
I got the Marine Corps flag right here, front and center. I got the United States flag over this shoulder. Got the Marine Corps flag here. You can't see it because it's under my collar, but somewhere in here, because one thing, my mom did not want me to get tattoos. And guess what? I'm a mama's boy. I honored her desire, but this is my tattoo hanging on my gold chain here. It's the Eagle Globe and Anchor, which is the symbol of the Marine Corps right there.
Oh, okay. Yep.
That's my tattoo.
That's cool.
And everybody I know that's a Marine is just got a little bit something extra. You know, some people will say, if something's going down, I'm not getting involved. You know, why me? That's not a Marine.
Right.
You know, when a Marine sees something wrong that's going down, they're gonna try to, you know, fix the situation. And that was a problem. When I first met my wife, we were out somewhere and I saw something wrong that was going down, and I was trying to get in there and interject myself, and she's like, don't get involved. I said, baby, one thing I know about Marines is we kind of all have a superhero complex. We're not going to stand by and watch. I'm not going to watch a big guy come and mug a woman and steal her purse or rape her or anything like that. That's not happening in front of me. It's not happening. I'm going to do all I can to stop that. My wife would always kind of pull me back, and I had to have a conversation with her. I said, listen, baby, I said, this is the way I look at it. If the person being assaulted was you and I was not there, I would hope there was somebody like me close by that would stop it. I said, by you trying to stop me from interjecting myself in that, I said, that bothers me. I said, do not stop me, because I cannot in my own good conscience stand by and watch a bad thing happen to somebody and not do anything on their behalf. That's not what I'm about. That's why I joined the Marine Corps. I wanted to be on the front. I wanted to be the first in. I want to be the first to fight. I want to be the one who has to do the action so that somebody else doesn't have to. Because one thing I've learned is if you're waiting on somebody else to step in, the odds are nobody's going to step in.
Exactly.
But I'm going to be the exception to the rule. I'm going to step in. It's just, that's what I am. So we had the conversation, and she kind of came to the realization. She's like, well, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. And I said, listen, if I didn't do anything and something bad happened to that person, I would feel horrible about it the rest of my life. If I stepped in to help somebody and something bad happened to me, at least I know I went out doing the right thing. And that's important to me.
And that's a fantastic way to live your life, Brian. It really is. I mean, because I mean, how many times you see it? Like, you know, something's happening on the street, like somebody's getting, you know, beat up, or like a woman's getting, you know, or just like a huge guy. Let's say TK is beating up on a guy my size for whatever reason. Like I couldn't beat a guy TK size. I probably don't even get a punch in, right? But just to be able to go and help that person, like you said, because it could have been, you know, your brother, your sister, your wife, whatever. And half the time nowadays, what's the first thing people do when they see something like that going on? They do this.
They just pull out their phone and shoot.
I'm gonna record this and put it on Facebook because that will make me cool. No, it doesn't make you cool, dude. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It's easy to do the wrong thing. It's hard to do the right thing, you know, especially when something like that, where you could actually be putting yourself in jeopardy. But it's, you know, it's a whole mental mindset where I just can't let that stuff go by in my sight, in my area. It's not going to happen.
Right. And not in good conscience. Right. And that's what it is. Because like you said, you know, if it's somebody, you know, and you would hope that somebody would help your, you know, your wife, your sister, your friend, whatever.
Right.
Yeah. And I hate seeing that. Like I said, you see it so, like I said, so much on social media nowadays. Like everybody wants to, hey, let's record this, you know, but they don't want to help somebody. Like I'm just gonna record it in case, you know, the cops. Well, yeah, you know what? Go help the person, for the love of God. Like it's pretty simple, really. Let's get back to Vanessa here really quick. My first job in the United States Air Force, so I was making fire burn pits 2 weeks after basic.
Wow, who did you piss off?
Right. setting off white phosphorus grenades was what we used to do at times to set off burn pits. Oh yeah, phosphorus, fantastic stuff. I used to love playing with phosphorus in science class in high school, and I may or may not have gotten some extra to take home with me. Hey, I was 15. Leave me alone. I'm a much better person now. In Alaska, at the remote stations, you best know your bearings. Yes, and that's why it is important to use a compass and know how to navigate. Just basic land navigation is huge, especially if you're out in the middle of nowhere. She was also a health inspector of the United States Air Force, OSHA inspector. I don't know what OSHA is.
That's OSHA. Occupational safety, health, something.
Oh,
It
okay.
makes sure
Okay.
you don't do stupid things at work, basically.
Okay, that's kind of like we got something similar up here. It's not called OSHA though. Was sent out to most every remote station in the Arctic Coast Guards, north of Nome, Alaska. Excellent. Marine Recon unit was in one of my barracks.
Yeah, the recon
good to
for the
have some
Marines
recon.
are the top of the top.
Right. I'm assuming I was supposed to say NCO, not NCOIC.
NCOIC, non-commissioned officer in charge.
Oh, I didn't know what the IC was. I knew what NCO was, but I didn't
Yeah.
know what IC was.
I was an NCOIC myself.
I don't know if we have NCOIC up here in Canada. I'm very familiar with NCO. I know what that is, but I've never seen NCO. But I could just be ignorant because I'm not really a military guy, really.
Well, there's plenty of Canadians serving in the United States military that are NCOICs. I guarantee it.
Yeah, for sure. Army, Coast Guard, Marines, Navy. I had to go visit a lot. I'm sure this girl's done everything. I swear to God.
I gotta meet this woman.
I know. That's what I keep saying too. I would love to meet this woman.
If she's coming though, let me know because I gotta pack my super high heels.
Yes. Well, we're gonna have to stand on. I'll get a couple of those. Those plastic milk crates that they used to have the big, huge bags of milk. The plastic.
Yeah.
Milk. We'll get 2 of those and stack them on, and we'll both step on top of them. Maybe we can be at least chin level.
But you know what the good thing is about Hollywood is we could just film our scenes sitting down, and we'll look about the same size.
That's true. We could even look taller. We can make it look like we're taller than Vanessa. That'd be cool to do. We should do that. I've been in many situations through the years. I will help protect those either not helping or unable. Yeah, and like I said, that's what we were talking about. Like, I don't know how people just, like I said, bring out their phones and do that. Like I never. If I come across a situation like that, that's the last thing I'm going to do is grab my camera and like, hey, let's film this. No, that's. Yeah. I mean, depending on the situation, I'm probably just going to be like, hey, can we get some help? Or I'll call the cops or something like that. Because I know Vanessa's never met me. I'm a pretty small guy, but I can be a little wiry and depending on the situation sometimes. Thermite charges were always fun as well. Yeah, of course they would be.
Thermite's very exciting. Yes.
Yeah, it would be for sure. Captain of the recon unit in Alaska was the captain you saw in the commercial for the Marines on TV in the early 80s.
And that's one thing about the Marines is in their commercials, you'll never see actors. These are real Marines in their commercials.
Right. And that's the way it should have freaking actors doing, especially when you're trying to recruit people, right? Have like an actual guy from the military, whatever branch it is, Marines, Army, Air Force, whatever. Look at that. She's even going to build us a stand so we appear taller.
Thank you. That's exactly what I need. So please come to Niagara Falls, July 2024.
Yeah.
Fly into
come
Buffalo.
On up, Vanessa. We'd love to have you over here. It'd be super awesome. Because I mean, more so me than Brian, but I could use something to make me look taller. That's for sure. Not that Brian's a whole lot taller than I am, but.
Well, I'm only 6'6", but I'm still taking vitamins, trying to get up there.
There you go. 6.
They say you keep growing till you're 21. I'm 54, so I'm still hoping that those numbers are not accurate. I mean,
right. Well, we just need to get Vanessa to shrink down a little bit because she's. I don't want to say, but
Mallory. I mean, Mallory's a tall drink of water. She's tall, but she's not 6'3".
No, she is not. She is not 6'3" by any means. Here's Paul. What's he saying? I can be there July 2024. We'll need a hype boost. Yeah, Paul. Like I said, I think I said a couple weeks ago. You're more than welcome to come up, dude. I don't think we're friends on Facebook. Look me up on Facebook for sure, and I will give you the invite to It's a private page I have. There's not much on it right now. A couple pictures and some talking and stuff like that. And that'll be where all the information is. So if you're interested in that, look me up on Facebook, dude, and I'll hook you up with an invite to that special page so you can see what the hell's going on. We always said field exercises in Alaska and the Marine Recon did the infiltration of our campsites. They always waited until my squad was off guard duty. Might as well wait till everybody's off guard duty. Smack the hell out of them. I'm just saying. That's what I would do. I use a roll star and a cane. Now, what is a roll star?
I don't know what a roll store is.
Let me know what that is. Paul, I sent you a request. You didn't add me. Did you really? I'm sorry. You know what? I get that a lot. People will be like, especially people I work with, sometimes they'll try and add me and I don't know why I don't get the notifications. Like I literally have to go into the little friend. Every once in a while it'll show up, but not often. So I will add you, Paul, and I will pop you on there for sure. Because it's probably sitting there. I can't do it right now because I'm using my phone as my camera right now. Paul's paintings. Did I not add you? It's funny. I think I saw that now for some reason. Or maybe it was a post you did on Facebook that I saw and I liked your page or something. I'll get you hooked up, dude. Don't worry. I'll get you going. 4-wheeled walker. My dad has one of those. Nervous system issues.
You won't be nervous in Canada next summer, I promise.
That's right.
You'll feel like you're with old friends.
Now that you're, and I'm sitting here thinking about Walker. I'm assuming he just need a little bit of help with the walker and stuff like that. I don't mean to get too personal. I'm assuming you can walk a decent distance as long as you have the walker, because we will be doing a little bit of walking. Because Clifton Hill in Niagara Falls is pretty big. That's like the main touristy kind of area, and I'm going to make sure that everybody has a lot of time to be able to check out Niagara Falls and all the touristy expensive stuff. And I'll be like, hey, don't buy anything down here, because we can get it cheaper from our Chinese, one of my Chinese friends.
All I'm looking forward to, and I used the wrong word. Not all I'm looking forward. Some of the things I'm looking forward to in Canada is I want to go out for breakfast and I want to have that delicious, authentic Canadian maple syrup. I want to have the, I don't know what you guys call it. It's the Big Mac, but it's got 4 meat patties instead of 2. Is it a double Big Mac?
I think it's double
they
Big
don't
Mac.
have that in the United States, but they got it in Canada.
Yes, we do. We do have the double Big Mac. And you know me, Brian. I mean, you should already know when everybody shows up at the Airbnb for July, I will already have a couple of bottles of maple syrup in the fridge.
Oh,
right.
And some of those maple cookies, you got to have some of those maple cookies. And by some, I mean, don't let anybody know about those. Put those in my room and just let me have those myself.
I've already got a list of stuff that I'm going to have like available, like the maple cookies, the all dressed chips, the ketchup chips.
And those things that you baked yourself, were those torts?
The butter tarts. Butter tarts.
Yeah. Fantastic. Those were fantastic. We can't get those down here.
Yeah, butter tarts. Which are good. We're obviously going to have poutine at some point in time because everybody
got to have the poutine.
Yeah, you got to have the poutine.
I'm a fan of the poutine.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, how do you go wrong with French fries, gravy, and cheese curds?
Yeah, and people down here are like, "Ooh, that sounds weird." I'm like, "What actually sounds weird about any of that? Nothing. Nothing sounds weird about that.
It's so good.
It's like the ketchup chips. Everybody down here says, "Oh, ketchup chips, that's weird." And I'm like, "But you put ketchup on French fries, and French fries are potatoes, and chips are potatoes with." It's not liquid ketchup; it's like powdered ketchup, but it's delicious. Right. They're like, "But it sounds weird,"
It absolutely is. But it's no nervous system damage due to toxic exposures from congressional Superfund sites. Oh, that doesn't sound like very much fun at all. For walking distances, I can use a cane. Otherwise, if you do decide to come up, Vanessa, we will figure it out.
We will definitely figure it out. We'll all make it happen.
We'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. I'm just looking forward to a coconut at the flying saucers and cheap Canadian hookers. just so you know, Paul, like nobody up here drinks kokanee. I mean, there's some guys that do, but we're in my area. I will hook
What
up with
is-
a kokanee though. At the Flying Saucer, that is really weird that you know what the Flying Saucer is.
What is kokanee?
It's a beer.
Okay.
I think TK is or Anderson has mentioned it on TK's channel a couple times about how much TK likes it. Now I don't know if TK actually likes it or he tried it once and really didn't like it, and Anderson just bugs him about it all the time. But yeah, I'm like I said, the Flying Saucer. How do you know about the Flying Saucer, dude? Like that's like
Or the cheap Canadian hookers, for that matter.
well, I mean, everybody knows our hookers are cheap up here. I mean, especially when you convert the American to Canadian, they're almost free, really. But yeah, let me know how you know about the Flying Saucer, because that's like a local famous spot. I didn't think anybody would know about it outside of that. That's kind of weird. I thought Montreal was neat in the late 80s when I first went there. Paper bills could be used for the parking meters back when we had paper bills. Now we got that stupid polymer friggin' bills that everybody hates. All breweries here sell poutine. Okay, so you're familiar with, but do they make it the right way, Paul? Do they make it with cheese curd? Because there's some place, even up here, and I get so pissed off. They'll make poutine, but they'll use just shredded mozzarella instead of the cheese curd. And the proper way is obviously the cheese curd.
Yeah, I want to say when I was in Montreal in 2005, I had poutine in a Canadian restaurant. I was in Montreal, and it did not have the curd.
Yes, that's not real poutine then. That's fake. Hey, we're going to give you some cheap shit poutine. I want to go fishing and hunting up here. We got some great fishing.
They probably spotted me as an American straight off the bat and said, well, we can just give him this and he'll think it's okay.
It was probably the accent. Paul says real men drink kokanee. Yeah. I've had one. It's whatever. It's all right.
I can tell you this much, Shane, because I flew into Montreal, and when I checked into my hotel, when I walked up to the counter, the lady greeted me in French.
Of course.
And I had to ask her, I said, do you speak English? And she said, of course I do. And so then the conversation from that point on was in English. But, because Montreal is in the French, I guess, section. I don't know what you guys call it. I know you guys have this thing going on between the English speakers and the French speakers. And
right. Well, most anytime you go to Quebec is like the French speaking province. Now, most of the people that live there obviously do speak French and English, but some of them, depending on who you are, will not let you know that they speak English, and they'll just, be like, oh, they'll start talking to you in French, and if you don't understand, they'll just ignore you, even though they can perfectly understand what you say. And I have had that experience. And
I'm fine with that because you've met my wife. She's of Haitian descent, so they speak Creole, which is to me, because I'm uneducated. Creole to me sounds like French, but she tells me it's kind of French slang. It's a little bit different, but I said, yeah, but we went to Paris and she could talk to the French speakers and, get things done, whereas I couldn't say anything to them because I didn't know anything about French, but it's okay if I go to Montreal and they want to just speak French to me, because I just think that is the sexiest language on the planet. I don't care what you say. You could be saying, get out of my face, you ugly, fat, bald, old dude. But when I just hear the French words, it turns me on. I'm like, yeah, keep talking to me. Yeah.
Well, I'll have to keep that in mind for next year. Maybe we'll get that. I'll get one of my good looking coworkers to come back and I'm like, just walk through the room and just keep talking French. I said, it doesn't even have to mean anything. Just keep saying French words and we'll get Brian all go.
And they don't even have to be that good looking. As long as they're speaking French, I'm still turned on.
No, there you go. Well, I don't want to give you some ugly girl. I mean, because that's kind of, it's like, yeah, it's kind of hot, but she's just ugly. She looks like Shane without the goatee. Nobody wants that. So Paul says he's had a kokanee at the Flying Saucer. Dude, when were you here? And how did you find out? I'm assuming you have, somebody up here, because the Flying Saucer is like a hidden gem up here. Well, I mean, like I said, it's famous locally for sure. I grew up fishing Lake Champlain with my dad. That's some good fishing up there, Lake Champlain for sure. I sampled all the local holes and cracks, my good sir. Yeah, you might. Hey, while you're here, might as well. So you definitely need to come back up because it's probably been a while since you've been here. Hashtag cheese curds or nothing. 100% correct, sir. That's like putting that fake maple syrup on your pancakes. It's just hashtag man of the world. Man of the world. Cheese curds is the precursor to mozzarella. Yeah, you got to have the cheese curds. You can't call it poutine and not have cheese curds.
You know, little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey. I'm sure they mean cheese curds. Don't know what whey is, but who cares? She's eating the cheese curds.
Whey is like isn't that like what's that cereal that's really gross? That wheat one. What the hell is it called? Not puffed wheat. It's really cheap. No, it's it'll freaking come to me later. I'll think about it. We'll go back to that. My first United States Air Force base assigned was Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana. There you go. Talking about some Creole. There you go. Where the heck am I? I'm down here. German turns me on. Yelling at me works. Yell. Why am I not
German?
Surprised? Why am I not surprised, Paul? I'm not.
To me,
surprised.
German always sounds like you got something stuck in your throat and you're trying to hawk it up. You're like hawk.
Yeah, it's a very it's kind of a what's the aggressive? Not aggressive. Yeah, maybe aggressive.
Kind of sounds aggressive.
Harsh side. Yeah, it's aggressive, a little bit harsh. All cheese starts with the curds. That's right, but just leave it at the curds. If you're doing poutine, stop at the curds. You don't need to make anything else. Stop at the curds. Curds are fantastic.
Vanessa did a crawdad festival. They call it crawfish down there, but yeah, they're just miniature lobsters. They're just fantastic. Mud bugs. They're delicious.
I don't know. I'm sure I've had them before. Actually, I know I have. I've had them actually in a like a stir fry, like when I was at an Asian restaurant. They had like some little crawdads in with the stuff. I've never been to a crawdad festival because that just seems like a pain in the ass. I mean, trying to rip a lobster apart is a bit of a pain in the ass, and now you're trying to do it with something like 1/20th of the size. That'd be again. I'm not well versed in crawdad eating. That's more of a southern thing, though, I think, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, well, especially in Louisiana. That's my older sister lives in Baton Rouge, which is the capital of Louisiana. So when I go down there, you gotta eat it. I mean, it's just that's the culture down there.
Oh, sure. When in Rome, like the saying says.
Exactly.
Saying says.
And I like to do what the natives do. Like, so when I'm in Canada next year, I want to do what you guys do. Don't give me something I can get here because I can get it here. I want to eat something that you guys eat there that I can't get here.
Oh, for sure. Like I said, like the butter tarts, the ketchup chips, all kinds of stuff like that.
The all dressed chips.
The all dressed chips. I will definitely be, overloading you with Canadiana for sure. And definitely the maple cookies. I'm going to have many boxes of maple cookies.
Those things are freaking divine. If I can get some, because, when you send them to me, my kids get a hold of it. They're gone. So I have to hide them. Do I feel guilty? Only a little bit. Because if they don't know they're in the house, they're not missing out on anything, right?
Right, exactly. And yeah, well, when you're up here, the kids won't be here to eat them. You'll just have to, fight off everybody else, once they realize how delicious they really are. But yeah, I'm going to have tons and tons of boxes of those for sure. Crawdads. Never heard that term until I was in Louisiana. I was invited to the crawdad boils down. Yeah, that would be freaking fantastic. Crawdads are great.
And if you can get a real Cajun, like we had a family reunion in Baton Rouge, and my sister that lives there, she hired an actual Cajun to come and cook the crawfish boil. And literally, if you saw the movie The Water Boy with Adam Sandler, that one coach who, like, when he talked, you couldn't understand what he was saying. That's what a Cajun sounds like. And so this guy, he's got his like a boat oar in this big pot, and he's like stirring it with his boat oar, and he's speaking Cajun, but we don't understand what he's saying.
Right.
That's the real deal. That's the real deal.
Oh, for sure.
Yep. Pull the head, suck it. Yes, that's what you do. It's
Isn't that what a praying mantis does after they mate? They rip the guy's head off.
yeah, I don't know if they
Something
suck it after that. They just pull the head off and probably spike it on the ground. The head shatters. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
when they
Take
cry,
that,
yeah,
bitch.
Yeah, you pull the head off and suck it, and yeah.
My sister-in-law brought me a bag of all-dressed chips. They were yummy. They're good. Have you tried
Why
the
don't
ketchup?
we have such a thing here in the United States? I don't get it. I mean, if something is so good, why don't?
And it's not like it's you need like
capitalize on it?
specialized freaking, it's just a bunch of spices on it, or flavoring. I shouldn't say spices, but flavoring. Have you tried ketchup chips, Vanessa? Let me know if you've tried ketchup, because those are damn tasty too. I'm just saying. Ketchup chips are good. And I did see, I've been looking for it for a while. Apparently, one of the companies up here makes a ketchup cotton candy that I've not come across yet.
Weird.
It sounds weird, but I mean, if it works with chips, could it
I
work
would
with
try it,
cotton candy? Yeah, I would too. Like, I've been looking for it just to try it out, because it might be really, really super good. It might be crap, but it might be really, really super good as well.
I took my kids to this old time candy store last weekend.
Nice.
And they had candies from before my time, and like when I was a kid, like growing up in the 70s. There were
Right.
candies that you can't get now, but they have them there. And like, even if you want something as simple as a Hershey's chocolate bar, the one that they sell has the old label on it,
Oh, nice.
Spent $75 on some candy there.
Yeah.
And my kids got a bag of Dr. Pepper flavored cotton candy. And I thought, ooh, that sounds pretty good. I can't wait to try that. Do you know, by the time we got home, the bag was empty and I didn't even get to try it.
Why does this story sound so familiar to me, Brian? Well, it's kind of unfair because you're fighting against 3 other people.
And they were in the back seat, so I couldn't see that I didn't even know that they opened it. It's like they opened it and they ate it all. And I'm like, we get home, I'm like, I want to try that. And they're like, yeah, no, it's gone.
They're all gone. All gone. Damn kids. Oh, what's she saying here? The cooks at Barksdale Air Force Base were Cajun. When I forced to issue the shrimp and seafood, they asked if they could make shrimp Creole. Shrimp Creole, why not?
Nice choice.
The hell not? I said they could use every available recipe to use the seafoods. I forced it. Yeah. I mean, hey, just get them to do it. Say, look.
I have to say this, though. She was Air Force, so she was able to get seafood. In the Marines, we didn't have that luxury.
No, probably
we got
not.
roadkill. Most of the time, it was roadkill.
But that's what makes you tough, though, Brian. Eating the roadkill. That's what makes you tough.
Yeah.
Ketchup chips. Yes, she has tried them. All dressed now. Yeah, all dressed are awesome.
They're both awesome. I would not turn down either one, but I do really love the ketchup chips.
They're good. They're good. Paul saying, commented on a video and sent you a message. I'll have to go look at the messages, Paul. I apologize, dude. Seriously, I must have missed it somehow. I'll get you hooked up, though. Don't you worry, brother. I will get you hooked up. Food inspector was another title in the U.S. Like, there's so many things that this woman has done. I got to meet her. We got to get her up here. Hershey, Pennsylvania, baby. Yep, that's where it's from. Hey, look who we got in the house. Bourbon Bounty. If anybody's watching right now, if you're interested in bourbons, whiskeys, anything like that, seriously, go check this dude out. He's got it going on, and he's super, super knowledgeable. So check him out.
This light was interfering with my video.
Super, super fantastic.
Tomorrow, because it's not going to be Black Friday anymore.
Wolfie, God dang it.
And it's
He wants to be like Tiger. He just wants in on the action on the live streams.
Yeah, he wants to knock over my half-empty beer cans with his tail. I'm going to go clean up this mess. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good, buddy. I'll mute your mic here really quick for you. Vanessa said, I was an inspector in Alaska who did the extreme cold testing of the MREs when they were being developed. That's kind of cool. Yeah, because I guess you'd have to test the MREs as you go along and make sure that they can hold up to the extreme cold, especially if you've been in Alaska, I guess, right? Well, I'm trying to think if there's anything in the MREs that would be bad if they got super frozen. I guess maybe some of the food, if it crystallizes, wouldn't be good once you thaw it back out again. That was the sound of empty calories hitting the floor. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. You are 100% right, sir. Actually, I'm going to grab my link here really quick for you. Just in case you want to pop on with me and Brian here, you're more than welcome, sir. I'll post this up here for you. If you want to jump on and just, just say hi. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine too. Absolutely fine. I was bought from Barksdale to Elmendorf Air Force Base emergency orders to help figure out the fresh fruits and vegetables. Oh, yes. Okay, that makes sense then. And the dairy delivery to remote sites. Yeah, fresh fruits and vegetables. I can see why maybe them getting frozen might deteriorate them, especially with the high water content in them. I can see how that would be bad. Okay, I unmuted you there, Brian, so you're all good to go, sir.
Here I am.
The packaging must be able to withstand extreme colds on the MRE. Is it just the packaging you were testing, or was it the actual food inside? I would have thought, well, I guess if the packaging's no good, then the MREs are ruined too, I guess, right? But yeah, that'd be kind of cool doing that. Oh, here we go. We're going to throw this gentleman right in here. Boom. Here we go. There he is. Mr. Bourbon Bounty himself in the house. How are you tonight, sir?
What's up? I had to switch from the other mic to this mic, but yeah, I did it just in time.
Perfect.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Yeah, we're having a good old time here. I got Brian the Beer Snob here.
I see.
Knocking over cans.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, man, we were just watching football. My parents, they're going to bed. They're getting up to leave in the morning. They've been here all week long. I've been neglecting some things because I had family here, but things are winding down. So I figured I would jump on here.
Yeah, sure. Why not? And you do know, starting next week, I'm starting my new live channel, right?
No, I did not know that.
Oh, I will post. I kind of stole this idea from you when we were talking a week or two ago. So I'm going to be doing all of my normal Friday night lives on a separate channel. I'm going to pop this up here for you real quick. Oh, that's not it. That's my StreamYard one. Damn it! Let's refresh. Sorry, I got my camera in front of my page and I can't see it. There we go. Okay, so let's go there. We'll go there. We'll delete the StreamYard friggin' app again.
Vanessa Kitty,
bang.
how's it going?
There it is.
You know what? If Vanessa Kitty's on your channel,
Vanessa is always around. She's fantastic.
She is awesome. She's one. Now, let me tell you something about Vanessa Kitty. If you pull up behind an old pickup truck and they're driving a little slower than the speed limit and you want to get aggressive, she will kick your ass. She will. I mean, that's what I've learned over the years. It took me about 6 or 7 years to learn that, but she will.
Right. Oh, like I said, I've never met the woman, but I think I'm going to be a little bit intimidated.
But I've known her long enough. Okay, so Friday Night Live, Drinks with Shane, and I'm going to subscribe now. Look, bingo! I got gold stars. Subscribe. There you go.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir. Like I said, so I will see you next Friday.
Hopefully.
Yep. Like if you got the time, absolutely. I'm always glad to have you.
You know what? Hey, I'm here. I'm on the East Coast, man.
Where
So
are you
a lot
at?
of times when people go live, it's like 8 or 9 or whatever, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm free.
Yep, for sure.
Where are you at?
North Carolina.
Okay. I'm over in Georgia.
Oh, you're 3.5. Well, I don't know where you are, but Atlanta's
I'm just west of Atlanta, not far.
Okay, so you're about 4 hours from me.
No,
And if we get to know each other and I do my whirlwind YouTube tour, I may stop by at some point.
Hey, the Hardport Pub is always open, and it's always
Hey.
hard.
Always
We got to
hard.
get to know it.
Always
we got to
open,
get to
always
know
hard.
each other. We have.
Sure.
You have to take me to dinner first. I mean, you know.
There's a Waffle House right down the street.
There you
Waffle-
go. That's.
I was just going to say, Waffle House is down the street.
Hey,
Yeah,
I gotta admit, they got the best Texas bacon cheesesteak. They got the best one.
There we go.
For sure.
I didn't say it had to be expensive. I just said we got to have dinner first.
I'll be back in 2 seconds, gentlemen. I'll try not to be long.
Okay. Man, we've been watching a lot of crappy football.
Well, who did you watch?
Well, we were trying to watch the Arkansas Mizzou game, and we knew it was going to be a hog slaughter. And Mizzou beat the crap out of Arkansas. It was college ball. And then we turned it over to some other game because my dad got sad. He lives in Arkansas, and he's like, "This is making me sick. I want to watch something different." So, we watched it. I don't know, Utah and somebody else, and that was a close game. Utah won it, field goal at the end, and then we switched it over and we were watching something else. I don't even remember what it was. Insignificant games, and it got out of hand. So I came on here and said, you know what? I'm going to see what YouTube's up to tonight because this sucks. So I turned the TV off and I came over here.
Perfect.
Well, let me rotate this around. I'm gonna have to go turn my lights on because I have. Let me see. Yeah, if you can see this banner right here, this says Man Cave LSU right here.
Okay.
I'm an LSU fan, and then this one right over here says Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You know what? The only
Buccaneer
problem.
fan since '77 and an LSU fan since 1998.
Okay. The only problem I have with LSU fans is the GEAUX Tigers.
Go Tigers!
Go Tigers. Yeah.
And the greatest thing was in 2019 when they had the greatest team that ever fielded college football, and Joe Burrow came out wearing a jersey that didn't say BURROW, it said BUREAUX. That was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, I call it Gaux Tigers. That's what I call it. Yeah.
Right. So you probably heard me talking, I think, last week about the Beer Tuber get-together that we do up here. Brian was privileged enough to, we're all thankful. Brian actually hosted the very first one in Atlanta back in 2022.
Now, weren't we talking about that in Canada?
It'll be in Canada next year, 2024.
Right, in July. And I said, I still have a good passport. And even though these are all bourbon bottles, I still love
You're more than welcome.
I will show up.
And we'll get you some nice Canadian whiskeys, a couple, bourbon stuff up here.
Hey, I'll check them back through. I'll claim them on the way back.
Perfect. There you go. As long as nobody blows up their car on the bridge again like they did yesterday.
Now, I will say this. There's very few Canadian whiskeys. Since Crown Royal ran out of Pappy Van Winkle barrels, I mean, it's really not that good.
Right. Well, I do have one whiskey that I would recommend, and it's made like literally half an hour from my house.
Okay.
40 Creek. I used to drink a lot of Crown Royal. I mean, when I was younger. We talked about this last week. I'm not a big whiskey bourbon guy. I mean, I drink it, but I'm not as educated as you are, obviously.
Right, right.
But I like
I'm not as educated on beer as you guys are.
Now, is that a beer, Shane? Is that a whiskey that's aged in maple barrels?
No, but they do have they have a maple version, and they also have a copper pot version. I don't like the copper pot as much as just the original one. The original one's nice. It's not as sweet as Crown Royal is, which is I think maybe the problem I have with Crown Royal sometimes. Just the sweetness gets to me too much. But the 40 Creek is really nice, and it's just I think it's like a couple bucks cheaper than Crown Royal as well.
Well, you know me, I'm a simple man. I dress like a snob, but I'm a simple man. When it comes to Crown Royal, there's only one that I like and that I can drink, and it's so delicious. And that's
Don't say
Crown
the apple.
Crown
I
Apple.
knew it. I knew you were going to say the
100%.
apple.
That is the best tasting thing ever.
It's a schnapps, though. I mean, let's get real. I mean,
So you're talking as soon as you said apple, like you should just stop talking now, Ryan, because we got a guy.
I figured Drew would like that particular one.
He probably.
I mean, Beam honey is okay tasting. It tastes like honey, but it's like 55, 60 proof. It's not a whiskey anymore because it's below 80, so you can't call it a whiskey.
Right.
I mean, it can have whiskey in it. It's a blend of things, but whatever.
Hey Brian, while I'm sitting here pouring this, have I ever sent you down a Sinister Minister?
I've never seen that. No.
You've never seen? Oh, I got to get you one of these. It is hoppy as hell.
Okay, I like hoppy.
That's why it's called. That's why it's called Sinister Minister. It is hoppy. This is probably before maybe 2 years ago, when I was just starting to get into IPAs, I had it. It almost killed me. I love it now, but when I was first getting into them, it almost killed me. It's so hoppy, so bitter.
That's the whole joy of it, because like I say, before I started reviewing beers on May 1st, 2020, my beer experience consisted of every macro available in the United States.
Right.
And when I say that, I'm referring to the light versions of those beers. So to be honest, what I thought beer tasted like was not really at all what beer tasted like. And then when I started reviewing beers, I had to start doing things, I never tasted before. And I was like, this is too much. This is horrible. But I'm like, is it really horrible? Or is it just that because I think this is what it's supposed to taste like and it doesn't taste like that it's bad? And that's not the case. So your palate changes over time, So now when I buy beers, I typically buy one beer of a particular flavor because I'm reviewing. I buy it, I drink it, review it, I move on to the next one. So I don't have any regularity with any particular beer except for the Yingling.
Right.
But over time, like the IPAs, which I thought were super obnoxious with all the hoppiness they had,
right.
I thought they were horrible in the beginning, but now I kind of like them. And I think it gives it a much better flavor profile than just a boring beer flavored beer.
Yeah, just
Right.
better than yellow beer.
It's still it's like whiskeys, and bourbons. They have just like a bourbon that tastes like bourbon, but there's also bourbons that they introduce other flavor notes into it that kind of adds to it. It's still bourbon. It doesn't make it less of a bourbon because it tastes like a little bit something else. It's an extra flavor that's thrown in. It doesn't make it bad. It makes it, in my opinion, it adds more excitement to it and more.
Yeah,
it's more complexity to it, which I like.
One of the hardest things I had to overcome, and I think this is where you're going, is just because I don't like personally the flavor profiles coming through does not mean it's not complex and other people will like it. So when I review complex bourbons, right, I'm like, well, okay, this flavor may not be for me, but I have to rate it high because I'm getting all of these notes on top of these base wood sugar bourbon notes and I'm getting all this. Now, I may not like that particular flavor in the complexity, but I have to say it's up there, and I rate them higher than because I'm not judging these bourbons by my own personal palate. I'm judging them by what I've learned over the years from the complexity of bourbons. And I will honestly say this one's not for me. It may not be for everybody, but it's still up here. Right.
Right.
So
That's very similar when I do sour beers, because I'm not a big sour beer. I have gotten better over the years, as
Right.
Brian will tell you. But when I rate them, especially I did one just the other day, and I didn't like it. It was, to me, it didn't have a lot of flavor to it. It was sour, but didn't have that flavor. And for me personally, I don't mind it sour as long as it's got a flavor behind it. Because Brian always says, have a couple sips. The more you sip it, that sourness will go away, and you get in that in-depth flavor. So I did one the other day, and I think I rated it at like 3.25. But because I was trying to be fair, because I'm not a sour fan. But if I was going to rate it on my own palate, I probably only would have given it like a 2.5.
yeah, and I do out of 100. So
Right.
You probably would have given it what, 70, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, probably right around that. Where to
Yeah,
me, like
somewhere
my
along
personal
there.
palate is like a 50, right?
Right.
But
but
I try and be fair.
Right.
Based on the style, no matter if I like it or not. Because I know Brian would probably like that beer that I had the other day. He would probably
Yeah.
really enjoy it and rated it like an 80, whereas I
Right.
would I rated it much lower because I'm not a sour fan.
Yep. No, I mean sours give me heartburn. So I don't
Yeah,
drink them a lot.
Listen, I don't mind like sour candies and stuff like that. See, me and Brian are the polar opposite. I like sour candies and sour stuff like that, but I'm not really fussy on sour beers. Now, Brian likes sour beers, but doesn't like sour candies. So it's we kind of complement
It's
each other
weird.
that way.
It's just
Yeah.
weird. I never thought I would like a sour beer, and the first one that I tasted turned my face inside out. It was so sour, but I couldn't just take one sip and say no. I mean, I kept drinking it. And that's why I told Shane, take a few sips, because the first sip is the initial punch in the face.
Yeah.
That you just got to get through that one, and then it gets
Exactly.
less, and then you can start you start tasting the flavor in there.
Right.
And I'm glad that I pushed through it, because I honestly did not want to push through it, but I said, I wasn't raised to waste food, so I got to drink this thing. And it
Exactly.
really got, with each additional sip, it just got better and better. And I'm like, wow, I'm a convert, because I never would have thought I would have liked this, but I did.
You know what? I have a whiskey over here that did me the same freaking way. And this is a bourbon whiskey. And the first time I tried it, it's Noah's Mill. And Noah's Mill is a Willet product. And this bourbon right here, Noah's Mill, the first time I tried it, I was like, oh my God, that's sour grapes. And then I slept on it, and I thought about it and everything. And now look how much is left. I need another bottle of this, because it has come around, and I really, really, really like Noah's Mill. Now, I will say that first hit, it tastes like you're eating rotten grapes, but you keep going back to it, and you get past that, and you get into the depths of this thing has depth to it. I'll tell you.
And that's the same thing with some of the sours. Like once you get past that initial sourness,
Yep.
you do get some nice flavors in it.
Yep.
But every once in a while, like I'll come across a sour, and again, I'm not a huge sour fan. I still drink them though, and I am getting better. But you get past that sourness, but then there's nothing behind it. It doesn't have that depth, and that's where I get upset. Or another thing I get upset about, let's say this is a sour beer, I'm like, hey, this says sour beer, blah blah blah, and then it's not sour.
Exactly.
Just,
that's
a little
my
bit
biggest
hard.
thing. If you drink a beer and it's labeled as a sour, it's marketed as a sour. If I take that first sip and it does not turn my face inside out, that's not a sour. It's
right.
It's a semi-tart beer.
Right.
And there's a big difference between a semi-tart beer and a sour beer.
Right.
Yeah. Like I say, with flavored beers, like I love stouts that are chocolate and peanut butter flavored stouts. But one beer that I had a major problem with was from Trim Tab out of Alabama. They spoofed the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup label on the beer can. So I'm like, they're putting a pretty forward announcement that this beer is going to taste like a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, which I love. And when I tasted it, it did not. And I'm like, man, if you're gonna like I say, if you're gonna label a beer as a blueberry beer, and when you taste it, it tastes like watermelon.
Yeah, don't do that.
You know, it's like, what is that all
I'll
about?
be right. I'll be right back.
Don't label it as a
No worries.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups clone, and then it doesn't have those flavors, because that pisses me off. You know.
Yeah. And like I was just saying, like that's the same thing with me and sours. Like if you label it as a sour beer, I know I'm probably not going to like it, but then I get upset when it's not sour, and I don't get that sour. And it's just like tart. Like because if I can pound through a sour beer, if I can pound through it, it's not sour.
Yeah.
Especially not being a huge. But I mean, Brian, I'm coming around to the sours. There's some of them I actually really enjoy now. Like it's I get past that first little sourness, and I'm like, ugh. But then that depth of flavor, like Bourbon was saying, that's what makes it really. And I just put up, of course, I'm sure you saw that Fat Bear.
Oh,
now there,
Fat Bear.
There
I've still
is
got
a
mine in
beer.
there from Chicago. I've still got it in there. I'm waiting, because I've reviewed it before,
Right.
And I'm just for me, I'm like kind of saving that for a special occasion. I have one can of Fat Bear, and I've got one can of the Triple Chocolate Manifesto from Flying Monkeys. Those are my two favorite beers of all time, and I don't just want to drink it on a non-special occasion. Those are very special occasion beers, and they'll age very well because they're high alcohol stouts. They're going to age, so it's not like they're going to go bad in my refrigerator. They're just special occasion beers that I have because I've reviewed them both. And thankfully, I was able to get some extras that I can, at my leisure,
do you need me to
drink them?
Do you need me to send you down some more manifestos, Brian? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you don't have to do that because I'm going to be up there, very soon. And if I happen to come across any, I'll go ahead and bring them back.
We'll clean out the stores. Sorry, Bourbon. I'll unmute. Oh, you got it yourself. Oh, you muted yourself. See, why can't freaking Drew do that?
I do it. I mute myself. You know why? Because I'm a freaking professional, man. Right. I'm a professional.
He muted himself when he got up and went. Do you believe? And then unmuted himself. Why can't Drew do that? Because I always have to mute Drew because he's off doing his little thing all the time.
Well, now in Drew's defense, he is a minimalist.
That is true. But it's funny. I was at his house today. I went down to London to see my dad. I always stop by at Drew's if I can. We did a quick beer review, and we talked a little bit. And I just told him how I said to him today, I'm like, dude, I'm so proud of you the way your channel has just evolved in the past month. I mean, he's got that intro, which I made for him 2.5 years ago.
He finally
and I said, hey, man, you don't have an intro. Here's an intro for you. And it's a fantastic intro. I'm kind of jealous that I should have kept it for myself. And then he's doing like these little commercial things, and he's doing like a little, he's talking. Then he has that intro that I made for him. Then he goes into the beer review, and
so he's editing.
He's actually editing now.
Wow! See, now that's a new can of worms. He's gonna just blow up.
Oh, I know, and that's what I said to him. Like, dude, I'm so proud of you because I know because everybody knows, and Drew tells everybody he is not proficient with computers or technology or stuff like that. So, like I said, that intro that I did for him, I did 2.5 years ago, and the only time he ever used it is when he would send me a video and say, "Hey, Shane, can you edit this and put my intro in it and send it back to me so I could upload it?" And I would do that for him every once in a while. But now I found an editing program that he could do on his phone. And I said, this is dead easy, dude. This is what you do. It's like 3 steps. It's so easy. And now he's super excited about doing all these things. And in the past month, I've seen his channel just to watch his videos. It's actually kind of fun to watch now because it's like, hey, he's doing a great job. And I gave him a big hug. I'm like, I'm proud of you, dude. Because I didn't think you would ever get to the stage that you're at right now. And he's only going to get better and better.
I
And
like
I'm
seeing the evolution, you know, because we all started at a certain place. And by certain
sure.
place, I mean we were down here. But
right.
then, you know, the more you do it, the more you get comfortable, the more you do. And then you know, you're getting up here and you're getting up here and getting here. So it's good that, you know,
Yep.
he's expanding, because that was always a thing with me, is it's like, man, why doesn't he do just a little bit more? It wouldn't take too much more to be
Right.
a notch up from what you're doing, you know,
Well,
because we all know
crawl,
people
walk,
that when
run.
they do videos, this is what you see at the beginning and this is what you see at the end. It's
Right.
like all you gotta do is edit it out, like
Yep.
edit out the first second of the video and edit out the last second of the video, and you won't see them turning it on and turning it off. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't take too much.
Well, it's crawl, walk, run, and some people crawl for years before they
Right.
get up off those knees and start walking. I
Right.
mean, and you know, I mean that's kind of the way it is.
For sure. And like I said, Drew knows that he's not good at editing or, you know, doing stuff like that. So, you know, sometimes he would fall to me like, hey, can you do this? You know, can you throw my email up in the corner or stuff like that? Which I'm more than happy to do. I'm more than happy to help out anybody with anything. Like I've had several guys send me projects, like, you know, like Chase sent me a couple, and other guys who sent me stuff like, hey, can you edit this and make it look like this? And I'm like, okay. And I enjoy that editing challenge. I know Brian does too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like when Chase had that, I don't know if you saw it, Brian, he did that one with the, oh yeah, you must've seen it. The Love Boat one.
Right.
That was a freaking nightmare doing that.
Oh, you
that
edited
Love Boat
that for
intro.
him.
God, yeah, that was me that did that.
I thought it was fantastic though, because I told my coworkers about it. So when they Googled it and when they were watching it, and they're like, man, this looks just like the original intro. I said, yeah, but the characters. And what I liked about that was, and I'm sure, because when he contacted me about being in that video, he told me which character he wanted me to play. So I went to YouTube, I typed in, you know, the Love Boat intro, and I watched it. So I watched what my character, what he did in that video, and then I just kind of mimicked it.
Right.
So I was the what was his name? The bartender.
Oh yeah, the black guy.
Yeah, the black
Isaac or
guy.
something.
I was
don't
the
think it was
guy,
Isaac.
the black guy, the bartender. But so I just
But-
did everything that he did in my video, and I noticed that everybody else kind of did the same thing, like Alan. So Alan, the way he's like turning to the side, and he looks at the camera and he
I
smiles.
was going to say
looks away.
that's the 1980s.
Exactly like the original. And
This
the
is-
thing that was funny to me was Drew's part, because Drew was Vicky. You know?
That was because of me. I was like, I'm like, where am I
But it
going
was
to put this?
perfect. It was
I'm like, I'm
perfect.
going to put this at the end, but what part can Drew be? Because I've done like the yeoman purser, I did the captain, the first officer, the bartender. I probably could have made him the doctor, because I don't think I had a doctor in that one. But I was just like, we'll put him at the end and we'll make him Vicky, because that was freaking hilarious.
It was.
Well,
it was
I mean, this is the epitome of 80s TV.
Yeah,
That was it. Yeah.
that was it, and that's exactly what we did with that video.
it was high
it was a
tech
lot of fun.
stuff, you know.
Yeah. Be doing something over here and then look at the camera.
Yeah,
That's it.
and that's what we all did. It was freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it here somewhere.
You know, let me show you how inspiration
Where is
comes
Chase?
from places you don't even realize it. So what you just told me, I'm sorry, Bounty, I don't know what your
Bourbon
actual
Bounty.
name is. But what you just
did I
said,
Bounty. What
it says
the
Bounty.
fuck is that?
I know you're bourbon,
You know what? I'm gonna edit my name. I'm gonna put it right. Hang on.
but what you just said triggered something in my mind, because I do something
Where?
on my channel, and
Good
it's
Lord.
TV shows that never were but should have been. But something
Right.
you just said gave me inspiration for a particular show that I need to do, and I got to write it down before I forget it.
It's Bourbon Bounty.
Bourbon Bounty, yeah, there it goes, Bourbon Bounty. And I'm so old, and I've had a few beers.
Dang
What
it.
you just said has already left my mind. I'm like,
It's
son of a
gone.
gun.
It's gone. It's already left mine too.
But you were talking about 80s, you know, classic 80s stuff about you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
stopping and looking, and that triggered something in my mind. And God dang it, I can't remember what the heck it was, because it was a great idea. I should have wrote it down sooner.
You know
Write it
what? We
down.
got distracted.
Have a piece of
It
paper
happened.
and a pen. You got to write this stuff. I always have to write everything down.
I
I got Vanessa's birthday on
I
this
got
one.
this scrap of a beer of a Yingling Oktoberfest that I ripped off, and I've been writing my ideas down on here, and I needed to add that. It'll come back. Hopefully, it comes back to me because it was a
I'll
great
tell
idea.
you this. I'll tell you this. Here's one for you. Somebody's doing something over here, and they're interacting, and then they look at the camera. And
Okay,
then
it just came
it
back to me.
slowly
It just came
zooms
back to
in.
me.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. So there, that link I just posted there, Bourbon. That's the Love Boat video that I edited, just the intro part, where you, so you can see what we're talking about. That's on Chase's
I will
channel.
tell you
Well,
this, Bourbon Bounty, because you
Yes.
inspired this. The show. Now, I'm 54 years old, so this was a little bit after my time, but I
Me
am
too.
aware
I'm
of the
same
show.
age you are.
I'm aware of the show. It was called Saved by the Bell.
Okay.
Oh
A
yeah,
little bit before, after my time.
I
But
hate this show. But anyway, go ahead.
well, but that's okay. You can hate that show because that's the show that was.
right.
But what I'm going to film is a show that never was, but should have been, and it's based on Saved by the Bell. All because of something that you said in this little live right now. I've wrote it down, so I have an idea in my head. It's going to be way better than the original. So hopefully, when I make
they
that,
always are.
you will tune into it and appreciate it way more than you
Yep.
did the original.
Saved
It's a
by the
show that
Bourbon.
never was, but should have
Saved
been.
by the Bourbon. There you go. Yeah, Brian's done a couple of
It could
those.
easily be saved by the beer. I mean,
Anything's
probably what it's gonna be.
possible.
Yep.
anything's possible.
Yeah, Brian likes doing those. He likes taking like shows that and changing them into beer related stuff like that, and it's shows that should have
yeah.
been. But they're fantastic. Like I said, it gets everybody involved, kind of like I do with some of my big videos, and it's a lot of fun.
My current project I'm working on is based off of the A Team, the original
Okay.
A Team back from
Oh
the
yeah, BA Baracus and
Yes.
we got all
Bad
that.
Attitude. Yeah.
We're getting Blue to play that part, right?
I hope he can come over. I haven't heard from Blue in a while. I'll have to check in on him, see how he's doing, because it would be perfect if he could be that part.
He'd be great in that part. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I've got the Love Boat thing pulled up, but I'd have to mute to go watch it. But
It's a great intro.
I'm gonna watch it. It's up there on my tab. I'll
Perfect.
watch it.
That'll be fun to edit too, Brian. That'll be a
Yeah.
fun intro to do.
Yeah, and like I say, I'm going to reach out to you guys, and if you want to contribute, of course, the only thing I will tell you is this is the character I want you to play, but I'll never tell you what to say or what to do. You just
Right.
you do what you do with it.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out in the editing process how to fit it all together, and
Yeah.
if I have to,
Well, you
film
know
some
me. You give me the
make-
part. I'm gonna
make-
go and. You give me the part. I'm gonna go and watch a few episodes and okay, yeah, because it's been forever since I've seen A Team or
yeah.
any of those shows, and I will watch it. I'm like, okay, this is
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do.
It's got to be the original A Team from the '80s. It can't be the
Oh,
remake
yeah.
that they did because that's garbage. It's
Yeah,
gotta
of
be
course.
the original.
Because the original was just the right amount of cheese,
Yeah.
and the new one was way too cheesy. So
Right. Yeah, you got B.A. Baracus, you got Hannibal, you got Face, Murdoch.
I
Oh,
will
yeah.
tell you this, guys. I'm not the most attractive guy, so I will not be playing Face. But I have reached out to Starving Actor Beer Reviews. I want him to play
Oh.
Face. He's a good-looking
I was
guy.
gonna say, don't call on me. We look the same. I mean, it's like
He looks like he could play Face, and
Okay.
the fact that he's a
Yeah,
professional
Gabriel-
actor. I know he can pull it off. So
I think Gabriel would kill that. That'd be awesome.
my
I'm
neighbor
more of a
Ray,
Murdoch
who he's a cigar aficionado, so I think he would play a good Colonel.
Good Hannibal.
oh yeah.
So he's gonna be I've already talked to him. He says, yeah, just let me know when. So he's gonna be Hannibal, and hopefully I sent that message to Gabriel today. I don't know if he's answered me back. It's on my phone over there. But
do you have a BA the black guy?
well, hopefully Blue Ice. But I haven't pitched it to him yet. So he lives on the other side of Atlanta from me. So it takes me like an hour to get to his house, or it takes him an hour to get to here. But hopefully he can work it out and he can come, because I would love for him to be in it.
Is he muscled up?
He's
He's
a big
like
dude.
he's like 6'100".
Yeah,
Okay.
he also does physical fitness videos as far
Because I mean,
Period.
he was pretty stacked, man.
he's a big dude. Yeah.
Yeah, Blue Ice is a big dude. He's a tall dude for sure.
Yeah.
Tall,
Yeah, when
but wide.
Well, the
You gotta
first
be
time
tall.
I met him, I was shocked because he pretty much stayed like hunched over the whole time. Like we were behind the bar filming a video, and he wasn't that much taller than me. So I didn't think he was that big. But
And then he stood up.
When Mallory and Chew came to Atlanta, it was in January a couple years ago, and I went and met them, and we met up with Blue Ice, and we took pictures out in front of a brewery, and I was like, what the? Am I standing in a hole, or what's going on here? Because Blue's like 7 foot tall. I mean, literally, he's like 7 foot tall. And I didn't notice that. I met him before, and in my own bar right here, and I'm like, I didn't know you were that tall. But then when I watched the video, I noticed he was always kind of hunched over. But when we were out in front of the beer, he was standing up tall, and I was like, dang, you're freaking. In the video, I'm like, hey, Blue, how's the weather up there? And he's like, it's cloudy.
Because Brian basically comes up to like his belly button,
Yeah, he's a big dude. Big dude.
Yeah, tall dude for sure. Blue's great. I miss seeing him. I know he's been really busy. He's been working freaking really super hard lately, apparently, and that's why he hasn't done any videos.
Well, I'm guilty of that too. This is a busy time of year for my day job, so I'm like,
right,
trying to keep my head above water with what I got to do at work, and then I come home, and since my wife, the reason why I ran out of time is my wife, she had to go to second shift at her job, and so it's like I have to do all of the things she used to do when she worked day shift, and it's a lot. So I'm struggling, but finally everything's over. For the end of the year, everything's over. So now I have time for me to do me. So Shane, what we talked about in private before, I'm still checking into that, and I will let you know tomorrow.
Well, I'm stepping away from the cam, but I'm still here. I can hear you.
You're all good. Like I said, Brian, just let me know either way about what we talked about.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good either way. Seriously. All right, we'll figure it out. Like I said, we do your thing or my idea. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. It's all good. We'll make it work. We'll have something happening next weekend, regardless. So that'll be cool. Oh, I should probably give you a little. I'll message you in the next couple of days and give you a little rundown.
Okay. I was actually watching the news. Was it yesterday? And I saw there was an incident at the border.
Oh, that was crazy.
A car exploded.
Oh, you talking about the death at the border, the car accident?
Yeah.
So what? The car was speeding through and it crashed and it blew up. I saw that. I'm like, what's going on up there?
The thing, I don't know if you guys have seen the video. If you get a chance, go look online and find that video, because this car was like airborne. Like, I'm not talking like 1 or 2 feet off the ground. Like, it was probably a good 10 feet off the ground. Because it came speeding at, like, I think they said like 100 miles an hour. It was going so fast, and it hit some concrete barrier or something, and it just freaking flew, dude. And then it blew up, and of course, right away, nobody knows what the hell's going on. This car comes and blows up. They don't know if it's a terrorist act, so they closed every single border from Ontario to the States. Like, everything, all of them got closed down. And then once they figured out it wasn't a terrorist thing, it just happened. So they they opened up the other borders, but some guys were stuck over in the States or over in Canada trying to cross for 3/4 of a day.
Well, what were these guys doing 100 miles an hour going to the border anyway? What was going on? It sounds fishy.
I don't know if they've actually really said. I think there's been a couple reports of They were being chased by the police for whatever reason. I don't know if that's 100% true. I didn't look at anything today. But the guy was driving a Bentley. Like that is not like a, that's an expensive
More
freaking
money
car.
than sense, then I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know exactly what this, again, I didn't look at the news today. I was watching it yesterday, obviously, when it happened. But yeah, it's crazy. And what a bad day for it to happen, because there's a lot of cross-border traffic. Everybody's going over, a lot of the Canadians are going over to the States to try and get that head start on the Black Friday shopping, because our Black Friday shopping up here is nowhere near as good as the Black Friday shopping in the States.
I do not like getting out in the Black Friday traffic.
Nope.
No,
I do not do it.
No, my wife used to go every year. She didn't go this year. I think she went over last year for something. And usually it's not necessarily even for the good deal. Because I mean, most people go over there and try and get like a big screen TV. Well, we all have big screen TVs. They're big screen TVs are not expensive. They're not expensive on a regular day.
My wife for years tried to get me to go. She's like, let's go out on Black Friday. I'm like, listen, baby, I don't like going in the store when I'm the only customer.
Right.
I don't even like that. I don't want to be in there when there's 10,000 people fighting over 3 freaking TVs that are available. I like the Cyber Monday deals where I can just sit at home on the computer and like, oh yeah, I want that, and it gets delivered to the house. That's what I like.
You know what I told my wife one year? I said, however much we would save on anything we'd be willing to buy is not as much as the bail it would take to get me out of it. Right. Because I'm gonna punch the fuck out of somebody.
Right.
And my kind of guy right here.
Yeah.
For me, one of the best things about Black Friday, like I said, my wife used to go over. She doesn't go over really anymore. And when she did go, it was just for stuff that maybe we couldn't get here. Like she does like once a month or maybe twice a month at max. She goes over to the States just to buy stuff that we can't get here. It's not because we're saving money. It's just to get products that we can't get here.
Right.
But yeah, one of my favorite things about Black Friday is watching like the day after, like tomorrow, and watching all the videos on YouTube of all the big fights and people just being stupid. Like, why are you being stupid? Like, why are you being stupid?
But Cyber Monday is coming.
Cyber Monday's fantastic. I can't wait.
Well, and the good thing about when you order stuff online, like Christmas gifts for other people, the good thing is the package gets delivered to your house. You get to open it. So it's like, oh, what is it? Oh, yeah, that's what I bought for Jimmy. So then you wrap it up and Jimmy's going to get it on Christmas. But it's like you get the excitement, like, oh, I ordered so many things. What is this? What is this? And you open it. Oh, yeah, this is for Susie, But I prefer that over going and throwing elbows to get whatever product is on sale at the store. Like
exactly.
So our family tradition, because for years my wife tried to get me to go shopping on Black Friday, and I said I am just not down with that. I said I don't want to go to jail because somebody freaking pissed me off, and then I have to react to it, and then I got to go to jail. That's not how I want to start out my Christmas season. So our tradition kind of evolved into, okay, on Black Friday we have Thanksgiving in the United States on Thursday. Friday is Black Friday, and on Black Friday, what we do is we go get our Christmas tree. That's all we do. We go get our Christmas tree. We bring it home. We set it up. We do it. That's our tradition. Well, while we were going to the place where we got our Christmas tree, I noticed, I said, every single shop, every single store, the parking lots are full. And then you got the cars that are just circling the parking lot, waiting for somebody to leave so they can have a parking spot. And I'm like, I do not miss going out in that at all. I don't even want to do it. And, when we go where we got our Christmas tree, because we bought it at Home Depot. So a lot of people are in the Home Depot parking lot because they're buying stuff in the Home Depot, but their Christmas tree section is on the outside of the store. So, we go, there's a million trees. We pick the one we want, and then we pull the car up, they strap it to the roof, and then we take it home. And it's nice.
Yeah. We actually ended up buying a $500 or $600 fake tree that looks like a real tree. And we just throw it up every year. I'm like, way better. It's pre-lit. It's got the lights already on it. It's like,
and I'm trying to sell my wife on that idea because, for years I always
God, they're beautiful.
I had a pre-lit fake tree.
Yeah,
and I can tell you that from the road, when you're looking through the window of the house and you see a tree, you can tell the ones that are pre-lit because the lights are like equally distributed through the whole tree. It's
Right.
beautiful. And you can tell the one where they buy a tree and they coil the lights around it because you can just tell it's not equally
Mhm.
distributed
Right.
lights. I said it's uglier, to be honest. And she's like, well, but our tradition, and honestly, for our family, I have 3 sons, and our tradition is it rotates from year to year who gets to pick the tree. So it's my oldest son's year to pick the tree. So he picked this tree, but he wasn't kind of feeling too good. He's got a cold, he wasn't really feeling it. And I said, well, maybe we should just, because we went through from the youngest to the middle to the oldest last year. I said, maybe we should just get a fake tree and just start doing it. But then I kind of felt bad because I'm like, well, my youngest and my middle didn't get to pick as many trees as my oldest one did. So we opted to go for the real tree again. But there's going to come, the last time I bought an artificial tree that was pre-lit, you had to like hunt for the cord between the 2 sections and plug it in.
These are.
But now I just watched a video on this the new pre-lit trees where it's like when you take like this, I don't know how many sections like your tree has, but the big tree I had was 3. So you put the big bottom piece in, but when you plug the second piece in, it automatically makes the electrical circuit to connect. You're not plugging anything in. You're stacking the pieces, and it all lights up.
And you plug it in, and it goes.
I'm like, that is so much less work for me. But unfortunately, in my house, nobody cares about the less work I have to do. They're like, we don't care.
I
do as much as it takes to make it look good. We're going to do the minimum.
You know what?
That's my life.
Well, here it is. Work smarter, not harder.
Yes.
Exactly. See, now here's something I just thought of when you were talking about that, Brian, because you have that window in the front of your house, right? That's where you put your tree.
No. Well, let me tell you this. We put our tree. You can't see our tree from the road because it's on the back side of the house now. Because what I do, my favorite Christmas movie, you probably know this, Shane, is A Christmas Story.
Of course.
And I do have a full-size leg lamp that will be coming out. That is what I put in the front window so that everybody can see. And I'm serious. I'm not joking when I say this. When I put that leg lamp in the front window, the traffic on my street increases by 10-fold. Everybody drives by and they stop in front of my house because they have to look at that leg lamp because it's a major award.
That's right.
Look at it.
It's fragile.
I told my wife, I said, this is more important than the Christmas tree. Christmas tree can go to the back side of the house where we can see it, but nobody else needs to see it. The leg lamp.
It must be Italian.
Must be Italian.
It is Italian.
When I sent my first package out to Alan out in Winnipeg, when I first started exchanging beers with him, that's what I wrote on the package. I'm like, fragile. And then in brackets, I'm like, must be Italian. And he's like, I'm like, do you get it? And he's like, no. I'm like, dude, you gotta watch this movie. You gotta watch this movie.
Dude, come on.
That movie was mostly filmed in Canada, so he should.
It was the school scene. Like it's literally like probably like a 15-minute drive from my house. That school that they do where the kid stuck his tongue to the.
Oh my God!
It's 15 minutes from my house.
The peer reviewer get together next year.
That's
can you take me there, please?
Yeah, absolutely, I can. But what I was thinking, like, if you have that, because you have that window up front, I did see this on, I don't know, maybe I saw it on Facebook, Instagram. I don't remember what the hell it was. But what they did is they bought a tree that's like 20 feet tall. They bought this huge tree that obviously doesn't fit in the living room. But they have the tree in the front room, and then they cut it off at the ceiling
on the roof,
and then put the top part on the roof, but decorated it the same way, so it looks like the tree's actually coming through the roof. I thought that was super, super cool.
Well, the first person that did it was super, super cool. But now a lot of people are doing it because that was like
I've never seen it in person though.
Oh,
so
I've seen it around here.
Oh, okay. I've never seen it up here. I'm sure a couple people have done it already, but I've never seen it. And I thought that's super cool because it looks like you bought a tree that's way too freaking big for your house. But it goes through your roof, it goes through your ceiling and out through the roof, and it's all decorated the exact same way as your inside.
Yeah, you have to build a stand though, the exact shape of your roof, the exact tilt of the roof.
Yeah, but
to
you could do that with like a PVC pipe, and then just angle it and just mount it.
Yeah, they
Really?
normally use like pallet or something, and then because you have to
Yeah.
bolt it down to it. I mean,
That's
it's
true.
heavy.
But I thought it was a super cool idea. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
it's kind of neat. It's like that looks super super cool. Here we got somebody new. We got Louis DeForth. Cheers, guys. Coors and Evan Williams.
Well, I have
I can't
Coors.
fault you for anything. I can't
I
fault
gotta
you for anything.
go
dude.
get me another Yingling or a
I'm
champagne.
drinking.
Yeah, go grab a
this.
Yingling, buddy. See, there you go. There's a fellow Coors Light drinker with you right there. And hey, Lou, if you're not subscribed to Bourbon Bounty, this guy right here, go check out his channel. Especially if you like whiskeys, bourbons, stuff like that. This is your man.
I drink I don't drink Evan Williams, but I drink a lot of whiskey. There's a few back here.
As you can see from the display behind him, yeah, he's definitely into whiskey. Yeah, if you need to get educated on whiskey, much like I do, and bourbons and stuff like that, I really need to sit down. I need to take like a week off and go through your whole back catalog, and just for educational purposes. Because like I said, we talked about this a week or two ago. I used to bartend, but I really don't know whiskeys, bourbons as much as I probably should, especially with the extensive bottle collection that I have. Here you go. Recommend a proofy bourbon for me. First of all, where are you from? Probably.
Right.
Because that would probably depend on a whole lot. So where are you from, Louis? And then bourbon could probably narrow it down a little bit better.
Yeah, because I just did my last live show was the top 10 bourbons that I have outside of not made in Kentucky.
Right.
Oh, Illinois. Okay.
Oh, here you go. Dude, I was in Chicago in July. So was Brian. We were in Chicago in July.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me look back at my because I know I had an Illinois bourbon in there.
There you
Now,
go.
I'm not saying it's proofy. I'm just going to look and see what I had. Now, Illinois, though, I mean, they get a bad rap all the time because of MGP and all that shit.
That sounds like my wife is home. I'm going to mute my mic for a second here, guys.
Oh, Few. Well, that's not a proofy bourbon, but Few is the one from Illinois. Indiana's what I was thinking of with the MGP and all that. No, Few, it's not a proofy bourbon, but you should be able to get. No, this is one of the top ones that I've seen out lately. Is the Calumet 15. Calumet 16? No. Calumet 15? Yes. So Calumet Farms. I mean, it's from, but you should be able to get it there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Louis DeForth, since you're from Chicago, I'm sure you're familiar with the Chicago handshake. And damn you Chicagoans for coming up with that.
Mm-hmm.
Shane muted himself, but he's had a Chicago handshake. I've had one. Don't know if you've had one. Bourbon County.
Oh, I've been around. My boy that lives here now, he's from Jamestown, New York, lived in Chicago for a while. Now he's here.
Well, have you had a Chicago handshake?
I know what it is. Yeah.
Well, if
Yeah,
you
I
haven't
think we
actually
talked-
experienced it, you need to experience it. Everybody should experience it once.
No, they
People that
should not.
experience it twice or more, they're not right in the head.
That's right.
Oh, you know what, Malort? We just had a conversation
Lord,
last
God,
night.
it's horrible.
We just had a conversation last night. Somebody went down a rabbit hole of how to make Malort taste good.
I don't think there's a possible way on the planet to make it taste good.
No, but Malort has, now this is as close as we got. Malort has a distinctive grapefruit, that bitter sour flavor to it, right? And we were like, okay, so you put it in grapefruit and just dump simple syrup all up in that shit and put just a little bit of Malort. And then maybe then it
Maybe.
won't taste so bad. Maybe it won't taste so bad.
Maybe.
We have not tested this, but Malort is horrible.
It's
It's
horrible.
awful. Even Louis
Yeah,
said,
motor
don't
roll.
put
What we're trying to do is take the motor roll out by dumping a whole thing of simple syrup in it, and
Yeah.
maybe then, maybe
Yeah.
I don't know. This is only in theory. Only in theory.
But my whole opinion on it was, because I'm not from Chicago, but since we visited, this past summer,
Right.
I think
Right.
it's their way of getting people who aren't from Chicago to leave the city, because
Mhm.
it's not a welcoming drink at all. It's like,
No, because there's too
this is
many
what you drink here.
motherfuckers.
I'm gone. I'm out.
Yeah, it's like we don't want you to stay. Yeah, we don't want you to stay.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, Louis, Brian and I were in Chicago this past July and we got to try the Chicago handshake. I have a bottle of it. Damn it. It's really small and you probably can't see it. It's right there above my finger. What an awful.
Awful.
I literally had to excuse myself from the party and go outside because I did not want to projectile vomit in the house. So I said, I'll just do it in the yard.
So bad.
I was outside
was
for
so
30
bad, too.
minutes praying that I would throw up because that was such a vile tasting concoction.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's terrible. Like Louis says, it's a gimmick. And it's funny because we were at a brewery. What brewery? I think it was Ravinia we were at in Chicago. And there was actually people ordering it voluntarily.
I
And I'm like,
can't believe
these
that.
people, these people need to get checked into a mental institution because it was, God, like, why would you order that on purpose and pay money for it? I mean, at
They
least me
have
and Brian,
better tasting things on the menu. Come on.
right? Like, at least me and Brian, I mean, it was provided for us free by Mallory and Chew over at Perfectly Meat Crafts because they were hosting this past year. So it didn't cost us anything, which is good because if I had to pay for that, like if I had to pay like $5
I would have
or
been
whatever,
pissed off if I paid for that.
I would have thrown it at somebody. Like it was awful. God.
It's worse than a mat pour. You know what a mat pour is, right?
I don't.
Okay.
Yes. I know what you're talking about.
Okay. You know where I'm going with this. You know how a bar mat has all the little circles on it.
Yeah.
And over
just like
the
that one.
course of the night, they're mixing drinks and it fills up the mat. And a mat pour is where they just take it and pour it into a shot glass and give it to somebody.
That could be a
'Cause, I mean,
Chicago handshake. I could see
That, it could absolutely,
Yeah.
but wow.
Probably better.
It's probably better. It's probably
Like I said,
better.
this is one of my favorite bartending mats because it says support your local bartender, helping ugly people get laid.
Yeah.
I love this. This
Thank
is
you
fantastic.
to my bartenders throughout the years.
That's exactly right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always have that mat on my bar. I'll even pass on their bourbon. That's us. Yeah, don't try it. Don't try it. I'm assuming you haven't tried it, but don't try it. It's freaking awful.
Well, isn't the true bourbon like from Kentucky?
No. It's from the United States, right? So, whiskey. So let's just start with whiskey. Cannot be distilled at higher than 160 proof. Okay. Cannot be barreled at higher than 125 proof. Cannot be bottled at lower than 80 proof. But bourbon, all cereal grain, which is wheat, corn, rye, barley, those. But bourbon has to be 51 or more % corn in the mash. It can be 100% corn, or it can contain other cereal grain. Then it cannot be distilled at a higher than 160. It cannot be bottled at lower than 80, barreled at lower or higher than 125. But bourbon has to be aged in new American oak barrels, unused, for charred for any period of time. Then you can call it a bourbon. Then, if it's going to be called a straight bourbon, it has to be at least 2 years in that barrel, if not 4. If it's less than 4, you have to disclose the age either on a website or on the bottle or somewhere. But no, I mean, I know the law like the back of my hand, but bourbon, and then there's Tennessee whiskey, like Jack Daniels and Uncle Nearest and things like that can technically, they could legally be called a bourbon, but they choose not to. They just call it a Tennessee whiskey, but they're bourbons.
Well, let me ask you this. 'Cause
Okay.
I know there's a difference, and like I'm a beer guy, so my
Mhm.
knowledge of whiskeys and bourbons, all that, it's non-existent. But I know that whiskey is spelled 2 different ways, and there has to be a reason for that. Like one is WHISKY,
Okay.
one is WHISKEY.
EY. Okay. Why? Anyone who spells it whiskey with no E, that's Scotch. That's Scotland.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else who does it is gimmick. Okay. Scotland does not use an E, so that's Scotch. Any other whiskey, I'm talking Irish, any other one uses the E.
Okay.
And if they don't, they're wrong. The whiskey
There
with
you
no E is Scotch. That's Scotland.
So if you want to get the real deal Holyfield, you want the one with the E or without the E?
Well, it doesn't matter. Look, if it does not have an E, it should come from Scotland.
Okay.
Right? If it doesn't come from Scotland, it should have an E in it. I mean, that's
Right.
now that's the base, box it up, put it in, put a bow on top. But other than that, no, they're just gimmicky. And I've seen people put the parentheses around the E with the Y at the end and talking about, hey,
Oh, I've never
I'm
seen
a
that.
whiskey channel. And they put because they do Scotch, they do American whiskey, they do Irish, they do Japanese. I mean, even the Japanese, the Japanese distillers, the Japanese whiskey, they went and studied in Scotland. That's where they did, and they learned all of that stuff, and they took it back to Japan, and then but they locally sourced everything and made their own whiskey, and they can technically not include the E in their Japanese whiskey because they learned totally completely from Scotland, but it wasn't made in Scotland. It was made in Japan. So you may see some Japanese whiskeys without the E, but that does not mean they come from Scotland. That means that that's where they learned the trade, and then they took it back to Japan and locally sourced wood for the barrels, everything, the peat, everything, all in Japan. So they really shouldn't. They should put an E in there, but sometimes they don't.
Yeah, it's like I used to live in Miami a long time ago. And so there's a heavy Cuban population in Miami. So when you would go to a Cuban restaurant, it was owned by Cubans. And so when you got a Cuban sandwich, you were getting an actual Cuban sandwich. Now,
it had the ham. It had
the cheese. A Cuban sandwich is very simple. It doesn't have 15 ingredients.
No, it
has 4 ingredients, and they're cut and dry. There's no gray areas as to the ingredients. They're cut and dry. So I live in Georgia now, and a Cuban restaurant opens up. So I tell my wife, we got to check it out. So I go. And I order a Cuban sandwich. And when they brought it to the table, I said, I don't think this is my order. And he said, that's a Cuban sandwich. I said, that's not a Cuban sandwich. He said, yes, it is. And I said, listen, a Cuban sandwich has a set number of ingredients, and they're particular on what those ingredients are. You can't just put a freaking gobbledygook of things together and call it a Cuban sandwich and call this a Cuban restaurant, because people who actually know Like you can't
Yeah.
say if I go to a place and order a hamburger and you serve me spaghetti and I say
Right.
that's not a hamburger, that's spaghetti. They're like, no, that's a hamburger in this
That's a
restaurant. That's a
hamburger,
hamburger.
yeah.
I said
Yeah.
that is spaghetti. You cannot
Yeah.
call spaghetti a hamburger. Okay,
Right.
Right.
so like that bothered me. I said this for one, it's not even pressed. It's got the wrong ingredients.
Right.
I said this is not even right. And the guy who served me was white. So I said something about it, and he said, well, the owner's Cuban, and she says that's a Cuban sandwich. And I said, well, she's not a Cuban because that's not a Cuban sandwich.
Well, and when I said 4, I meant in between the bread.
Right. So
I
you
wasn't
got Cuban bread.
comfortable. I wasn't
you know,
comfortable.
Yeah, but it is a simple sandwich that doesn't need anything else.
No.
What it has is perfection.
Yeah.
It goes together. It's perfect. And like I say, you can't, it's got pork on it. You go to a place and they got turkey on it. It's like, what is this? Turkey? What is that?
Yeah.
Now that I've been drinking a little bit, but let me try to figure it out. So you got, obviously you got the Cuban bread, but you got pork, there's a pickle, there's mustard, and I think the ones they have my mother-in-law, she lives in Miami, and 3 blocks from her house, there's this little Cuban, I'd like to call it a restaurant. We'll call it that, but this is not a place you go in and sit down. This is a 10-foot by 10-foot cinder block structure that has enough room for a cash register, a drink machine, and a stove or a cooktop. So you walk up to the window and you order outside. They give it to you and you just take it with you. There's a few chairs outside, but it's not like a restaurant you go in. It's a little tiny place, but it's Cuban. It's owned by Cubans, and every time I go visit my mother-in-law, the first thing I do is I go 3 blocks away and I get that. And it's like,
Well, it has roasted pork. So it's mustard, cheese, pickles. Okay, maybe I had that wrong. It's 5 ingredients. A ham and then a roasted pork.
right. Yes, there's
That-
two different,
that's
there's
your 5
2 different porks in there.
ingredients.
Yeah.
That's your 5 ingredients.
Yeah.
Right. In between the bread. So I was wrong. It's 5 ingredients between the pressed Cuban roll.
You gotta press it. You gotta
You
press
gotta
it.
press it, and it all melt. And you put a lot of freaking cheese, and it all melts together when you press it. Right.
I went there one time, and when they served it to me, it was not pressed. And I thought, this isn't right. But I took a bite out of it, and I said, you know what? Not being pressed, it doesn't taste right. And that's when the owner saw it. Now, I don't speak too much. I speak enough Spanish to get by, but I don't speak conversationally. So when she saw that, she immediately said something to the cook.
Yeah.
She apologized to me. She took the sandwich from me and she took it over to the press and she pressed it. And she
And
gave
you
back,
can
like,
do a.
like,
you
I'm
can
sorry,
do
he's a new cook. And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Louis
Now it
the
tastes
Fourth. You can do a panini press, but a real Cuban, they put the stones, the hot stones, boom,
Right.
down, and it doesn't have the grill marks on it like a panini. It's like flat on flat. Is really how they do it.
Here's the sad thing for me and you is the
Okay.
Cubans that we get are in this country. Shane has the
Oh,
luxury of being able to travel to Cuba, and he can get a
I
real life
was there in
Cuban.
May. I was
Did
there
you
in
get a
May.
real life Cuban?
I did not have a Cuban sandwich while I was in
The
Cuba.
next time you go to Cuba, you got to
you
get a
son
Cuban.
of a bitch! No,
Yeah,
get a real
it-
Cuban.
it's funny when we were sitting here talking about this stuff, like you were talking about how it's not a Cuban sandwich, and I touched on that earlier. I don't think Bourbon was here at the time. Where
Yeah,
up here in
probably not.
Canada, if you do a poutine, if you don't make it with curd and you just make it with shredded mozzarella, that's not poutine. It's different.
Right.
Also, Brian, did you not do a Cuban sandwich potato chip? Not that
did.
long ago.
I did.
Okay,
yes.
it was you. Okay, yeah, I did see that.
And they actually
And
hit
then-
the mark. That was a Lay's little thing they had, and I did I think I did 2 different ones. I did a Cuban sandwich, and the other one was called a BLT. And I didn't think
Right.
that the BLT hit all the marks. It was a good
Right.
chip, but when you're saying BLT, I better taste bacon, I better taste lettuce, I better taste tomato. I
Tomato,
didn't.
right.
But on the Cuban sandwich potato chip, they had all the flavors were in there, so it was actually spot on.
Right.
Yeah, I
That's
have
funny.
a panini.
I couldn't
press.
remember if it was you or Gabriel that did that, because I know Gabriel does a lot of food stuff. I was pretty sure it was you, but I wasn't sure if Gabriel did it. And just really quick, I'm gonna let you go in here just a quick second, Bourbon.
Sure.
There's because like you said, it has to be, if it's a Cuban sandwich, it has to be made this, and this. That is what a Cuban sandwich is.
Yeah.
That's
I was watching a video.
base.
Right. Yeah. It has to be made this way. Now,
Right.
I was watching a video the other day. I don't know if you guys watch anything by a guy named Uncle Roger. He's a Chinese guy, but when he does his videos,
Haven't
he
heard
has
of that.
he speaks perfect English. But when he
Right.
does his videos, he's got that Chinese accent, like as if he was just learning English kind of thing. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But he was talking about this. There's a particular type of rice, and I can't remember the name of it. It's called like hung. I don't even want to try and guess at it, but it's a particular type of rice, and it has to be made a certain way. So much so that the Chinese government has said, if you offer this particular type of rice, this is what it has to be. And if the government that's pretty serious when your government gets involved in how you make a rice, right?
Yeah.
It's
Don't
like
be calling this shit something else. This is the way it's got to be.
yeah,
Well,
and
I don't
it's kind
know
of weird
if
that the
you know
government would
this
say,
or not, Shane. I learned this after watching the Olympics a few years ago. China actually has more English speakers in it than the United States does.
oh, really? Oh, I
No.
did not know that.
Well, of course, they got a bazillion more people than we do, but
Well,
yeah,
they got like 4 billion. They got like half the world's population in China, for God's sake.
a lot of them speak English.
Yeah. Well, they learn it. And I was in Japan for 4.5 years, and I learned to speak Japanese, and they learn English in grade school, growing up, but then they stop. And so not all of them know English, but a lot of them do.
Right.
But what I was going to say is I have a panini press out here, and I can turn the plates. They have the ridges on them that do the
Right.
panini, but I can flip both plates and they're flat.
Hmm.
And they're iron plates, and I can do a Cuban press with no
Marks,
Yeah.
yeah.
the marks. It flat presses on both sides, and it's not perfect. It's not perfect, but it's the closest you can get.
Yeah.
To the stone press, because they do, like, you can buy those big pizza stones and put in your oven and preheat the oven with stone, and then you put your pizza in. That's what they use to do the true press
right.
on their
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just
So-
like I said, it's kind of weird that some places try and get away with like it's a Cuban
Yeah.
sandwich, but it's not. The ingredients are wrong, and it's not grilled right. It's like,
Right.
but for like maybe like touristy kind of people, like that don't
Oh,
know
yeah, we won't
what
care.
a
We
Cuban
won't
sandwich is. Yeah, or like people that come up here to Canada and they're like, oh, I had this poutine with this shredded No, that's not freaking poutine.
Mm.
That's
Where-
freaking.
Where were you at in Japan?
Well, I was stationed at Yokota Air Base.
Air
I was
Force.
in the Air Force.
I
So,
was in Iwakuni. I was in the Marines.
yeah, and I went all over the place. I was, like I said, I was there 4.5 years, Nippono Hanashite Kudasai.
I was only there for 6 months, and
Okay. I just said, do you speak Japanese?
I remember Gomenasai,
Yeah.
and I remembered how to read push and pull on the door.
Well,
That's
but
pretty much it.
Ohio gozaimasu, right?
Yeah.
That's good morning, right? And then, well, there was like, I don't know. Yeah, I remember, like, I know how to say all the stuff, but I don't know how to say the words in between.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I can say biru. Well, if you say biru, beer is beer. Omokte kite kudasai. Omokte kite kudasai is please bring me, and it's conjugated differently. So you say the thing first. So Sapporo omokte kite kudasai. Please bring me a Sapporo, which is a Japanese beer.
Exactly.
Kirin Ichiban Omokta Kitakudasai. Please bring me a Kirin Ichiban.
You know,
And
the
then,
only thing
you know,
the only thing about the Sapporo here where I'm at is, you know, they contract it out, and the Sapporo that I can buy in the Atlanta, Georgia area is all brewed in Italy.
oh, I know.
I
Yeah,
want the
well,
authentic. I
I
want the
know.
Japanese Sapporo. I want the Asahi. I want the real stuff.
Yep.
But you know,
Right.
they contract it out because it's a global brand. I mean, they can't brew it all for the whole world, so they contract it out and just somehow.
Well, it's just like Guinness, like St. James Gate. If you go into Ireland and you drink a Guinness, you're not going to get that here
Right.
unless they have the plaque on the wall that says guaranteed authentic Guinness pour, and they order their kegs from St. James Gate and they get them, and they have to follow this exact standard of a pour, but it costs you $12.50 a fucking pint. I mean,
Yeah, I have a lot of coworkers that have been to Ireland, and they said if you like Guinness in the United States, you're going to be blown away by the Guinness
Yeah,
you're going to get in
blown
Ireland.
away.
It's completely different.
completely different.
And I'm not
Right.
blown away by Guinness in the United States. For me, I think it's very thin. It's kind of a watery stout. But everybody up talks the one that you get in Ireland. So I'm looking forward to going there someday and actually getting the real deal.
Blown away. Blown away. You
Yeah,
will
and if you
rethink
notice-
Guinness.
If you notice on my
Oh, go
channel, I've never reviewed Guinness. I have never reviewed Guinness. It's probably one of the most popular beers in the world, and I've never reviewed it. And for the
It's an
exact same
old
reason
school
that Brian
stout.
just said,
It is. It's an old school stout.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I've tasted a million stouts. And for me, Guinness, it kind of is down at the bottom because there's more hardy, robust stouts out there. Guinness is quite thin. But
Well, you're not
the
going to
American
get,
version that I'm getting.
even in Ireland, you're not going to get a lot of chocolate at all. You're not going to get, but you're going to get a full mouthfeel
Yeah.
from it. And
which
it's
is what we
sweet.
don't get here.
Right. And yeah, here we get the watery thin, you know, whatever. But you're going to get,
Right.
I mean, the Toucan commercials, the little ads they put out, it's bread in a can. I mean, that's a full meal. I mean, you drink a couple of Guinness, you're full, you know.
Right. Anyway, while we're sitting here, shout out to Ray. What's going on, Ray? How are you, sir?
What's up, guys?
There's
What's
Ray.
going on?
Hey, I didn't mean to talk over you, man. How's it going?
All good. All good.
All right.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you showed up. I know you're not feeling the best right now, but
Yeah, there's been
hopefully
a
it kind of
there's been a-
passes and it's 24-hour kind of thing. And
it's just a cold sinus infection bug that's going around the office. So
Yeah.
I just figured I'd keep it to myself.
We appreciate it.
Colds are a very
Yeah.
serious
Well, see,
medical
originally
condition.
I was supposed to. Yeah, like I said, I said earlier I went down to London to visit my dad. I went and visited Drew, and then when I came home, I was actually supposed to go over and see Ray, and we were going to do a beer review and talk a little bit about the Beer Tubers Convention 2024 next year up here. And Ray was just like, I think I got a little bit of a cold or something, so don't come over. So we'll figure something out for next week, Ray. It's all good, man.
Yeah,
Well,
next week
hopefully
after
Ray will
this
be
first time.
cured by July so he can go to the Canadian get-together.
I'll be cured.
Oh, Ray will
I'll
be
be-
there. Ray
I
will be
wanna-
there.
I wanna
Come
be
hell or
there
high
too.
water, Ray will be there.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
I was
told you,
planning-
dude, come up, man.
Hey, let me explain something. I was planning a trip to Ireland next year, and that fell through. So I have the passport, I have the funds, I have what I need to get there. I want to do let me phrase this loosely: international travel. Okay, it's just across the border.
Right.
You know, but I
Sure.
get to use my
Yep.
passport and all that. I'm excited about this, man. Keep me posted on this.
I
Okay,
swear it
so,
will be
I-
one of the best times you've ever had if you go.
I know I'm a bourbon guy, but I love beer too. You know,
And what did I say to you a week or two ago? What did I say to you a week or two ago? I would love you to have you come up and maybe
I know.
just for like like an hour and educate us on different, because I'm not a bourbon guy. I know Ray's not, Brian's not.
It's not
And just to
bourbon,
maybe
but
educate us a little bit, just for something different would be awesome.
Hey,
Go ahead, Ray. Sorry. You got your
Try
finger up there.
I was just going to say
something
that's
different.
not quite bourbon, but it's kind of in the same lane. That right there.
it's tasty adult beverage.
It is.
Tasty adult beverage. That's what
Yep.
I'm into.
Oh,
Yeah, try
try
something.
that.
There you go. That's Drew's tagline right there. Try something
absolutely.
different. And I would love to have you come
Absolutely.
up and just like I said, we're not bourbon guys. We're not whiskey guys. And
No.
like I said,
Yeah.
we've all tried bourbon and whiskey. And just to have you come up, and I would like literally give you like the floor for like an hour or whatever you need. Just to
I
run
can
us through,
talk
because
for
every
however long you want. You let me know.
for sure. And
Yeah.
and most of the guys would be pretty interested. I mean, because a drink is a drink is a drink, but
Mhm.
all of us guys know beer, and it would be nice to expand into a different area.
100%.
Yeah.
Sorry, Louis. Louis saying, "What
Okay.
beer is that?" Shane, sorry to interrupt. I'm assuming you don't mean this one that I finished. This was the Sinister Minister from
That's my
Brimstone
favorite
Brewing up here in
IPA.
Canada. Hoppy as hell, right? I love it.
That's my
The one I
favorite
just
IPA.
poured,
80 IBUs.
the one I just poured out of this weird looking bottle is actually my homebrew. This one's called Where's Waldo. It is a cross between a golden ale and a session IPA, and it comes in at usually about 4.8%. This one comes in at 4.2. I messed up the mash a little bit, but it's still pretty decent.
Yeah,
As with all beer, I have to go pee.
I got two
Yeah,
of those.
absolutely. I'll- you're going, my friend.
Still.
Look, not only does he mute his mic, he turns off his video too. Drew, where's Drew? Are you watching this, Drew? I know you're not. Watch this. Look at this. He muted his mic and turned off his camera.
And you know, the funny thing about this is because I haven't done a video in a month, I got to relearn everything. I don't even know how to edit anymore. You know, this video I just shot today, I'm going to try to edit it tomorrow, and I hope I can make it look decent because I haven't done it in so long.
And yeah, you know, and it's funny. Like I sometimes I go a month without doing it. I mean, you guys don't see it because I usually try and do like, you know, 2 or 3 videos a week or like 100 like I've been doing lately. Fucking Beer for Breakfast Facts or Snacks version 2 over here this week. But yeah, it's sometimes I'll do like you do like 6 or 7 and they're in the can, they're already on the computer, they're edited, ready to go, and then you don't do anything for a couple of weeks, and then you go back to actually do a video and you're like, oh, how the hell do I do this transition? Or how the hell do I change this title? You just forget, right?
Yep.
Louis having fuck, I can't even read. Larceny barrel proof
eating bourbon.
bourbon. I'm gonna leave that up there until Bourbon Bounty comes back up, because I don't know bourbons or whiskeys very much. I embarrassed myself. I said that when I met Bourbon a week or 2 ago, I said the only bourbon I have is Jim Beam, and I know for a fact that is just like a bottom shelf friggin' bourbon. But like I said, as you can see, I have a vast array of bottles on my bar. I used to bartend, and when I had my home bar, I always wanted to have it set up so when somebody came over, I could make them pretty much whatever the hell drink they wanted. But I've kind of, over the past couple of years, I've gotten away from the liquors and cocktails and stuff like that. And
I'd
I
like
do
a
beer now.
slippery nipple,
I'm not
please.
opposed. Slippery nipple?
Yes, please.
I can do slippery nipple. I got I got some banana liqueur over here. I got I don't think I have Bailey's. There's Bailey's in a slippery nipple, right?
There is.
I do not have. I have strawberry Baileys. I don't have regular Baileys.
A
So no, I
strawberry
ca- actually
banana.
can't make it. There we go. Strawberry slippery nipple. That's a whole other video that we're going to do later on. not us, Ray. I'm not saying we, me and you.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
I'm just saying that's why I changed that. It's me, not
Yeah.
Drew, talking to you.
So,
Because
so
Drew
I
would want to do the
try-
strawberry slippery nipple with you.
decided to try this thing out tonight. How is it? Is it all right?
Is that yeah, sounds good. Is that a 58?
No, it's a Samson Q7. It's a $54 microphone.
It sounds okay. It's maybe slightly tinny, but I mean, nobody. I mean, probably nobody.
Well, that would probably fix it now.
Yep. Okay, there you go. That's
Yeah,
great.
it's just a matter of a little EQing on the interface, and
But the tinniness was like this much, right? Like nobody but me probably would have noticed it.
or me, if I was on that side.
Yeah, or you obviously, but I mean you can't hear what I'm hearing, right? What do you got there, Bourbon?
This
That
is
a hazy
Wicked
IPA.
Weed.
That is a
Wicked Weed Brewing.
Yeah, this is Pernicious Hazy. Okay. This is Asheville, North Carolina.
Oh,
I
they got
live
some
in North
beers
Carolina.
Nashville.
It's 6.9%. This is the haze. Okay.
Nice.
They call it a Perny. And I'm telling you guys right now, this is out fucking standing, right? This is
I've
Wicked
had the
Weed.
hazy. I've had the regular one, but
Oh, I've got the regular over there.
really
I pulled the haze because it's 6.9% and the other one's 7.2. And I've had enough that I don't need the 7.2. I need the 6.9 right now. So, and this one is just as tropical as the other one. And I've got a glass and I'm going to go ahead and pour some. I'm just letting you know. I know how to drink beer.
Turn boy.
What?
Oh,
He wanted that a little bit harder.
not
No,
your head on it.
look, I've got a head on it. Look, you stopped me. I was pouring it. Look, I've got a 2-finger head right there, finger and a half. Pineapple.
He's a bourbon and whiskey guy, Brian. It's okay.
Pineapple mango. I pour it the way I like to drink it. Let me see.
No, you go good. Here, if you're gonna review it, I'm gonna throw you up right
Look
center.
here. Look at the tight bubbles on that. Look at the tiny little tight bubbles. And I guarantee you let this sit here a little bit and it's still gonna have a head. This is not gonna go away immediately, but the tropical, the pineapple, the mango. Oh, this is glorious beer. And the haze is a little lighter than the other Pernicious, but this one, it hits all the spots, but a little lighter on the palate going down. But man, I love beer. I love beer.
That's
Nice.
fantastic. That looks good.
I'm
That sounds
sold.
right up
This
my alley,
guy's
especially that
got-
pineapple in there.
This guy has got to come next summer.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We got to get you up here, dude. It's gonna be so much fun. Like I said, definitely let me know. I will.
Mhm.
Do you have me on Facebook? You don't have me on Facebook, right?
I'm
Look,
Bourbon Bounty on Facebook. I am Bourbon Bounty
Are you
everywhere.
okay? Okay, I will look you up on Facebook.
Yep.
Accept my friend request, and I will send you the link to.
Let
get
me
together.
send you. I'm gonna put it in private. I'm gonna put because I have 2 different Facebooks. Right, I have my profile page or my profile and my page. Right, the profile is the profile is me. That's my regular account, and the other one is
Right.
the page that you can like and follow, whatever. Okay. So this one, the background of it says official site administrator, right? And I'll put it in the private here for everyone up here. And if you send me a friend request, I'll accept it. But that's the one I put in private chat.
Okay.
That's my
It just came up.
actual profile. I mean, that's me. And that's my normal account. That's the one I use all the time.
Okay.
I just sent you one myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I can just use that. Yeah, so I'm gonna add you in here.
Yeah.
What the hell's my thing?
See, I just confirmed the
wrong.
friend request.
Just occurred to me when I popped on here, you guys were talking about Guinness. Look what shirt I'm wearing tonight.
Oh, look at that. Hey, anyone who wears Guinness hat, shirt, drinks Guinness. I trust them completely.
And we're Canadian.
Hey, I don't. We're all American. We're all American.
Yeah, North American, South American.
Whatever. We're all American. We
Kind of like
live,
being
in,
from North Africa or
it's all-
South Africa.
it's all the same.
we
Kinda
live
get
in
it.
this quadrant of the world over here. Fuck it. You know.
And look, I'm drinking an American beer.
Oh,
The
yeah.
old
And
banquet.
hey, look, and I'm almost drinking an American beer.
That's American water.
I am
Yeah,
drinking an
right.
American beer.
Hey,
That would squeeze my
are we
can
able?
empty,
Okay, I
so
just
I'm
sent-
picking up again.
Brian, you never disappoint with that Yingling, man. I love that stuff.
Are we able to cuss on here? I know I have a couple times. but
No,
I'm
do
gonna-
not say any fucking swear words. We will get muted and we will get
Yes,
so much
on my
fucking
channel,
trouble.
yes.
Crazy.
Okay. So let me tell this joke. This fucking joke.
Yes, sir.
So this guy, he goes, I don't drink
Sure.
any light beer. And we're like, why not? He says, like having sex in a canoe. And we're like, what? He says, fucking close to water.
Close to water.
There,
That's right.
that's it.
I got a riddle for you guys.
Okay.
On that note, there's 4 black roosters sitting on a fence.
Okay.
How many beaks have they got?
Beaks.
Yeah,
4
4 black roosters sitting on a fence. How many beaks? 4.
Man. Right.
How many wings have they got?
I want
4
to
black
say
roosters.
4.
How many wings?
8.
8. All right. So 4
8.
black roosters. How many feet?
8.
Hey,
All right.
8.
Now there's a white cat on the ground looking up at the 4 roosters. How many teeth has that cat got? See, y'all know more about black cock than you do white pussy.
There you go. Hey, and that is actually fucking true. Yes.
Oh my god! Thank you for that, Ray. I will be telling that. I will be telling that at work tomorrow night several times. Thank you. Sir. I
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
So Bourbon, I want to
Yes.
get to this question here that Louis had. No, sorry, it's not a question he had, but he says, "Nice. I love me some."
Larceny.
Why am I going to screw up this word again?
Oh, the larceny barrel
Larceny.
proof.
Thank you.
Okay.
Barrel proof weeded bourbon.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't know what
I
that's
mean-
like. I'm not.
Well, the ECBP, which is the Elijah Craig
Is
barrel
that a
proof.
decent bourbon? I don't know.
Well, okay. So here's what happened. The Elijah Craig barrel proof B520. So Heaven Hill is Larceny and Elijah Craig, right? They're both made by Heaven Hill. You know, we talk about Buffalo Trace and Weller and all that. It's all Buffalo Trace. So Heaven Hill makes Larceny and Elijah Craig. And one year, several years ago, the Elijah Craig barrel proof came out with the B520. Okay. And I still have some of it up somewhere. And it was the best one that came out. And all of a sudden, everyone went crazy over ECBP, which is Elijah Craig barrel proof. Anytime you hear someone say ECBP, it's Elijah Craig barrel proof. And they talk about the A this and the C that. Well, they come out with it 3 times a year. And they call it the A's, the B's, and the C's. And then since they own the whole thing, they started coming out with the larcenies, right? So people couldn't get the Elijah Craigs, but they could get the larcenies. And now they're all kind of clumped in together. They're fine. They're fine. But don't spend more than $75 on them, because I can turn you on. If they want a larceny or an ECBP for higher than $75, I can recommend 60 bourbons better that you will enjoy more for less money. And
Right.
I'm just saying, they all of these distilleries jump on these gravy trains where people start getting all like whacked out about their bourbon. And Blanton's, oh my God, Blanton's. Okay, if I look at Buffalo Trace, I can pull Buffalo Trace,
Right back.
right? Then, well, okay. So let's even step back. Buffalo Trace starts with this, right? This is McAfee's benchmark. Guess what? See what that says right there? Buffalo Trace, right there. Buffalo Trace. Okay. Distilled, aged, and bottled by Buffalo Trace Distillery. This is Buffalo Trace's Jack Daniels right here. That's their Jim Beam Jack Daniels, the 80 proof. This is Buffalo Trace. I use this to cook with. This is what I cook with. When I cook with bourbon, I use this. Okay. Then their bottom is Buffalo Trace. Where did it go? Oh, yeah, here it is. And this is their 90 proof, Buffalo Trace. Bang. In between this and the next one I'm going to show you, which is Eagle Rare. So in between those two, this is a superior fucking bourbon right here. I will tell you that. This is Eagle Rare. It's a 10-year bourbon. It's 45%, 90 proof. Blanton's is in between Buffalo Trace and Eagle Rare. MSRP. And people are paying $200 freaking plus dollars a bottle for Blanton's. It's a wheated freaking bourbon. This is way better than Blanton's. And I have Blanton's samples over here. I won't buy one because I refuse to jump on that gravy train. Now there's Weller's. Okay, Weller's is their original wheated bourbon. And it's kind of in there with Buffalo Trace on the low end. And then there's Antique 107, which should be about $35. And then the Weller's, the Special Reserve, should be about $20. 107 should be about maybe $35. And then you get the CYPB. Oh my God, you can't get one for less than $300. This should be about a $60 bourbon. I'm saying, bleh. And Blanton's is the most overrated freaking bourbon you're ever gonna. Oh my God, people are collecting horses, little pewter horses on top. Why don't you taste the bourbon? Because if you tasted it, it's
Right.
Okay, I'm out on that one. I listen to Bourbon Bounty. Blanton sucks. Okay. I don't say it sucks.
Of course.
But I rank bourbons on what I paid for them as much as how much what they taste like. And it is not worth
Right.
anywhere
Well,
near $80, even $80 for a Blanton's, much less 200. You're throwing money in the trash if you do that. So there's my rant. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
It's
We got Vanessa
education, man.
back. She's back. We're still going. Yeah, you know what? See, now when I start my new channel next week, Vanessa, this isn't going to happen. It's going to go from 7 till 10. That is it. That is all you're going to get.
Yeah,
You're going to get 3 hours out of me, and that is it. I'm going to be very strict about that. Louis says Blanton's is overrated, which is exactly what you just said, Bourbon.
Absolutely, it's overrated.
Yeah.
It's way overrated.
For sure. Mark A is in the house. Cheers, my friend. What are you drinking, Mark? What do you got? You got some
Mark
beer.
is
You got some
clearly
wine. You got
Canadian because he's got
bourbon?
the Canadian.
he
last
has to be
name.
Canadian because it's Mark A.
Yeah.
Right, but there's no question mark after the end, so I don't know. Maybe he's not.
Hang on.
Taylor
I saw
Taylor
this come up.
Smallbatch. Taylor Smallbatch was not great. Oh, there you go, right there. There you go. Perfect. Right there.
I paid $47 for this bottle.
Okay.
Okay. I don't feel bad about that. It's a wheated bourbon. It's in the Buffalo Trace line. I paid $47. If you're paying over $100 for this, you suck. I mean, you're not getting good bourbon. I'm not saying you suck, but your purchase sucks. Your purchase
Right.
sucks. I can recommend 40 bourbons better than that for less money.
Right.
Mark,
Oh,
Mark's working on a
Life in the
collection.
Clouds.
Life in the Clouds.
That's
That's Drew's favorite beer.
fantastic- That's a fantastic beer. I've had it. I have to agree with Drew. While it's not my favorite, it's up in the top. It's up in the top. It's a great beer.
It's fun.
Well,
I picked up two of those today, guys.
Did you?
I picked up
the
two
reason
today.
Drew rate. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry,
Ray,
Shane,
sorry.
go ahead.
No,
I was just gonna say,
the
I was-
re- go,
Ah!
go, go.
I was just gonna say I was cruising the aisles today, and they had it in a featured spot in my local LCBO. So I grabbed 2 cans because I know I've had it. I cannot remember it, which could be a sign of why, Drew is finding that it's not the greatest beer out there. But
Right.
yeah, so I'm gonna revisit that soon, I think. But yeah, I could not think of what it tasted like. So
Well, I don't think
Right.
it's the greatest, but I think it's up there. It's high on my list.
It's a decent beer, and I think the reason that Drew always says, it's not. He always says, "Oh, this beer is good, but it's not Life in the Clouds," because it's a beer that's readily available all the time. Like Drew and I and Ray, we can get Life in the Clouds any day. We just got to walk in the LCBO, which is the Liquor Control Board of Ontario, for anybody who doesn't know, and you can pick it up. It is always there, so it's readily available. It's not a bad beer. I don't think it's as good as Drew thinks it is.
Well,
it's not a bad beer.
probably-
Don't get me wrong. Go ahead, Brian.
It's probably like a Cuban cigar. Like legally, we cannot get those in the United States. I'm not a cigar smoker. I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm not a smoker at all. But I know that the draw of getting something that's not available adds to the mystique of the product. So the fact that we cannot the fact that we cannot get a lot of your fantastic Canadian beers. Now, granted, maybe the states that border Canada can get them, but like the rest of us, we can't get your beers. So we might drink it and think it's phenomenal because it has the mystique of nobody around me can get this. I just got this, and this is better than anything around here.
Brian, that is a 100% bold-faced lie, because you know very well that if you want any Canadian beer that you want, you just have to message me and I will send it to you.
But that's me.
Well, that's him. It's you, but he's talking about
the guy
overall.
next door and the guy on the other side of me can't get those. So when I tell them how great this beer is, they're like, "Oh, if it was good, I should be able to buy it in the store down the street, and I can't get it." So
I'll
it must
send you
not be
down
that
2 or
good."
3. I'll send you down 2 or 3 cans of each. I don't care.
I
You
will
know I would
not
do that for you.
share. I will not share. It will be all mine.
Well, what if I sent you down like 6 or 8 cans of Chocolate Manifesto? Would you not share one of those with somebody?
Maybe one, because that with the chocolate, the triple chocolate manifesto for me, that's like in my top 2, and I don't know if it's in the first position or the second. It's up there for me. I absolutely love that, and I'm saving. Like I said, I've got one in the fridge right over there. I'm saving it for a special occasion. I've got my Fat Bear, which is also up in my top. I'm saving it. The one I don't have in the fridge, which is also if I have a top 3 of all the beers I've ever tasted, will be Triple Chocolate Manifesto from Canada, Fat Bear from Hot Butcher for the World in Chicago, and Sweet Baby Jesus, which is out of
Oh,
Baltimore.
the sweet
Those are my
baby
three
Jesus.
favorite beers, and it just so
Oh
happens
my
they're always
God,
stouts.
that was a good beer.
I just love them.
The sweet baby Jesus was a freaking good beer, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
You know what I'm going to do for you, Brian? I'm going to send you a couple of chocolate manifestos, but along with that, I'm going to write you a note just so you don't mess this up. I'm going to send you a chocolate manifesto, and I'm also going to send you a can of, maybe I'll send you two. It's a beer called 12 Minutes to Destiny, which is also a Flying Monkeys beer. Now, what you need to do is take those two beers and pour them 50-50 in a glass. Because it tastes exactly.
What kind of voodoo sorcery is this?
It tastes like a Viva Puff cookie. Do you know what a Viva Puff cookie? Do you guys get Viva Puff down there?
Puff cookie is, but
A
You
Viva
gotta
Puff
do
cookie. Oh, it's great. I didn't even realize it until like
Graham
a year and a
cracker,
half ago. When a buddy of mine
raspberry,
said,
and marshmallow, dark chocolate. Dude,
you've already sucked me in. I'm gonna have to do it.
you got it.
Like you said, raspberry, marshmallow, chocolate, and graham. It's so good. You mix the two of them together. Perfect.
Just don't send it till after next weekend, just in case.
Mix.
Okay, fair enough.
You see this circle that says mix?
Yeah.
It says mix. This is an old Elijah Craig bottle. Okay. Larceny and Elijah Craig, half and half. That's what this is.
Huh.
You buy $30-something Larceny, $30-something Elijah Craig, pour them half and half. I mean, my Larceny and Elijah Craig are half and half over here. This is what I call the Heaven Hill Fruit Bomb. It is fruity. It tastes like fruit salad. It is awesome. Now, with that said, I will say you can't get it anymore. You cannot get it anymore. The old Duke bourbon with the John Wayne on the label, right?
Oh,
this
nice.
is the old stuff. This is even fruitier. But the new Duke looks like this. And it's not nearly as good. Okay. This sucks. This is awesome. Okay. But I will say that few bourbon right here is the closest I have found fruit wise to the original Duke.
Cool.
This right here.
Right on.
Right. So FEW right there. If you want a good wheated fruity bourbon, right there. Not made in Kentucky either, baby. This is let me get my bifocals going. Mashed, fermented, distilled, aged at least 1 year, blah, 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 and by Fuse Spirits, Evanston, Illinois. Right there. Illinois.
Cool.
Gee, how can we not have this guy up here, Ray?
This is fantastic.
It's got to be coming.
Fantastic. Right here.
But anybody who comes up from the Chicago region has to bring me some Son of Juice.
Wait,
now, right?
You said I got to bring you up some Malorts?
No, Son of Juice.
No, you just said bring you up some Malort.
And we need some of that for some of my friends up here because they got to try them. They got to try the Malort.
You know, it's funny when we went down to Hop Butcher there in July, Ray. I don't know if you had they had the one IPA. It was called Old School Hawaiian Vibes.
Yes, I did try that.
And they didn't have it in cans. Like I had to grab a growler and bring it home with me. I don't know if they have it in cans yet, but God, it was like drinking orange juice. It was so easy to drink. There was no alcohol burn to. I think it was like 4.6% or something like that. But my God, that was delicious.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one. It was I find it a bit it was a bit pulpy to me. Like that orange juice pulp flavor.
Yeah, but
But-
I just loved. I love the pineapple. It was so pineapple forward, and I like that.
huge.
Like when I'm doing my IPAs, I'm a big pineapple forward fan. I mean, I don't mind the grapefruit and the mango and all that other crap, but it was
Oh, for
so
sure.
pineapple forward, and I was just like, I've got to get this. And the guy's like, we don't have it in cans. I'm like, give me a growler. I'll pay for the growler and never refill it because I don't know when the next time I'm going to be in Chicago is.
See, my challenge with that whole weekend was like by the time we ended up at shoot, I can't think of the name of the brewery now where the Son of Juice was. It was that one at the end of the end of the street there in the corner, and the picnic tables were like on the sidewalk.
Maplewood.
Yes, Maplewood.
Yeah, Maplewood. Yeah.
By the time we got there, I was just so beered out, if you can believe it. But that Son of
We
Juice
drank a
was
lot of
just
beer.
it was so refreshing and so interesting.
Weird out.
That set the bar for me as far as an IPA goes. And I keep hoping to get some up here
Right.
because I mean my favorite IPA up here is the Sinister Minister that you were drinking earlier. That's absolutely
Great beer.
love that beer. But
Great beer.
the fruit forwardness of that and the freshness of that Son of Juice was just it was incredible. But I want to try it on a fresh palate
Right.
to see if it was what it was.
It's
That's
Brian
funny
the
that
beer snob.
because you're a big. Sorry, go ahead, Joe. You're good.
Oh no, I was somebody followed me on Instagram and I followed them back. That was him.
Oh, okay.
That was me.
That was him.
I was just saying, like with the Maplewood, like I know you really enjoyed it, and Blue Ice was he loved it, and I had said on I don't know if it was a post or a video I did, I wasn't really fussy on Maplewood,
Right.
and Blue Ice said, "What are you talking about? That's like some of the best beers that I had." And I'm thinking, oh, maybe I had the wrong one. Because I think
Maybe.
I might have only had one. I think I only had one maybe at Maplewood. Because again, I was beered out at that point. Like we've been drinking all freaking weekend, going pretty hard.
Yeah, that was the end of the session, right? So
Yeah, I think that was the last brewery we went to, wasn't it?
it was.
Yeah.
I can't think of what kind of stories we're gonna have to tell after this next one in July. My favorite story still is
Well,
my pit stop into the community art gallery.
Right.
yes.
Yes.
Where's Ray? Where's Ray? That's where where's Ray
going
was
to come
born.
out of this establishment as we continued walking on waiting? We didn't think you were coming out, Ray.
You know what? After
Yeah.
I'm surprised I was, but beautiful people, beautiful art. It was incredible. But yeah, I was definitely not supposed to be there.
No.
One of these things
No,
is
you're
not like the other.
Yes.
Yeah, Ray
I will
was-
say
Ray was
this. I just want to say a thing about the next July. Normally, my tagline is I never come empty handed, but I have to go through customs. So,
No, you don't. Well, really,
Right.
if you fly into Buffalo, like we're all going to do,
okay.
we're going to drive through the border.
Okay. Learn me some shit
Yes.
here.
We have a
Because-
private
Yeah.
car service, courtesy of Shane's Craft Beer Review, that's going to pick us up at the Buffalo airport, drive
Yes.
us through the border.
Okay.
Yeah.
So bring all
if
the
you're
goodies
planning-
you want.
Now wait. Y'all have the what's the shit called? I mean, I've got the star on my driver's license. I've got a passport, but there's one higher,
Oh, like the Nexus?
whatever it is. Is this regular passport shit?
Regular passport.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just
Okay,
regular
I got
passport.
regular passport. And it's
You're
still good next year. I can get through. Now,
Yeah.
how much?
Like I said, if you're
who
planning
do you want me to
if you're
bring?
planning on coming up, fly into Buffalo, and either myself or Ray will come and pick you up at the airport.
You know what? I'll let you know when
Is it-
I'm going to be there.
And here's
It's-
the
it's
plan.
easier-
However much beer you plan on bringing, or whatever.
No, I'm bringing whiskey. I'm bringing
Bourbon.
whiskey.
Well-
I'm going to bring, yeah.
Okay, so just know that however much whiskey you bring, when you come home, your suitcase is going to be minus the whiskey because you're going to leave that in Canada, but you're going
That's
to
right.
probably be bringing home a lot of beer.
Okay,
So
that's
it'll all
fine.
equal out.
Hey,
Yeah, for sure.
look, I want to introduce the folks to some whiskeys.
Sure.
I see some good video content here. You're going to
There's
be
some
educating us.
great
We are
video
stupid
content
when it
that
comes
come out
to
of this.
bourbon. Trust me.
Right. And it may not just be bourbon. I may bring some rye. I may bring American whiskeys. I may bring other things with me.
Now, one of the things I would recommend if you can, Bounty, I don't know if it's possible for you. I mean, don't bring like a 40 of a particular whiskey. Maybe try and get it into a smaller bottle because we're only going to be like probably just tasting some of them. I mean, bring some.
Oh,
for
I
your own
can.
consumption,
I
of
have
course.
some 6-ounce bottles. I can
Perfect.
bring.
Perfect.
You know?
Yeah, because the less you bring over is better, and then when you go back, you're probably going to buy a couple bottles when you're here. Like, you know, Ray or I will take you to the LCBO, and we'll show
Right.
you what whiskeys we have up here that are available, and you're probably going to grab a couple bottles. And
Yeah, y'all.
on your way back, you'll probably have to pay a bit of duty on it.
Yeah, we'll have to try and get down to Gretzky's too, because they've got some pretty good whiskey there.
I've never had Gretzky's whiskey.
It's actually pretty decent.
I'm
Now,
thinking
somebody
your
on here might
Canadian
disagree
card
when they
might be
taste it,
getting
but-
pulled on that statement.
What's that, Brian? Sorry.
I think Shane's Canadian card might get pulled based on that statement that he's never tried
Which one?
Gretzky's
the
whiskey.
Gretzky's whiskey. I'm
I-
pretty sure that that's a
I've
rule
tried-
for
I've
being
tried-
Canadian. You have to try that.
I have tried his beer, and I have tried his wine. Now
Which
his beer is okay.
I've never
It's-
tried
it's
his
not-
beer.
it's not
so,
It's not great, but it's not you. I mean, it's endorsed by Wayne Gretzky, and it's his beer, you would expect it to be great.
You
'cause he
miss
is a great-
100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah.
Yep.
the
That's
truth.
correct, sir. That is
But-
correct.
But that being said, I think they've started to shut down the beer side of their model, because Cold Break Brewing is now the official brewery of Gretzky's winery. So
Oh, okay. And it's not a problem to stop by Gretzky's because it's on the way to
it
all
is.
the ones in Niagara on the Lake. We're going to go
It is.
visit
And
anyway.
actually, I reached out today to a buddy of mine who's got transportation stuff to see what it's going to cost us for 8 hours over 2 days, like 8 hours on Saturday, 8 hours on Sunday of transportation. So we're going to figure this
Right.
out so nobody's driving.
So if I fly into Buffalo,
Yes, sir.
and let's say I have 6-ounce samples of whiskey,
Yes.
and y'all come pick me up.
Yep.
Otherwise, I fly into Canada and I have to get questioned by everything.
Yeah.
So this
Just
is
fly into
easy.
Buffalo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fly to
Buffalo.
Buffalo. Wait
And-
here.
It's actually faster and easier for me and Ray to come and pick you up in Buffalo than it is
Okay.
to go to Toronto.
Good, because
It's-
I'm going to
it's
fly
just
into
easier.
Buffalo
And
about
if you
2 hours before I want you to pick me up because I'm going to go eat some wings, man.
Oh,
They-
hell
they
yeah.
got
You got to eat some wings there.
As
I'll
in
fly in
Buffalo
the same
wings.
time you do. We'll eat wings together.
these guys are flying-
There you go.
we're going to coordinate and we're going
Yeah.
to fly in there together and we'll be eating wings when y'all come pick us up.
so
Right.
everything starts on Friday. These guys
Okay.
are showing up in Buffalo on Tuesday. They're going to be weighing about 200 pounds extra from all the food and beer they're drinking in Buffalo.
Mhm.
For sure.
So
I
you're
eat
gonna
about-
need
Like I said,
a car.
8 of the 10 wings I
Sure.
order. Yeah.
and it might be, and depending on when everybody flies in. Like let's say you have a semi early flight, Bourbon. Let's say your flight comes in at 11, but Brian's doesn't come in until 1. I'm going to come and meet you at 11, but we're going to probably wait
I'll
the 2
just
hours.
eat extra wings. You can just wait. And
Yeah, we'll
I-
just-
I
yeah,
do
exactly.
usually
Have
try
some
to get
wings,
to the very
have
first
some
flight.
beer, and then wait for Brian to land, and then scoot the two of you in.
hell yeah.
While I'm-
I'll eat
while I'm driving-
wings and-
While I'm driving everybody to the Airbnb, Ray's going to come by and pick up like the
Ah.
next group, depending on what the
If we
time
can
is like.
if we can
But we have to,
coordinate
we'll figure that out.
Yeah, but if we could coordinate, Shane, that we both drive over at the same time and just bring everybody back, that'd be freaking stellar.
that
That'd be
would be
super.
stellar.
Yeah.
I'll sit
I-
in an airport, guys. Look, I'll sit there for 3 or 4 hours because it takes
I'll come
me.
sit with you. I'll come sit with you, or
It
Ray
takes
will
me a
come sit
while
with
to
Yeah,
eat
for sure,
wings.
for sure.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Anyways, boys,
Yeah.
I got to duck out. Keeping my
All
kid
right.
awake, and I got to pee. So I'm gonna.
Well, go take care of that. That's important.
Yeah, I'm going to cut out, and I will catch up with you guys maybe next week.
All right.
All right.
We will see you then.
Talk to you soon, Ray.
Adios,
Take care,
friends.
buddy.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, like I said, we'll know more like in like May-ish, because then by then everybody will have been kind of trying to figure out their flights and stuff like that. So, but we're going to try and make it as smooth as possible. Like I said, with two of us, if I got to go and like, if Bourbon comes in early and I got to go, sit with him for 2 hours, which would be great. We can sit and chat and catch up and, learn about each other, and then,
Yeah.
wait for Brian or whoever else is flying in, come back to the Airbnb, and then Ray can come back over and pick up the next flights, whatever it is.
Hey, whatever, man. Hey, who is Mark E-H?
Mark A.
Canadian.
Hey?
He's Canadian.
Eh?
Where are you from, Mark? I don't think you said where you're from. Obviously, you've had Collective Arts, Life in the Clouds, so you must. I'm assuming you're Canadian. You must be.
Yeah, he's speaking a lot of Canadian language there.
Hey, you know
Yeah.
what? I was just reading, good to see you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, hey, I was just going to give a
This one
shout
here?
out. Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you, Bounty. Haven't had the pleasure to meet you. See you around lots. It was cool to see you and Dad on Beer Man's the other day.
I don't know who Dad is, but my dad. Yeah, he was here. Yeah, my dad was
Oh,
here.
dude, just outside Toronto.
Oh, shit. Just outside Toronto.
So you're basically just down the street from me. I mean, it's a long street.
Dang
I live
it.
just
It's a long street.
I live just outside Niagara
It's
Falls.
a long street,
obviously.
but
It is a long street, but it's not far. Yeah, I'm just outside Niagara Falls, so I'm really
Yep.
not that far from you, dude.
man, you are close because Buffalo and Toronto on the east side. I mean, that's Niagara Falls. I mean,
Right? Yeah, it's right in between the two of them. But like I said, because Toronto is such a big city and so busy, it's faster for me to get to Buffalo and come back than it is for me to get to Toronto, because the traffic in Toronto is just
it's horrible.
it's stupid.
I've been to
It's stupid.
Toronto. We yeah. So
Yeah, so you know what it's like then. It's stupid. It's stupid busy there.
well, we flew into Toronto and had to go through, and what killed me, oh my God, these guys were sitting there trying to act so tough at the fucking border. We're Canadian, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I almost busted out laughing a couple times. But I mean, they asked, why are you here? Vendor thing, we're about to hire this company to work for our multi-trillion-dollar company or billion-dollar company, so we want to see their offices. He's like, any other reason you're here? I'm like, nope. And
You're not here to try to maple syrup. You're a fraud. You are not
yeah,
allowed
boy,
entry.
they were like tough. And what was funny is I've crossed the border to Mexico and back several times. I've been over to Europe and back through LaGuardia several times. And it was almost like they're trying to emulate the toughness of the other borders. It was just
I experienced the same thing when I came back from Montreal.
yeah.
The border guard asked, because I flew into Montreal, but we were driving across the border back to the United States, and the
Yeah.
border guard asked me, he's like, you bringing anything across the border that we should know about? And I'm like, only thing I got is maple syrup. And he thought I was being a smartass. So he freaking rips the door open, yanks me out of the car, and he says, by law, we can disassemble this car to find any contraband. I said, dude, you asked me a question, I answered. He said, you're being a smartass. I said, check the bag on the floorboard where I was sitting. He pulls it out, and it had a bottle of Canadian maple syrup. It was in the shape of a maple leaf.
Fucking maple. It's maple fucking
Yeah.
syrup.
And he says, well, you didn't have to be smartass about it. And I said, I wasn't being a smartass. You asked me if I was bringing anything across the border. I said, all I got is maple syrup.
Maple
And you
syrup.
thought I was being a smartass, but I was being honest.
And I don't know how many times I have to reiterate this when I do a live. We take maple syrup up here like super, super serious.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's
we
a, it's a
order-
big deal up here.
My wife and I, she grew up in Maine,
Okay.
right? So she went to Messalonsky High School in Maine. That's my beautiful, lovely wife, and love her to death. And my mother-in-law just moved here to North Carolina from Maine last year. But we still get maple syrup from Vermont and Maine. We
Right.
order it in because
Sure.
the rest of it's Cairo syrup with
It's
like
garbage.
flavoring. Yeah, it's garbage. And we order
Yeah.
the real shit. Now, I'm not saying it's really, 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 really real, like Canadians would think it's real,
If it-
but Vermont has real maple syrup. We order
Yeah.
that shit.
For sure. Yeah. You know, if,
Yeah.
if it's from Vermont, they do an amazing maple syrup in Vermont.
Yeah.
If you said, "Hey,
It's
I got my maple syrup from Vermont," and I'm like, "Dude, that's." I mean, because
Hey,
Vermont, Canada's like.
if
here,
you
right?
tell me it's better, then I'm like, if it's better, I would eat too much. So
Yeah,
whatever.
and Vermont does a great maple syrup too. it's
Yeah,
not
they
Canadian,
do.
but I'm always big on like the Canadian maple syrup. But
I know.
I'm not opposed to having Vermont maple syrup because that is friggin' banger too.
Hometown pride. Hometown pride. You
That's
gotta-
it. Exactly, and that's mostly what it is, right? And I'm getting the eye here. Hang on one second, guys. I'm gonna mute this for a second.
Oh, look, a
He's
squat
talking, but I can't hear him.
bright
He's
light
on.
above my head.
Well, you have the Lincoln hat. You know, you need a
Well, here's the whole
Get it.
reason why I'm in this getup. I haven't done a video in over a month because life got in the way. It got busy, and I hadn't done a video. My channel icon is a snob, so this is it.
okay.
In my videos, I don't wear this, but I figured that this was my re-debut in such a long time, so I had to wear it. Shane didn't even know. I haven't been watching YouTube videos. I saw he had an upcoming live. I said, "Oh, I got to change my clothes." I put this on. To be honest, though, to be fair,
He got
to
dressed
Holly,
up just for me.
I am wearing blue jeans.
Okay.
I'm not in full costume.
I got jeans on too.
I'm like a newscaster. You know, they just wear the suit jacket and the tie, but they're wearing like shorts underneath it. You know, whatever. That's
Hey,
why.
you know what?
Okay, so-
It's all good.
So, Brian, I'm going to give you a special favor here. I'm calling it a special favor for you, sir. I'm going to get you to carry my channel for about 5 minutes. I have to go and move a washing machine.
Do
Okay.
you need somebody to bring the snowplow over to clear out the way so you can move it, or
Almost. I did actually go through a couple late flurries today on my way to my dad's. Just some light ones.
I hope
But,
you have good
yeah, I
weather
gotta
next
go-
weekend.
Yeah, I gotta go move this thing so my wife doesn't yell at me anymore because I was supposed to do it like an hour ago. But
Happy
it'll take me
wife.
like 5 minutes. I just got to bring it's outside. I just need to bring it inside. So
All right,
I'll
it'll
back in
be
a couple minutes. So if you guys
15
will just-
to 16 minutes. He'll be back.
Well,
5 minutes. It
we'll-
won't take me very long. So if you guys can carry my channel while I'm gone,
We'll keep
Oh,
that.
we'll
awesome.
carry. We'll carry. We'll.
and I will go back and watch this segment later, just so you know. So no shit.
All right.
So, what part of North Carolina are you in?
Winston Salem.
Okay, I did
Now-
when I was in the Marines. I was stationed at Cherry Point.
Yeah, I was
Still
just
on
going
the
to say, since he's going to go back and watch this later.
Yeah.
Shane's craft beer reviews, man. I don't know. You know, is he's got like something wrong? No, I'm kidding.
He's not all there.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I actually live in a place called Pufftown, but you were in the Marines.
Right,
And where were you stationed?
Cherry Point.
Cherry Point. Okay. And I was the Air Force. We had better food than you guys did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, twice a year we actually got some good grub, and that's because because the Marines are under the Department of the Navy. So on the Navy birthday, they fed us steak and lobster. And on the Marine Corps birthday, which is a month later, they fed us steak and lobster. So twice a year, we got really good food. The other parts, it was roadkill. We ate rabbit, you know.
Whatever. Rabbit
whatever they
smash
fed
is good though.
It takes up space, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't know how often you had to eat MREs, but with us, there was some regularity to eating them. But the thing is, like when we were in the field, it was just a rule they had where we had to eat one hot meal a day.
Right.
And then the other 2 meals were MREs. But the thing is, like the hot meal, once you eat it, like 2 hours later, you're hungry. But the MREs kind of stuck with you for a long time. Like you could eat one, and you drink a canteen of water and it swells up in your stomach and you just stay full for a long time.
There
So
were
I preferred eating the MREs over the hot meal when we were.
I did too. And there were 2 different types of MREs. Well, actually more than that, but the ones we had. So the pilots that flew the B-2 bombers, they ate what they called high-low MREs, which is high input, low output, which means you can eat this, it'll make you full,
but you don't
sustain
shit.
you, and you don't have to shit, right? Yeah. It's a high-low. And then we had the 5K MRE. And then there's the 3K MRE. The 3K MRE is what most people got, or between 2 and 3K MRE, right? Now, here's the problem with the MRE. Everything inside the bag, if you eat every single thing in the bag, you get those calories.
Right.
But there would be like this little Tabasco bottle in there. There would be a salt packet. There would be a pepper packet. There would be, all this shit. Now you had to consume everything, even the coffee grounds, to get the calorie count out of the MRE. The reason that we had the 5K MREs, which is, the 5,000 calorie, is because we were in Bosnia Herzegovina and we only got a drop every so many days and we had to carry everything on our back.
Yeah.
So 1 meal a day is what we carried, and it was a 5,000 calorie, right? So those were the more intense MREs, bigger portions, whatever. And I got so used to eating 1 meal a day that it's hard to break myself from eating just 1 meal a day.
Right.
I eat about noon and that's it. Now, when I say that, okay, I'm getting calories.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I'm not eating anything.
Right.
Right. But I'm getting calories from beer. I know I'm getting that. I'm not fooling myself. But I don't eat that much, beyond the beer. Okay, he's back. Now we can stop giving away the military secrets.
That didn't take long. I said that didn't take long. Well, like 2 weeks ago, our washing machine decided it would stop working. So we've been going. I've been having to drive to the laundromat to wash the clothes and then bring them back to dry them.
Yep.
And I've got a guy doing some renovations in my house right now, doing some doors and windows. And I said, "Oh, I got to go." I brought the laundry out, put it in the car. And he's like, "Oh," he goes, "You know what?" He goes, I've got an old washing machine." He goes, "You guys can have it." I'm like, "Okay, great." And then he literally dropped it outside the house. Didn't say anything, just dropped it outside the house. So I had to.
Oh, I think you froze.
I had to mute myself. My wife just got home, so she's
No, but I think
commenting on my dress.
I'm gonna send you a picture.
I think Shane froze though.
Oh, Shane did freeze. Yeah, he's stuck. I am wearing jeans though because this is just
Well, you know that's the style where
This
it's
is
suit on
Hollywood.
top and jeans. I've been told you that you put sneakers on. That's the
Hello,
style.
wife.
Suit on top.
He says hello, wife. Come over here.
What is that? I'm saying I look like a mess.
It's Bourbon Bounty.
Hi, Bourbon Bounty.
She just got home from work, so
Hello.
she's on camera.
Mm-mm. I look like work.
hmm
Okay, just peek an eyeball around. There you go. Hi.
Okay.
There.
Good night. I'm gonna
See,
go
she
shower.
scooted through and scooted back. Hi.
She's in, she's
What
out.
the
Nobody
hell?
got
There
hurt.
we go.
Okay,
Wow.
Shane's
That
back.
was kind of weird, but okay. I'm back now. Seems to be running
I'll be
fine
out
now.
in a minute.
You can stay out.
No, I'm coming.
He said, I'm coming.
The boss said she's going upstairs and going to bed. So that's my cue, guys. Gotta go.
Really?
Put Wolfie
No
up
worries.
and
It's almost midnight.
gotta get out of this monkey suit. But it felt good wearing it again. It's been so long. Thanks, Shane, for
Yeah. No worries. Like I said, we'll
Oh,
see you next
man.
week on my new live channel
I'll be
for
there
sure.
Friday. Well,
Always
I
good
may
to see
be
you, Brian.
there or I may be there.
That's correct.
So
That is correct, sir.
one way or the other, I'll be there.
Awesome. Can't wait to see you, buddy.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Take care. Give your wife a hug for me. Tell her I said I missed her.
Indeed.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, Brian's wife's great. I got to meet her 2 years ago, I guess. Yeah, what a great woman she is. Absolutely super. And Bourbon's gone as well. So hey guys, it's almost midnight. Thank you guys for stopping by. I know there's still a couple people watching right now. I appreciate it. If you have not checked out my new live channel, which this will be the last live that I do on my personal beer channel, I'm moving all of my lives to a different channel. And I know you guys are sitting there going, oh, why would you do that? That sounds kind of stupid. I just want to do it on a different channel. And sorry if I'm looking down and I'm not paying attention to you guys. I'm trying to get the link for you. What I want to do is have one place that's dedicated to just lives. So I'm going to pop that out in the comments right here. I am also going to pop that up on the screen. So if you could copy that link, subscribe to that. And I always say every Friday, but I know that would be a lie. Almost every Friday, I will be doing a live from 7 until 10. That is it. You're going to get 3 hours. Every week, I'm going to have a special guest co-hosting with me. It's going to be a definitely different. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. It's going to be a different format than what you would have seen today. Usually when I do a live on this particular channel, I do kind of like a free for all, like anybody who wants to come in and talk, you're more than welcome. We talk about, like I said, today we talk about bourbons, we talk about beer, we talk about stuff that's going on in the world. With the new channel where I'm going to be doing my live, I'm only going to have I'm going to have a special guest every single week. And it'll basically just be the two of us, maybe a third person at most. And then we're going to have, we're going to converse in the chat on the side, like you guys have been doing, much like you, Mark. And we're going to open it up to maybe questions about, for me and whoever the guest is. Maybe about, hey, Blue's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. I don't know if you saw it, Blue, but starting next Friday, sir, I'm going to be having a new live channel. I will not be doing lives on this channel anymore. So please go onto that link, Blue, and subscribe to that. And every Friday, at 7 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be doing a live with a special guest, talking about beer or life or whatever the hell we decide to talk about that particular week. But yeah, definitely check that out, Blue. I really super appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. But yeah, so it's going to be, like I said, a little bit different format than what I do here. I'm not even going to do it. I don't even think I'm going to do it at the bar here. I think I'm going to do it over at the side here, maybe on the couch, just for a different vantage point. So it's not the same old. Thanks, Blue. I appreciate it, dude. You're awesome. I'm assuming you just started watching. We were actually talking about you earlier in the live stream, about how you're 6'100", because Brian has a video idea that he needs you specifically to fill in one of the parts. I'm sure he might have emailed you already, or he's going to very shortly. But yeah, guys, thanks for stopping by. Everybody who came by today. I'd like to thank Brian, Ray, Bourbon Bounty Beer Reviews. Check him out. Dude's so knowledgeable. I'm so hoping he comes up in July. Just to educate people like me on bourbons and whiskeys that I'm not educated on bourbons and whiskeys, obviously. But it would just be a cool little thing to have him come up and share his wisdom with us for sure. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget, like I said, next Friday it'll be on the new channel, so please check it out there because there'll be nothing on here. And also look forward to on next Friday starts my beer advent calendar. So from December 1st until December 21st, I'm going to be doing a beer every single day from a certain brewery, which I don't want to reveal right now. But yeah, I've never done an advent calendar before. I know a lot of guys do them. Beer a Day with TK does one every year from, I think, Aldi's. I think that's where he gets his. Even Drew did one last year. But I'm going to be doing one from a particular brewery up here. And I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of editing, a lot of videos to do. Like I said, 24 beers in 24 days. But I'm up to the challenge. Hopefully I don't inundate you guys too much with my beer reviews. But having said that, I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you so much for subscribing and checking out my channel. Like I said, check out my live. And we will see you next time, guys. Cheers. Appreciate your time.